In the year 2165, dozens of higher dimensional passages abruptly appeared across the globe. An endless swarm of insects poured forth from these passages, and humanity resisted with all its might. Yet the descendants of the insects evolved ever more formidable abilities, acquiring the power to traverse and battle through interstellar space. The higher dimensional passages could not be sealed. The insect horde streamed forth unceasingly, and humanity's technology could not achieve a breakthrough in time. Forced to abandon Earth, mankind left the solar system, venturing into the vast cosmos in search of a new world to rebuild their home. During the 20 years of resistance against the insects, China established a clandestine base on a hidden asteroid. There, beyond the insects' reach, they secretly constructed 250 colossal Beijixing vessels, each over 5,000 meters in length, intended to evacuate over 1 billion people. To buy time for the construction of the Beijixing fleet, the military, under the leadership of the nation's chief, waged a grueling 20-year war against the insect horde. Yet the pace of military technological advancement lagged far behind the insect's evolution. The Celestial Army fought desperately, repeatedly fending off crises, but at the cost of countless young and promising soldiers. On the very first day the insects surged from the passages, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and many academicians foresaw that humanity's war against the insects was doomed. The sole escape was to flee the solar system. To execute this plan, Dean Su Xiaodong led a team of academicians in devising the Shadow Project, building the colossal Beijixing fleet to carry the entire nation away. Hu Yu, an ordinary planetarium instructor, was persuaded by his old comrade, Wen Zhonghua, to abandon civilian life for the military after the outbreak of the insect calamity. He became a pilot in the Celestial Army, and over 20 years of battle, he gradually rose to become a military leader and the protagonist of this tale. Outside the porthole loomed the colossal form of Sedna, the last dwarf planet in the solar system to achieve hydrostatic equilibrium. Crossing beyond Sedna's orbit, in a sense, meant bidding farewell to the solar system. The Beijixing switched on its enormous searchlight. A beam of intense light traveled across tens of thousands of kilometers, landing as a spot dozens of kilometers wide on Sedna's surface. The once bustling base now lay desolate, leaving only ruined structures and endless barrenness. The footprints of civilization spread across the entire planet. If no accident occurred, these marks would linger for 1 million years, proclaiming that this was once a domain of civilization. Yet an accident was inevitable. Within a decade, the insects would surely set foot on Sedna, obliterating every trace of humanity. In the powerful light of the Beijixing, the topography of the solar system's last planet was displayed on every screen aboard the fleet. People silently gazed at Sedna's terrain. Though not Earth, it was the last planet within the system. Only here in this remote corner could temporary calm prevail. The fleet did not approach Sedna. The Beijixing, though sturdy, was too massive, and Sedna's gravity might induce tidal stresses, damaging the delicate electronic equipment inside the ship due to deformation. It had been over 7 months since leaving Earth. The fleet accelerated slowly forward. Hu Yu stood silently by the porthole. Earth had long vanished from sight. The satellite equipment left in Earth orbit had all been destroyed by the insect swarm. Even if any still worked, what people would see was no longer a blue orb of water and greenery full of life, but a pale white mass of insects. Heaven and Earth demons raging. The sun had become a mere bright stellar point now of negative first magnitude, losing all the magnificent details seen up close. Yet even so, from over 100 astronomical units away at Sedna, the countless asteroids of the Kuiper Belt and the interstellar dust all faithfully followed the sun's rule, circling obediently around it. If one defined the sun's sphere of influence by gravity, it could extend to a radius of about 1 light-year. The Kuiper Belt, however, spanned less than a light day, merely the innermost core. The outermost reach was the vast Oort cloud. The immense fleet of 250 giant Beijixing vessels was spread across several million cubic kilometers of space. Over 100,000 Jin 85 fighter jets patrolled the periphery of the fleet, maintaining vigilance. Each Beijixing was 5 kilometers long, and the acceleration process was excruciatingly slow. Even with hundreds of engines per ship limited by material science and human endurance, the acceleration barely reached less than 0.1 g. After months of acceleration, the fleet's speed eventually stabilized at 8 million kilometers per hour. Within the solar system, speed had to be kept below the warning threshold, though otherwise even a pebble-sized rock could cause a catastrophic collision, destroying ships and killing everyone aboard. The fleet needed to travel at low speed for 500 astronomical units, exiting the Kuiper Belt. Only then would it accelerate again, eventually reaching 0.3 times the speed of light, and then spend 20 years journeying to Barnard's star in Ophiuchus. Barnard's star was one of the nearest star systems that humans had determined might possess a planet suitable for that. Planets certainly existed was certain, but whether any could be terraformed to suit human habitation, no one had a definite answer. Even if Barnard's star had no planet suitable for terraforming, the fleet could at least replenish materials there. Of that they were certain. Although the fleet carried abundant supplies, consumption was astronomical. Billions of people and countless systems required massive material inputs daily. Besides the energy and materials carried aboard, the fleet's only source of replenishment was a few dozen asteroids less than 10 kilometers in diameter. Once those were exhausted, if no new supplies arrived, the fleet would consume all its energy in 30 years and then fall silent in the void. In sum, the fleet's total material reserves would barely last 60 years in theory. If unexpected incidents occurred along the way, this timeline would be drastically shortened. After over half a year of voyage, people had transitioned from initial excitement to calm, beginning to adapt to fleet life. Although the Bajixing provided relatively decent living conditions, a fleet was still a fleet. Many things could not be done as they were on Earth or on other planetary bases. All materials in the fleet had to be recycled to the maximum, including excrement. Water supply was rationed. There was simply no extra to be had. Food was relatively generous. Citizens could pick their preferred meals for free, but all meat was synthetic. Vegetables, however, were freshly grown aboard the fleet with a wide variety. Many citizens also chose to grow vegetables at home. Sunlight would otherwise go to waste. Using it for plants effectively utilized energy, produced oxygen, eased the fleet's burden, and offered fresh food. A triple benefit that the fleet strongly promoted. Silence is the eternal melody of the universe. The fleet had exited the Kuiper Belt, plunging into the cosmic void where no material existed. One by one, the Bajixing vessels ignited pale blue flames, stretching 1,000 meters from their tails. The fleet entered a second acceleration phase, which would continue until reaching 0, 3 times the speed of light. Then acceleration would cease, and the fleet would coast inertially toward Barnard's star. On this vast journey, no further material replenishment would be possible. Matter was so sparse that a cubic meter might contain only 1 or 2 atoms, or even fewer. The fleet seemed to float silently in space with no reference to sense whether it was moving. Countless stars were embedded in the cosmic canvas like gems. Without the sun's light interference, they appeared to the naked eye as sparkling jewels, exceptionally bright. Even the Andromeda Galaxy, 2.5 million light-years away, could be clearly seen. In contrast, Venus, the brightest planet from Earth, had disappeared entirely from sight. Thinking of Earth, who you felt deep anguish. Over 20 years ago, Earth was covered in green trees, pristine mountains, and rivers, a beautiful landscape under bright moonlight and gentle breeze. People lived in peace. Who you had been meant to become a scientist pursuing his ideals, not a general soaked in blood. Yet fate was always elusive. From a common soldier to a general who you had experienced thousands of battles, large and small. Batch after batch of comrades fell beside him. 20 years, he had transformed from a spirited young man into a middle-aged man with graying temples. What filled his heart was mostly melancholy and helplessness. Now leaving his homeland and venturing into the boundless cosmos, the future was uncertain, life and death unpredictable. Though Hu was not a national leader, he still felt a crushing weight of responsibility that nearly suffocated him. Hu let out a sigh. General, what is it? Colonel Yang Fan asked, who was one of Hu's long-standing subordinates, had also experienced the brutal war, but was still much younger and more optimistic. Oh, nothing. How is the fleet? General, everything is normal. Rest assured. Never let your guard down. The GN-85 squadron must remain on high alert at all times. We haven't completely left the solar system yet. After years of war with the insect race, the solar system is filled with countless fragments. Any tiny piece could inflict massive damage on the fleet, Hu reminded. General, don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Besides, we have 200,000 GN-90 fighters out front covering us. If anything still goes wrong, I'll offer my head, Yang Fan said lightly. Offer your head? What's your head worth? If a problem arises, I won't need to execute you. You sort it out yourself. Yes, General. Yang Fan quickly nodded in agreement. All right, go. You and Shin Peng must have one person on duty in the advanced fleet at all times. Only then can I feel somewhat reassured. General, we've been doing that all along. Shin Peng is in space now. In a few hours, I'll relieve him. Hu nodded and gazed out the porthole. Beyond the window, aside from the distant starry lights and the occasional squadron of GN-85 or GN-90 fighters gliding past, all was terribly silent. What humanity fears most is not noise, but silence. Especially this silence from the cosmos, which chills the heart. Silence means loneliness, means having nothing. Here, any small problem could be fatal because no material replenishment or rescue was available. Earth farewell. Sun farewell. Hu murmured silently in his heart and ordered the GN-85 squadron to release 2,185 flare bombs commemorating the day they left Earth. The flares illuminated the entire fleet, but could not light up Earth or the sun, burning out silently in the void. Like Hu, the citizens of the fleet at this moment truly bid farewell to the solar system, leaving their home. Many wept. People engaged in various activities to commemorate the solar system. Everyone knew this departure meant a permanent separation, especially the elderly who clung more deeply to their homeland. Many wept, shouting toward the direction of the sun and Earth Mother farewell. General, the leader is requesting a call, said an adjutant. Leader, Hu Yu stood at attention as he connected the call, addressing the holographic image of the leader. General, Hu come to ship 1 immediately. Emergency meeting, the leader said calmly. Yes, leader. They'll be there right away. After ending the call, Hu Yu felt a trace of confusion. He had been away from Earth for over a year and countless meetings had been held, but all were electronic. Everyone could attend from their own ship. This time the leader insisted on everyone's physical presence. It must be something crucial. Hu Yu did not delay. He immediately boarded a small spacecraft which exited through a port of the Polaris and headed straight for Ship 1. The Polaris fleet was not concentrated together. The fleet was too vast to be gathered in a dense formation would present a large target vulnerable to defense. Thus, the 250 Polaris ships were divided into 10 squads, each separated by over 1.0 kilometers, distributed in all directions. Ships 1 through 10 were the flagships of each squad. Ship 1 was naturally where the leader commanded, and Hu Yu commanded Ship 5. Of course, the fleet numbering was purely internal. In appearance and performance, all 250 ships were identical with no differences. Small spacecraft were the means of transport for shuttling between ships, but their numbers were limited and not everyone had access. Only those with special duties, such as maintenance, transport, etc., could use them. Hu Yu could have taken a J-85 or J-90 fighter to the leader's Ship 1, which would be faster. However, the Polaris did not provide internal docking platforms for these large craft, and the docking ports were the only exchange points for pilots. With daily patrol duties being heavy and personnel rotations frequent, the limited number of docking ports were in high demand. After thinking it over, Hu Yu decided it was more reasonable to take a small shuttle. 20 minutes later, Hu Yu arrived at Ship 1. After verifying the boarding command, his shuttle entered the interior of the Polaris and docked in the hangar. Hu Yu leaped out of the shuttle and strode briskly toward the bow of the Polaris. Leader. The system had already confirmed Hu Yu's identity, and the automatic door opened. He stepped inside. Besides the leader, the room held Defense Minister Luo Zhigao, Deputy Minister Fang Xian, First Army Commander Li Wenfei, Third Army Commander Wu Haifeng, Chinese Academy of Sciences President Su Xiaodong, Academicians Zheng Jiayuan and Xiao Yi, and more than a dozen others, all gathered together. Leader, what is this? Hu Yu asked carefully. Facing the leader, he still felt a hint of timidity. Even though Hu Yu himself was one of the military giants, the leader's unparalleled prestige and extraordinary leadership naturally filled him with admiration and respect. The leader gestured for Hu Yu to sit down. At this moment, the leader had completely lost the calm and confidence of the holographic call. His expression was grave, even tinged with fear, something no one had ever seen before. Even during the most difficult and arduous battles against the Zerg, the leader had never shown such a look. Everyone, please look. The leader had an adjutant open the large screen. On the screen, a light point was rapidly approaching the fleet. The screen displayed the contact time 10 minutes. Leader, what is this? Order the fleet to turn immediately. What is that thing? The crowd spoke. Half an hour ago, this light point actively appeared on my screen. No other ships detected anything. The leader, is it an asteroid or another celestial body? Luo Zhigao guessed. No, absolutely not. It is decelerating, Academician Zheng Jiayuan said, looking at the large screen. Leader, I will immediately order the fleet to maneuver and avoid it, Luo Zhigao said. The leader looked at Luo Zhigao and shook his head helplessly. It's useless. I've already lost most of the fleet's control. What a... When I first detected the light point, the fleet's main control was already out of my hands. The patrol fleet just reported that all fighter attack systems are malfunctioning. Now we can only wait and see, hoping it comes in peace. Leader, do you mean this light point is controlled by an intelligent being? President Su Xiaodong said excitedly. Yes, it seems so. Leader, we can't just wait to die. What if it's not friendly? Hu Yu thought for a moment and warned. All efforts are being made, but there's no progress yet. It can even control our fighters to attack the Polaris. But so far it hasn't shown aggressive intent. We should not act rashly for now. Just wait and see. Even if we wanted to act, we couldn't. The leader said helplessly. So we just wait to die? Luo Zhigao's bullish temper flared again. He slammed the table and shouted irrationally. As a soldier, the feeling of being at someone's mercy was unbearable. Even if death came, he wanted it in battle. Zhigao, the leader, snapped. Calm down. We are responsible for over 1 billion people. Don't be impulsive. Yes, leader. Luo Zhigao realized his impulsiveness and forced himself to calm down. Leader, perhaps we could try to contact it, Academician Zheng Jiayuan suggested. Yes, we can try that. But how do we contact it? The leader asked. To avoid misunderstanding, it's best not to use electromagnetic waves for now. Quantum communication is not feasible. We can only use a light signaling system. President Su Xiaodong thought for a moment and replied. Why can't we use electromagnetic waves, President Su? Luo Zhigao asked. Minister Luo, electromagnetic waves with sufficient energy can also be used as a weapon without needing any other carrier. We have been researching this topic. Moreover, the information carried by electromagnetic waves may not be understandable to it. To be safe, electromagnetic waves are not the best choice. Caution is always wise. Right now our power is not on the same level as theirs. We cannot take any risks. President Su arranged the light contact. Yes, leader. The large screen displayed contact time 2 minutes. The light point began to decelerate drastically and made a sharp turn in space. In just 2 minutes, it went from a speed exceeding 50 million kilometers per hour to 0, then reversed direction and accelerated to match the fleet's speed. This left everyone stunned. Whether it was the massive Polaris or the compact J-90 fighter, if they decelerated from such high speed in the same time, they would be crushed into a pancake. Yet the light point suffered no damage. The light point came to a halt relative to the fleet, and its appearance was finally captured by optical equipment. It was a highly futuristic spacecraft about 200 meters long with a maximum width of over 60 meters. Both ends were pointed, resembling a square with one corner elongated twice, forming a rhomboid quadrilateral. The alien spacecraft was entirely bright silver. Strong light flickered along its four edges, but by now the light had dimmed considerably, clearly adjusted by the intelligent being, or AI, within. The Polaris Ship 1 began flashing lights according to President Zu's arrangement. Circles, squares, and triangles appeared alternately in space. You don't need to bother with those idiotic light signals. I am a civilization far superior to yours. I know. Just as everyone was hoping for a response from the alien ship, the large screen suddenly emitted an electronic voice. At the same time, a creature covered in scales appeared in the holographic projection. Its head-like organ had 2 pairs of crystalline lenses that resembled eyes and an opening that seemed to be a mouth. The upper body had 4 tentacle-like limbs like an octopus, while the lower body had 4 legs like a mule or horse. This creature bore a strong resemblance to the centaurs of ancient Greek mythology. However, at this moment, no one had the mind to ponder Greek myths. Although alien organisms were not new, intelligent alien life was a first, and this intelligent being had taken the initiative to greet them. For a moment, facing this creature that had taken control of the entire Polaris fleet and projected its image before them, no one knew what to say. They were all frozen. Finally, the leader was the first to compose himself and began speaking. Greetings, friend. Welcome, friend. No, you are not my friends. Your civilization level is too low. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Patroller of Sector 98511. You may address me as Lord Patroller. Lord Patroller, greetings. The leader, though inwardly unable to acknowledge this so-called Lord Patroller, still bowed to show respect for the sake of the people. Very good. You are the civilization from the 3rd planet of star LHCD 1123, correct? Oh, LHCD 1123 is what you call the sun. The Patroller seemed to enjoy the leader's deference. Yes, Lord Patroller. We are the native inhabitants of the 3rd planet of the solar system. Having barely entered the early stage of stellar civilization, you are already forced to leave your home star. Truly fragile. The Patroller said disdainfully. Lord Patroller, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand your meaning. Don't understand. You were invaded by the Zerg, resisted for just 20 years, and now you're forced to abandon your home star to find a new planet. Am I correct? The Patroller rotated its 4 crystalline eye-like organs and continued, don't wonder how I know so much. From the beginning, I took over your so-called computers and read your information. That's how I synthesized your language and voice. Your computers are backward, and there's too much garbage information. I've only read a tiny fraction, but that's enough. I don't need to waste time on the rest. Yes, Lord Patroller, you are right. Our computer technology is indeed primitive compared to your civilization, a difference like heaven and earth. Naturally, my mother civilization has already advanced into a small sector civilization. The Patroller said complacently. It had to be said that the leader's flattering attitude indeed pleased the Patroller, and its demeanor shifted from initial disdain to slightly milder. Esteemed Lord Patroller, regarding civilization levels, we primitive beings are still quite ignorant. May I humbly ask the great Lord Patroller to explain, if it pleases you. Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll enlighten you primitives. In the Milky Way there are hundreds of millions of races that qualify as civilizations, but the vast majority are planetary civilizations, or lower. A planetary civilization can operate within its own home planet's vicinity, while a stellar civilization can freely move within its home planetary system and utilize all matter and energy within it. You are currently at this stage, but only at the initial level, utilizing less than 1/10th of the matter and energy within your home star. Above stellar civilizations are galactic civilizations. A typical galactic civilization can control several planetary systems, with its sphere of influence spanning from tens to hundreds of light years. Beyond galactic civilizations are small sector civilizations which are beyond your comprehension. At this stage, territory is no longer important. Technology is the decisive factor. For instance, I with just a single ship could easily annihilate a stellar civilization. The Inspector's mother civilization is truly a great and advanced one. We lower civilizations are nothing but ants before you. May I ask what business the Inspector has in our solar system? We are willing to serve you. To gain more useful information, the leader placed himself in a position of extreme humility and posed the most crucial question. The answer to this question would determine the safety of the fleet. It's all because of those damned bugs. I should be on vacation right now, but instead I've been sent to this desolate place for an inspection. A spatial alarm recently detected a suspected dimensional passage of the swarm, so I came to check. Damn it, by your time I've been flying for over 3 months just to reach this godforsaken place. But judging by your situation, the information can be confirmed. Inspector, what should be done next? The leader asked cautiously. What to do? Simply destroy your so-called the inspector said casually. Damn it, foolish humans. The inspector's expression suddenly changed and he cursed in rage. Not good, the leader thought to himself. His face turned pale instantly. The others were also sharp-witted and immediately knew the situation had changed, but they were powerless to respond. The alien spaceship over 10,000 kilometers away suddenly emitted 12 beams of white light, each targeting one of the 12 Polaris-class ships. The beams struck the Polaris ships with precision. In an instant, the 12 Polaris ships turned into 12 massive fireballs before vanishing into the... All of this happened in the blink of an eye. People didn't even have time to react. The loss of 12 Polaris ships meant over 60 million people perished in space. In over 20 years of dealing with the bugs, the casualties, though enormous, had never reached 60 million, and certainly not in just 2 or 3 seconds. Although the inspector claimed to have little interest in the fleet's information, he had been secretly probing every corner of the fleet all along. The inspector's sudden action stunned everyone. Not only that, but the immense brightness of the Polaris explosions like 12 suns lit up the night sky. People on other ships also sensed the power of the disaster. Though they didn't know exactly what had happened, no one thought it was good news. The debris from the exploded Polaris ships mixed with countless severed limbs, broken arms, and red ice balls of frozen blood scattered across the starry void, flying in all directions. Defense Minister Luo Zhigao slammed the table and stood up, his fiery temper flaring again. He wished he could beat the inspector's holographic image to a pulp. What about me? You dared to carry a mother bug during interstellar travel. This is just a small lesson. If I weren't in a good mood today, you ants wouldn't need to exist anymore. The inspector felt no psychological burden for destroying 12 Polaris ships. To him, these low-level civilizations were nothing in the past. He would have wiped them out without a second thought. If it weren't for the tense situation across the Milky Way and the pressure from even more powerful large-sector civilizations above, humanity was merely a plaything to relieve his boredom during the inspection. Zhigao, calm down. The leader suppressed his anger and grief, reminding Luo Zhigao. Great Inspector, may I ask what we did wrong? Although the fleet carried a few bugs, they were under our strict control. Moreover, these bugs are only first-generation ones, posing no threat to you, right? The leader remained composed. Having vented his anger and seeing the leader's good attitude, the inspector seemed to calm down again. He said slowly, you lower civilizations are incredibly foolish. Wherever these things appear, disaster follows. As punishment, I will eliminate half of your population. However, you may choose which half to give up. Don't thank me, I'm rarely this generous. You have 2 minutes to make your choice. Otherwise, I'll pick randomly. What? You want to eliminate half our population? This is outrageous. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you off easy. Luo Zhigao was completely enraged and shouted at the inspector. Leader, leader, leader. Everyone was furious and stood up. Calm down, calm down, calm down. The leader shouted. Facing the situation where control of the fleet, the Jian 85S and the Jian 90S had been seized, there was no effective means of resistance. Even if there were, with the inspector's technology, he could easily sweep the entire fleet. Not only would that be futile, but it would also further provoke the inspector, leading to only one outcome: the complete extinction of the Chinese nation. After calming himself, the leader said to the inspector, Inspector, please spare our people. They are innocent. If someone must take responsibility, my life is yours to take. You are a qualified leader of a civilization. I must say it's rare to find such an outstanding leader in a lower civilization like yours. However, my order cannot be changed. I must eliminate half your population as punishment. Inspector, I cannot make such a choice. Though I am the leader of this civilization, I have no right to decide the lives of my people. Since that's the case, I'll do you a favor and choose for you. As he spoke, the inspector's ship emitted 4 beams of light, and 4 Polaris ships exploded with a roar. The shockwaves of the explosions shook the starry void and also shook people's hearts. Facing an irresistible force, witnessing over 80 million people die within less than 10 minutes, and seeing his equally grief-stricken subordinates, the leader felt tears welling up in his eyes for the first time. So do you still want me to help you choose? The inspector said smugly. The leader remained silent, staring at the inspector with eyes full of anger and helplessness. However, the inspector probably couldn't understand that look, as he was not of human race. The inspector seemed to revel in bullying weaker races and controlling life and death. For more beams shot toward distant Polaris ships. People silently closed their eyes, awaiting their fate. Suddenly 4 other beams flashed from the void, intercepting the inspector's beams. The newly appeared beams merged with the inspector's, their brightness increasing several-fold. The combined light struck the Polaris ships, but the expected explosion did not occur. The 4 hit Polaris ships continued steadily forward unchanged, as if the beams were merely ordinary light. As everyone wondered, a ship resembling the GN-90 appeared beside the inspector's ship. Its hull flowed with blue light and was about 300 meters long. It maintained the same speed as the inspector's ship, flying side by side. "Destroyer," the inspector said. "Inspector, you dare to disregard the orders of the large sector civilization, wantonly attacking and destroying a lower civilization, and a stellar one at that. If I report this, humph." The being in the blue ship, whom the inspector called Destroyer, said displeasedly, "Destroyer, I was just teaching them a lesson. They dared to carry a mother bug during interstellar travel. They are merely a civilization that has just entered the early stellar stage, completely ignorant of the galaxy's situation. Even if they carried a mother bug, you only needed to eliminate the bug. Why did you massacre so many of their people? Destroyer, they're just a lower civilization. What's the big deal in teaching them a lesson? It's good for them. It lets them learn the cruelty of the universe early. Enough. This matter is no longer your concern. Proceed immediately to Star LHCD 123, investigate the situation, and report to me." "Yes, Destroyer." The inspector was reluctant to have his game interrupted, but the other was his superior. Even though his own mother civilization was stronger than the Destroyer's, he dared not act recklessly. The rules set by the large sector civilization were inviolable. Though he had never seen a being from a large sector civilization, he had heard that even his own civilization's leader had to bow their noble head before such beings. After their exchange, the inspector turned his ship and headed back toward the solar system. Of course, the leader and his people couldn't understand their conversation. They only knew that the blue ship had saved 4 Polaris ships. Perhaps its owner was benevolent, but in the universe things couldn't be judged by Earth's common sense, a fact they now understood well. Everyone waited in silence, afraid to make any move, fearing they might drive away one wolf only to attract it. The holographic light flickered, and a new being appeared before them. Compared to the inspector's hideous image, this one seemed more aligned with human aesthetics. It had a form similar to humans, but with an extra pair of arms and no nose. Its other facial features were somewhat exaggerated, large eyes and a small mouth. It could be imagined that its home planet was farther from its star with less light, or perhaps its ancestors were nocturnal creatures like those on Earth. "Who is the leader of this civilization?" the being finally spoke. "Hello, I am the leader of human civilization," the leader said, bowing again. "Hello, I am the destroyer of this sector." "Destroyer, welcome." "Don't call me that. I'm just a minor destroyer, not worthy of such a title." The destroyer even made a self-deprecating smile. "Your civilization is far more advanced than ours. Calling you is only proper." "As you wish. I apologize for the inspector's actions, which cost you many lives. However, even as his superior, I cannot punish him. By the rules, he did not commit an error. His methods were merely..." "Destroyer, we dare not complain. But I beg you, do not kill any more of our people. They are innocent. This is all my responsibility. Oh, rest assured, I do not share the inspector's love for slaughter. My civilization is a peaceful one. I am merely carrying out the orders of the large sector civilization to cleanse the insect race from your home planetary system and inform you of the basic situation in the Milky Way. Then you may leave." "The basic situation of the Milky Way?" "Yes. It dates back over 2 million years. At that time, your ancestors were still primitive with undeveloped intellect, yet the Milky Way had already begun its catastrophe." The destroyer paused in thought, and then began his explanation. "Approximately 2,300,000 years ago, during that time, the number of civilizations in the Milky Way far exceeded what it is today, with billions of civilizations vying for power, battling each other for territory. The entire galaxy was a battlefield, with civilizations being destroyed at intervals, while new ones joined the fray. Among the billions of civilizations, the vast majority were planetary-level civilizations lacking the capability for large-scale warfare. In contrast, the backbone of the galactic civilization system consisted of stellar-level civilizations, galactic-level civilizations, and minor star region civilizations, which were the main players in this war. Throughout the hundreds of billions of years of development in the Milky Way, never before had so many civilizations existed simultaneously. In the past, advanced civilizations had to expend significant effort to find another civilization, as detecting others was a rare occurrence, making the galaxy appear quite empty, with little competition for territory and resources. However, at some point, civilizations began to spring up like mushrooms after rain. According to incomplete statistics, at its peak, the number of civilizations in the Milky Way may have exceeded 100 billion. On average, every 20 to 30 stars would give rise to one civilization. Even the most inhospitable planets spawn civilizations. In multi-planet systems like your solar system, 2 or 3 or even more civilizations could emerge simultaneously, illustrating a truly terrifying density. While on average each civilization could occupy a dozen or so planetary systems, one must not forget about the established civilizations that already existed in the Milky Way. These civilizations had undergone extensive development over a long time, many having entered the minor star region civilization stage, and they occupied numerous resource-rich planetary systems. Newborn civilizations inevitably clashed with these older civilizations, and conflicts were rampant not only among the new civilizations, but also between the new and old ones. Once a civilization reached the galactic level, it gained the ability to destroy stars. Minor star region civilizations could capture stars and moons as easily as taking candy from a child, while stars could be weaponized. In battle, stars were constantly detonated, leading to chaos throughout the galaxy with battlefields everywhere. The war dragged on for an indeterminate number of years, during which even major star region civilizations intervened, causing catastrophic destruction and shaking the entire Milky Way. Fortunately, interventions by major star region civilizations were rare, otherwise the Milky Way might have ceased to exist. The true horror of major star region civilizations was unknown to anyone, and no one dared to provoke them. However, there were very few major star region civilizations in the entire Milky Way, perhaps fewer than 10, all of which were established civilizations that had existed since the inception of the Milky Way. Most resided close to the galactic core, remaining low-key, neither expanding nor proactively engaging other civilizations unless provoked. Planetary-level civilizations formed the foundation, being the most numerous but weakest. Stellar-level civilizations were also abundant, but most acted as cosmic explorers and pioneers, primarily operating within their home planetary systems and the surrounding range of a few light-years. Galactic-level civilizations had some understanding of the universe, expanding their territories, exploiting lower-level civilizations, and controlling ranges of hundreds of light-years or more. Once it came to minor star region civilizations, they could not be described in terms of territorial control anymore. They might occupy only a few planetary systems, yet their power was terrifying. There were approximately over 100 minor star region civilizations in the Milky Way, with major star region civilizations above them. The true strength of major star region civilizations was unknown, and it was rumored that even more terrifying galactic-level civilizations existed above them. However, very few had encountered minor star region civilizations, and no one knew the strength of galactic-level civilizations. Around 230,000 years ago, the war escalated into a fervent phase, with an increasing number of minor star region civilizations intervening. The Milky Way was ablaze with the fires of war and shrouded in shadows of destruction as countless planetary-level civilizations, still unaware of the universe's true nature, vanished in the violent particle rays of star explosions. The number of civilizations in the galaxy plummeted. At this time, insects suddenly descended upon the Milky Way through high-dimensional channels. Unlike Earth, the insects at that time arrived in multiple units simultaneously, not like on Earth where you endured for over 20 years before facing less than half a unit of insects. One unit roughly equated to a volume comparable to your planet. At that time, it was truly an endless sea of insects, with multiple units arriving at every planetary system, and they directly descended as high-level insects. More than half of the planetary systems in the Milky Way were occupied by insects, while planetary-level civilizations could only serve as food for the insects. Stellar-level civilizations began to flee, most of them being hunted down and slaughtered by the evolved insects. Your Earth was fortunate to have only encountered the lowest-level mother insects, as the truly high-level insects could destroy you with ease. Mother insects have little offensive capability and no interstellar flight ability, but their numbers are the greatest. Through mutual consumption or the consumption of other materials, they can give birth to various high-level mutated insects. The abilities of high-level insects far surpass those of mother insects. Insects beyond the 5th level possess interstellar navigation abilities. I have personally seen high-level insects exceeding level 20 which feed on planets and possess devastating combat power. No one knew where the insects came from or what their purpose was. The entire Milky Way turned into a farm and restaurant for insects, and civilizations finally set aside their grudges to unite against the insects. However, the insects continued to evolve, and their numbers and power steadily increased. Resistance yielded little success, and the number of civilizations once again fell below 100 million. At this rate, in less than tens of thousands of years, the Milky Way would become the insects' dominion. At this time, major star region civilizations finally intervened. The 5 major star region civilizations demonstrated their immense strength, launching an assault across much of the Milky Way overnight. However, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. Even the formidable major star region civilizations faced significant losses when besieged by endless swarms of insects. In the end, major star region civilizations had no choice but to assemble a heavy military force to focus on clearing high-level insect swarms. By this time, the major star region civilizations had already suffered severe depletion and were unable to engage in large-scale battles against the insects. Ultimately, they rallied all minor star region civilizations and galactic-level civilizations to wage war together, clearing half of the Milky Way and entering a stalemate against the insect swarms near the galactic center along an ultra-long front. The insects seemed to have been frightened by the attacks. Major star region civilizations ceased their offensives, and there were rarely any large-scale high-level insects breaking through the defense lines, only small groups of insects continually harassing the front. It is said that the intervention by major star region civilizations was conducted under the leadership of a galactic-level civilization that had once originated in the Milky Way but later went wandering. Otherwise, with the pride of major star region civilizations, it would have been impossible for 5 of them to simultaneously wage war against the insects. Of course, this is merely speculation. We are just a low-level minor star region civilization and do not have the qualifications to participate in such decisions, nor can we even hope to see that galactic-level civilization. It may seem that minor star region civilizations are only slightly inferior to major star region civilizations, but in reality the difference between the two is vast. Perhaps 100 galactic-level civilizations combined could defeat one minor star region civilization, but even 10,000 minor star region civilizations might not be able to match the strength of a single major star region civilization. The rate of high-level insect births is much faster than the rate of civilization evolution, and the insects seem to hold grudges, specifically targeting the territories of major star region civilizations. Whenever the major star region civilizations managed to recover some strength, they would suffer losses in battles against high-level insects. It is said that after the war, major star region civilizations pondered deeply and ultimately had to set aside their pride to seek assistance from that wandering galactic civilization. However, that galactic civilization also lacked the capability to eradicate the insects entirely and could only provide a method to the major star region civilizations. In this world, everything exists in mutual harmony and conflict. What defeats a lion might not be an elephant, but could very well be a mosquito. In your terms, this is probably what it means. Only by identifying the insect's weaknesses can they be completely eradicated. Thus, the major star region civilizations later integrated over 100 minor star region civilizations to establish the Galactic Alliance, seeking the assistance of trillions of intelligent beings within the alliance to devise solutions for the insect disaster. However, over 200,000 years have passed, and none of the methods have proven effective. 50,000 years ago, major star region civilizations detected significant movements among the insect race. Although the purpose of these movements was uncertain, a sense of foreboding greatly concerned the major star region civilizations. Therefore, they divided the half of the galaxy they occupied into regions, deploying personnel to patrol each area. Once insect traces were discovered, they needed to be dealt with promptly. Patrollers are the lowest-level personnel responsible for continuously searching for traces of insects. Destroyers are a level above patrollers. If the insect disaster becomes severe and patrollers cannot handle it, a destroyer must intervene. A destroyer typically oversees several star regions. In your solar system's case, generally patrollers can manage it. However, recently major star region civilizations have become increasingly cautious, which is why I was dispatched to assess the situation in the solar system. According to major star region civilizations, lower-level civilizations are not part of the alliance system and are allowed to develop freely. Even if wars occur, major star region civilizations will not intervene. Each civilization has a different evolutionary trajectory, and maintaining the diversity of civilizations is essential as it may lead to solutions for the insect disaster. It is said that this was also the sentiment of that galactic-level civilization. Therefore, once you leave the solar system and enter the universe, you are constantly at risk of annihilation. Of course, if you possess strength, you can eliminate other civilizations. You will only qualify to join the Galactic Alliance once you grow into a minor star region civilization, at which point it might be considered somewhat safe. However, it is difficult for 1,000 ordinary civilizations to produce a single minor star region civilization. Otherwise, there would not be only over 100 minor star region civilizations that have emerged in the Milky Way over its 100 billion years. The growth of civilizations requires experience. Not every civilization qualifies for growth. Major star region civilizations will not interfere in the growth processes of civilizations, allowing you to develop freely. In short, in your words, what major star region civilizations need is talent. The destroyer spoke at length before finally getting to the point. Major star region civilizations wish to find solutions to annihilate the insects from these lower-level civilizations. Since each civilization's development trajectory differs, their methods for dealing with the insects will naturally vary. Who knows, perhaps there might be a civilization capable of completely eradicating the insects. Destroyer, the insects in the solar system come from the high-dimensional channel. Do the insects in other parts of the Milky Way come in the same way? The leader asked cautiously. Yes, the difference is that the insects in other parts of the Milky Way are delivered in entire units. They arrive through both high-dimensional channels and high-dimensional bubbles. Regardless of whether it is a channel or a bubble, the number of insects delivered is beyond your imagination. What is the situation on the other side of the Milky Way now? The destroyer closed its large eyes and simply said 2 words: hell. Even the great major star region civilizations haven't found the source of the insects yet. No dimensional technology is too complex, and major star region civilizations have not fully mastered it. From the perspective of dimensional technology alone, the insect's technology far surpasses that of major star region civilizations. Thus, major star region civilizations have yet to trace the source through the high-dimensional channels. However, I heard that the wandering galactic-level civilization mentioned a possible location for an insect nest. Where is it? The Abyss. The Abyss. Yes, but that place seems to be outside the Milky Way, and no civilization can access it. Even the great galactic-level civilizations speak of that place with deep caution. Destroyer, with the strength of major star region civilizations, should it not be sufficient to leave the Milky Way? The universe is vast. It is impossible for insects to be spread throughout the entire universe, right? Leave the Milky Way. You think it is that simple? The nearest Andromeda galaxy is also 2.5 million light-years away. To put it simply, if a spaceship could convert all its mass into propulsion, it still wouldn't reach Andromeda once its resources were exhausted. Moreover, moving a civilization requires even more energy, which creates a paradox. The more mass and energy you carry, the more driving energy you need to consume. Within the Milky Way, major star region civilizations can move mountains and drain seas, but that is due to sufficient material replenishment. Once the material supply is cut off, major star region civilizations would be powerless. If relying on inertial gliding to reach other galaxies, even major star region civilizations would find the long duration unbearable. Can the dimensional technology or wormhole technology of major star region civilizations not bridge the gap in space? These questions should not have been answered, but given your massive population loss, it'll reveal a bit more as compensation. After all, our civilization is a peace-loving one. The major stellar region civilizations of our Milky Way have not yet fully mastered dimensional technology, though their proficiency in spatial technology is profound. They should not be too far from achieving transspatial movement. Perhaps within tens of millions of years there is hope for a breakthrough. Tens of millions of years. That long. What did you expect? Each of these established major stellar region civilizations has developed for billions of years. What could be broken through has long been achieved. If they can master dimensional technology within tens of millions of years, it would be quite impressive for them. After all, at their heights, even the slightest progress is exceedingly difficult. Unlike low-level civilizations like yours which make daily advancements. You should understand this. Lord Destroyer, what is the purpose of the bugs? From Earth's situation, the bugs possess no technological means and lack intelligence. How can they launch organized attacks across the Milky Way? I do not know this. However, rumors persist that the bugs are merely the pawns of some advanced civilization with a higher power orchestrating everything behind the scenes. This is why the major stellar region civilizations, though still capable of fighting, have only eradicated half of the Milky Way's regions, leaving the other half to the bugs without annihilating them entirely. I suspect they are somewhat wary of the advanced civilization that may lurk behind the bugs. Moreover, the sudden emergence of most Milky Way civilizations over 2 million years ago remains a profound enigma. Alas, it is a pity. Our galactic civilization's level is still far too low. Lord Destroyer. Enough, ask no more. I have already said too much. Originally, I only needed to inform you of the basic situation of the Milky Way to grant you a sliver more chance of survival. Now I must rush to the solar system to deal with the bug issue. Do as you will. Good luck to you. Thank you, Lord Destroyer. Farewell. The holographic image flickered, and the destroyer's form vanished. In the distance, the blue spacecraft completed its turn, transforming into a streak of light that sped away along the patroller's trajectory, leaving a colossal mess for the crowd. Within less than half an hour, the fleet lost 16 vessels and over 80 million residents. Faced with this immense loss, the leader and the others could only suppress their grief, consolidate the fleet, and soothe the panicked populace. After finally arranging everything properly, the fleet slowly came to a halt. The group gathered once more, waiting silently for the leader's directives. Comrades, having suffered this calamity, I believe it is necessary to readjust our original plan to head for Barnard's Star. Let us analyze the situation we are about to face based on the words of the Destroyer and the Executor. This is of utmost importance. It will determine our survival. The leader spoke slowly. The leader spoke slowly. Leader, I believe the words of the Patroller and the Destroyer are largely truthful, though the Destroyer's statements are mostly speculative and conjectural. However, judging by their purposes, neither has a reason to deceive us, said Dean Su of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, stroking his white beard. Dean Su of the Chinese Academy of Sciences stroked his white beard as he spoke. I think so too. At the very least, deceiving us offers them no tangible benefit. Besides, they are a minor stellar region civilization. If they needed anything from us, they could simply plunder it. But if everything they said is true, the situation we face will be extremely dire. Yes, leader. Dean Su took over the leader's words. According to the patroller and the destroyer, the bug race has already occupied nearly half of the Milky Way's territory. Moreover, the number of civilizations in the galaxy is far greater than we imagined, numbering in the billions. Among these low-level planetary civilizations are the majority, but due to the sheer scale, the number of higher civilizations likely exceeds 1 million. We have only just entered the early stellar civilization stage. Encountering any stellar civilization would be a disaster for us. Leader, said Defense Minister Luo Zhigao with a grave expression, we have no capacity for offense, and even our defense is woefully inadequate. The GN-85s have been poorly maintained after years of combat, and were originally slated for decommission after the Solar System defense mission. Only 2 GN-90s are barely fit for interstellar warfare, a number insufficient even to guard our 200-plus Polaris-class residential ships, let alone launch an attack. This was forced upon us by circumstances with no means to build more fighters. The Polaris-class ships have poor mobility and large profiles. If we now come into conflict with another civilization, the consequences would be catastrophic. Therefore, we must replan our destination. If Barnard's star falls within the sphere of influence of a stellar civilization or higher, running there would be like lambs walking into a wolf's den. Then, leader, what should we do now? Luo Zhigao asked. The leader slowly stood up, scanning the crowd. His bloodshot eyes closed tightly, then slowly opened. In just over a dozen hours, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Comrades, I cannot bring myself to make this decision, yet I have no choice. Leader, speak your mind. We will abide by any decision. The crowd spoke. Comrades, my decision is this: we split up. The fleet will divide into 3 groups and act separately. However, once we part, whether we will ever reunite is uncertain. Leader, I know what you all want to say, and I know it is hard to accept. Not just you, but also our billions of people may find it unbearable. But calm down and think carefully about our current situation. Only by dispersing can we avoid total annihilation from a single misstep. Everyone fell silent. Each person strove to calm their emotions. As leaders, no decision could be tainted by sentiment, or it could lead to disaster. Especially at this moment when the fate of the entire nation hung in the balance, emotions had to be set aside. Leader, you are right. But how should we split up? After much deliberation, Luo Zhigao asked. Luo Zhigao finally voiced the question that everyone wanted to ask, but dared not face. If they split, they might never reunite. This parting could be forever. We are not simply fleeing separately. We will develop our civilization in 3 distinct modes. We have 234 Polaris-class ships remaining. They will be divided into 3 groups. The first group, led by Luo Zhigao, will consist of 50 Polaris-class ships. Its development mode will focus on warfare and plunder, acquiring as much technology and resources from other civilizations as possible while ensuring our own safety. This is a perilous journey, so Luo Zhigao, with your bold and aggressive nature, is the right fit. The second group, after much thought, will be led by General Hu Yu with 100 Polaris-class ships. Its development mode will be steady and progressive, plundering when possible, seeking peace when feasible. The remaining 84 Polaris-class ships will be under my command, adopting a conservative development mode. We will only advance when absolute safety is assured, aiming solely to preserve the seed of our civilization. Does everyone understand? I agree with the leader's opinion. Dean Su nodded in agreement. Leader, such a grave responsibility. I fear I may not be up to the task. Hu Yu spoke with a hint of unease. No, General Hu Yu, I am not appointing you hastily. In fact, even before we left Earth, I had already considered this scenario. I just never expected it to happen, and so soon. Entrusting the fleet to you was a decision I made after careful deliberation. You are bold yet thoughtful, capable of taking risks while minimizing danger, rough yet refined, brave, and strategic. You are the most suitable person to lead. But leader, General Hu Yu, no more objections. My decision is final. Very well, I will complete them. The allocation of ships is relatively straightforward. During boarding, residents were grouped by family ties or regional relations to facilitate management. Separation should not pose major issues. Moreover, if we explain the situation to the people earnestly and conduct proper ideological work, they will understand. Very well, leader. I will make the arrangements. Luo Zhigao said helplessly. The remaining matter is how to divide ourselves. Old comrades, we have worked together for many years, united in our efforts to repel the bugs. I truly cannot bear to part with you. As one ages, it becomes harder to leave familiar friends. Yet for the sake of our civilization and our nation, we must separate. Leader, the crowd called out. Enough. Let me make the assignments. Li Wenfei and Fang Xinyun, you will accompany Luo Zhigao, taking 1/3 of the scientific personnel. Wu Haifeng will come with me. I am old and need a young general to oversee affairs. Wu Haifeng's temperament suits the development mode of my group. We will also take 1/3 of the scientific personnel. General Hu Yes group will be accompanied by Dean Su and the others. As the leader commands. Leader, Dean Su said slowly, I am old. Let me go with you. General Hus Group can be handled by Academician Zhang Xiaoyuan and Academician Xiao Yi. Dean. Enough, do not doubt your abilities. You far surpass me and are fully capable of leading scientific work. I am truly old, and following you would only hinder matters. Besides, the leader and I have worked together for over half a century. Now that we are both aged, it is good to have company. Dean Su looked at the leader. Both elderly men were nearly 100 years old, having devoted half their lives to the nation with utmost dedication. Their hair was white and wrinkles had crept across their foreheads. The leader nodded, agreeing with Dean Zu's suggestion. Everyone, after we part, develop as you see fit. But please do not abandon the essence of our Chinese nation. If possible, we may yet meet again. I hope we all survive. Rest assured, leader. Even apart, we will carry forward the spirit of the Chinese nation. Our descendants will know they are descendants of the Yin and Huang, the children of the dragon. Luo Zhigao, and who you pledged? With you here, I am at ease. The leader nodded. Now I announce an important matter. Our Long River project may commence. What Long River project? Academician Xiao Yu explained. The leader smiled, looking at Academician Xiao Yi. Academician Xiao Yi, who had remained silent until now, offered a mysterious smile. As the pillar of biology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, his contributions were countless. Over a decade ago, he was tasked with executing the Long River project, and after countless sleepless nights and relentless dedication, he finally succeeded. Ladies and gentlemen, today this secret is finally ready to be unveiled. I once thought it would fade away with me, never to be used again. Although I had long ago suggested to the leader that we initiate the Long River project, he had too many concerns, and the issues involved were numerous. However, now we can cast aside all our worries. Everything is for the continuation of Chinese civilization. Pausing for a moment, Academician Xiao continued. For thousands of years, especially in recent centuries, the development of science and technology has been greatly hindered by a shortage of talent. Because our human lifespan is barely 100 years, we must spend decades learning. By the time we have learned enough, we find ourselves aged at the end of our lives. This is without a doubt a significant regret in human development. Indeed, Academician Xiao, if our scientists could live for decades longer, the situation would be entirely different. What a pity. Who you sighed? As an officer who had abandoned literature for martial arts, he felt a deeper resonance with such matters than most. However, from now on, such things will no longer happen. Academician Xiao Yi declared loudly. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss as to what he meant. All right, Academician Xiao, stop keeping us in suspense. We're all eager to hear it. The leader said with a smile. Yes, leader, Academician Xiao nodded and continued. Comrades, in our struggle against the bugs, although we could not offer much help from a biological perspective, I discovered a special segment within the bug's genes. I attempted to modify the genes of lab mice based on the combination pattern of this segment. The modified mice showed a significant increase in physical fitness, and those that had already reached old age stopped aging. They are still alive to this day. In a sense, they have achieved immortality. What a... Everyone please remain calm, and let me continue. After discovering this, under the leader's guidance, I conducted top-secret experiments. From kittens and puppies to monkeys and chimpanzees, the results were the same. However, without human trials, safety could not be guaranteed. 10 years ago, with the leader's special authorization, I modified my own genes. Academician Xiao Yu. Academician Zheng exclaimed in shock. As a fellow researcher, Zhang Xiaoyuan understood the risks of such an experiment. Even if it was safe in all animals, the risk remained immense when applied to humans. Throughout history, such failed experiments had occurred many times. Academician Zheng, rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Academician Xiao smiled. Comrades, since modifying my own genes, I have obtained more accurate and reliable data. After the modification, my body has become very healthy. New cells and dying cells maintain a constant balance. I won't bore you with the technical details. Let me give you an analogy. Imagine a fighter jet. Previously, when a part was damaged, we replaced it with another old part. Over time, after a few replacements, the parts grew older and older, and the jet was soon to be scrapped. But with gene modification, every replacement is a brand new part, and any part can be replaced with a brand new one. Thus, the jet can remain ever vibrant. Academician Xiao, do you mean we will never grow old again? Luo Zhigao said excitedly. Minister Luo, to be precise, it means we will not die of old age. Dean Su said, stroking his white beard. Really? That's fantastic. Huh. No one could conceal their inner excitement. Minister Luo, this project has been strictly classified, until now known only to me, Dean Su, and the leader. It is not an easy feat to achieve, involving a great many issues. Oh yes, it is indeed a difficult problem. Luo Zhigao came to his senses and nodded. Comrades, after 10 years, I have compared my current cells with those from a decade ago. The changes are negligible. Based on this rate of change, the human lifespan could reach at least 1,000,000 years. Moreover, I cannot yet determine whether these changes are truly aging or merely normal fluctuations during cell turnover. After all, the time is too short, and we lack sufficient samples for comparison. However, in animal experiments, the growth of juveniles is not affected by this gene. Growth is a process of cell division and proliferation. This gene modification only plays a key role in the replacement of old cells with new ones, and it has virtually no impact on other aspects, including reproduction, intelligence, behavior, and so on. Then academician Xiao, is the modification process troublesome? Luo Zhigao asked. Not at all. It only requires taking one pill. These pills are very easy to produce. Originally, this bottle of pills should have been hermetically sealed in the lab, but given the special circumstances, I had to carry it with me. Academician Xiao pulled a small bottle from his pocket and showed it to everyone. Inside were a few small yellow pills. Comrades. The leader looked at the expectant faces around him and said slowly, after we part ways, each of you should study how to use this gene medicine and how to deal with potential problems that may arise. After all, only academician Xiao has used it so far, which is far from enough. There is still a possibility of various issues. Academician Xiao, you will accompany General Hu Yes Group. However, before that, academician Xiao has already shared all relevant data and key points with the other academicians of biology. Yes, comrades, there is no need to worry excessively. Gene modification is now a very simple task. Earlier, we actually discovered a longevity sequence in the genes of jellyfish that could extend the human lifespan to around 10,000 years. However, due to ethical and other reasons, it was never implemented. In truth, longevity, or even immortality, is not a very profound technology. Our academicians can handle any problems. Please rest assured on this point. Comrades, to survive in the brutal battlefield of the universe, we must extend our lifespans. In the future, our intelligence must also be enhanced. Otherwise, with our short history of development, we will be at an absolute disadvantage compared to civilizations that have developed for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. With long lifespans, we can nurture a large number of talented individuals and significantly increase our population. Although our current starships cannot accommodate excessive population growth, this is only a temporary phenomenon. Once we find a new home, our population will surely increase dramatically. The leader said. Leader, rest assured we will handle these matters properly. Now that we are parting ways, where should we go? Hu Yu asked. As everyone knows, our solar system is located near the edge of the Milky Way. However, we do not know the exact boundary of the battle lines between the major star sector civilizations and the bug swarms. The destroyer did not allow us to ask more questions. Our original direction was roughly toward the center of the galaxy. Then to our left or right there might be bug-infested zones. But the distance must still be considerable, otherwise the patroller and the destroyer would not have appeared here. Instead, fleets from the major or minor star sector civilizations would have dealt with it. Therefore, I suggest your two groups head in opposite directions, spreading out toward the two sides of the galaxy. Avoid moving toward the galactic center until you are strong enough. That is, after all, a gathering place for higher civilizations, not yet a place we can meddle with. As for my group, I will lead it toward the edge of the galaxy. Their resources may be the most scarce, but safety W. Leader, even if we are separated, our quantum communication can keep us in constant contact. You can still lead us. To be honest, I am not ready yet. Luo Zhigao said. Although as Minister of National Defense, he was a major figure, he had always relied on the leader to bear the burden. Now suddenly being asked to face everything alone, Luo Zhigao felt somewhat at a loss. Yes, leader. I have even less leadership experience. Hu Yu also spoke. His thoughts were similar to Luo Zhigao's, but Hu Yu was younger and possessed a bit more youthful confidence. Quantum communication. Do you think it is reliable? Even within the solar system, at very close distances, our quantum communication often malfunctions. Entanglement loss between two quanta occurs from time to time. On a cosmic scale, the environment is even harsher and unpredictable factors abound. No matter how many quantum communication devices we carry, it will be futile. And you too must not be intimidated. I believe you will do better than I have. Then leader, when our quanta lose their entangled state, how will we communicate? Hu Yu asked with some melancholy. Well, that will depend on fate. Perhaps we can be a bit romantic and make a pact, return home once every 100,000 years and meet in the solar system. If we cannot return home as long as we are still alive, we should try to send a message to the solar system. All right, leader. Comrades, for the sake of this pact, you must do everything in your power to develop yourselves. I believe that one day Chinese civilization will resound throughout the Milky Way. The entire galaxy will be our playground, and we will even step out of the galaxy and into the universe. When we meet again at that time, the situation will surely be entirely different. Leader, rest assured. We will never disgrace the name of the Chinese nation. When that day comes, we will surely return to the solar system, rebuild Earth, and together enjoy the beautiful scene of a lonely smoke strait in the great desert and the setting sun round over the long river. Hu Yu said with confidence. All right, comrades. This place has already attracted the attention of higher civilizations. We should not linger. Although we are reluctant, the sooner we leave the better. Now is the time to part. Take care, everyone. Farewell. Leader. Unconsciously, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. The sorrow of parting caused many to weep softly. They embraced each other, reluctant to let go. This farewell might be forever. Even if they were to meet again, it would be 100,000 years later. Over the decades, they had cooperated, fought the bugs together, and forged a bond that could not be measured, the most sincere of bonds. Though it was work, who could say it was not the very emotion of the Chinese nation? Go, go, comrades. The leader waved farewell, tears in his eyes. Everyone looked back with every step, gazing at the white-haired leader, their hearts aching once more. Over the years, the leader had given so much that his body had become somewhat stooped. Yet for the sake of the entire nation, he would still lead the first group for a long time to come, seeking survival in the galaxy and preserving the seeds of the nation. Hu walked with heavy steps into the main control room of the Polaris No. 5, followed by a large retinue of officers and high-ranking officials. The public sentiment had been initially soothed. Having weathered tremendous storms, the people had grown resilient, and the decision-makers' major arrangements proceeded with much greater smoothness. Although a large portion of their compatriots had been separated, there were still several 100 million people by their side, so the public's emotions did not fluctuate greatly. The officers and officials waited in silence for Hu's orders. There were too many matters requiring deliberation. The destination was paramount, and choosing an optimal route was enough to perplex everyone. Comrades, the leader suggests we move along the orbital radius of the current galaxy. However, the specific course requires our study. Our supplies and energy are limited. We must resupply at the nearest possible star system. Crucially, our combat capability is severely limited. After locating a suitable system, we must prioritize developing military strength. Only with strength can we proceed. General, there are too many civilizations in the Milky Way. We cannot know if our path is safe. When two civilizations meet, the probability of conflict must be considered as 100%. I suggest we first launch a batch of high-speed probes, ensuring the fleet maintains at least half a year's travel distance from them. This will give us room to maneuver, and it is not difficult to achieve. Academician Zhang Xiaoyuan stated. Academician Zhang makes a valid point. Where do you suggest we set our first stop? Hu inquired. As an authority in physics, Academician Zhang had profound expertise in astrophysics and high-energy physics. Academician Zhang pondered for a few seconds. General, let's head to Tau Ceti. It's about 12 light-years away, and our energy reserves are sufficient. Based on past observations, Tau Ceti has at least 5 planets. Regardless of their habitability, they can serve as a springboard for replenishing materials and energy. 12 light-years. That would take roughly 40 years. The fleet's energy can sustain it, but what if Tau Ceti harbors another civilization? Such a multi-planet system would likely be a contested prize. Hu expressed his concern. There is no absolute guarantee. But given our technological level, we must find a suitable planet to resupply. This is a risk we have to take. Academician Zhang said. Academician Zhang stated. Academician Zhang, I have a feeling our previous observations of the Milky Way may be vastly off. Stars likely possess far more planets than we detected, otherwise the destroyer's claim of tens of billions of civilizations would be impossible. Perhaps, if Tau Ceti is not viable, we can immediately divert to UV Ceti. They are relatively close. If both systems are occupied by other civilizations, we will have to find another way, turning to other star systems. At that point, we may have to endure a period of scarcity. Very well, we go to Tau Ceti. Speculating here in isolation is pointless. Only by moving forward can we find a way out. A solution will present itself when the time comes. What are your opinions? Agreed. Agreed. The crowd echoed. Notify the fleet to prepare for departure. Hu command. The others left to prepare, leaving only Hu, Academician Zhang Zhiyuan, and Academician Xiaoyi. Academician Zhang am still worried. What if? General, this is not like the bold spirit of your younger days. I recall when you were just a regimental commander, you had a fearless courage. Why so much hesitation now? Academician Zhang said with a smile. Academician Zhang smiled. Academician, back then, I was just a soldier. The worst that could happen was losing my own life. But now every step I take feels like treading on thin ice, walking on the edge of an abyss. If I make a mistake, hundreds of millions of people will lose their lives. Now I truly understand the leader's hardships. General, you will be an excellent leader. But don't worry too much. Unless our luck is exceptionally bad, Tau Ceti should be safe. According to the destroyer, there are about 100 million civilizations distributed across half the Milky Way. Of these, at least 80 million are planetary-level civilizations, meaning they lag behind us by centuries, millennia, or even tens of millennia. The pace of civilizational development varies drastically, so even if we encounter them, we need not fear. The remaining 20 million are advanced civilizations, which seems like a lot. But half the galaxy contains at least 100 billion stars. The base is large enough that on average there is only one advanced civilization per 5,000 stars. The probability of encountering one remains very low. I hope our luck won't be too bad. Also, Academician Xiao, what is your advice regarding the use of the immortality gene? Hu asked. Hu inquired. General, I suggest we commence genetic modification of the entire population as soon as the fleet departs. There are 3 reasons. First, this group of people is our seed. They have endured countless disasters together. They are the outstanding inheritors of our Chinese nation. Our future generations must be guided and educated by them. Second, although the fleet seems stable, now people inevitably have various thoughts. Granting them a tremendous surprise at this moment will strengthen their identification with our leadership system. Third, our talent reserve is extremely scarce. The loss of any talented individual is a loss we cannot afford. This is the most critical point. Therefore, genetic modification is imperative. I concur with Academician Xiao's opinion. General, we must also immediately initiate a talent cultivation plan. The various branches of the Central Academy of Sciences were disrupted after the separation. They must be re-established, and we must begin training technical personnel. This way, once we reach Tau Ceti, we can immediately start working and develop ourselves. Good. There are many more details to discuss. Academician Xiao, I entrust the genetic modification work to you. It should begin immediately after the fleet sets sail. Understood, General, rest assured. Academician Xiao said with a smile. Then you two go ahead. They'll start preparing for the departure. Academicians Zeng and Xiao left walking side by side towards their offices. Not bad, he really has some of the leader's style from back then. You mean General Hu Yu? Yes. Oh, you didn't see the leader when he was expanding the territory in the solar system. He faced many difficulties much like General Hu Yu now. But in the end, the leader overcame all obstacles, single-handedly established the powerful space force, and delivered thunderous blows to opponents multiple times. From then on, no one in the solar system dared to challenge China's might. Academician Xiao was over 80 years old, while Academician Zeng was only in his 60s, so he had not experienced many of those events. When I first met General Hu Yu over a decade ago, he was just over 20 and already a colonel and regimental commander. I must say he is a very outstanding young man. Since the leader appointed him, we must trust the leader's judgment and our own. I believe he will become a leader as excellent as the leader. Our civilization's mode has changed. In the future, everything must be guided by military and science. We need not worry about military affairs. He will handle everything. But in science and technology, we must dedicate our efforts and provide full support. Otherwise, we would fail the leader and the billions of people. That is certain. In science, the two of us must shoulder this burden for our nation. The two discussed and decided on their future work direction. If Hu Yu knew that these two titans of science were so devoted, he would surely be deeply moved. If no one sincerely takes up the heavy burden of science, the civilization's development would be fraught with difficulty. In the main control room, the AI set the course speed and related data, which were then manually double-checked. This was crucial. No matter how advanced the AI, it could make mistakes. Moreover, the star charts were based solely on previous observations and were imprecise, with significant errors. The AI often encountered data conflicts when setting parameters, so manual confirmation and correction of unsuitable parameters were necessary before handing it back to the AI for execution. After half an hour of intense work, the data was finally set. Hu Yu transmitted the route to the leader requesting departure. The leader gently smiled and nodded, uttering only 2 words, "Take care." Hu Yu bid farewell with tears in his eyes. The fleet spewed enormous blue flames and slowly departed. Hu Yu understood the leader's feelings. Those 2 simple words contained the leader's reluctance, worry, concern, and reliance. From then on, Hu Yu would lead this fleet of 100 Polaris-class ships towards the distant depths of the starry sky. The fleet began accelerating again. Accelerating to 0. 3 times the speed of light would take nearly 10 years. The escorting J-85 formation, at the strong insistence of Hu Yu and Luo Zhigao, was all left with the leader. The fleet's defensive power now consisted only of the 80,000 J-90 fighters carried by the Polaris ships. While advancing through the void, the fighters did not conduct patrols, partly to conserve energy and partly because it was not strictly necessary. However, Hu Yu did launch a few small probes in the direction of travel. These probes carried enough energy to accelerate to 0. 5 times the speed of light, allowing them to reach Tau Ceti over a decade earlier and ascertain the situation, giving the fleet sufficient reaction time. Next, aside from silent waiting, the internal affairs of the fleet had to be handled. First, the Chinese Academy of Sciences was of paramount importance and had to be established immediately. However, Hu Yu never considered his fleet to be independent. He was merely carrying out the important mission entrusted by the leader. Only the leader's fleet was qualified to call it the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At Hu Yu's strong insistence, academicians Zeng Zhaoyuan and Xiao Yi did not insist either. Finally, they agreed to call it simply the Academy of Sciences. The Academy of Sciences had multiple divisions, including biology, physics, materials, weaponry, and warfare. Each division was further subdivided into numerous branches. For example, the physics division included branches such as astrophysics, energy particle physics, and electromagnetism, totaling hundreds of branches. As the ranks of scientific personnel were filled, these branches would become even more specialized. Besides the Academy of Sciences, the second most important matter was genetic modification. When Hu Yu released the news through official channels, the entire fleet erupted with excitement. However, Hu Yu had no intention of distributing the genetic medicine easily. Why not take this opportunity to conduct a thorough educational advancement? With the conditions for obtaining genetic drugs announced, the fleet declared that only those over the age of 80 could receive the drugs for free, while others must contribute significantly to the fleet. Otherwise, they would have to wait until they turned 80 to receive them for free. However, who wouldn't want to maintain a youthful body? For hundreds of years, people have expended countless efforts in pursuit of a good physique and to preserve their youth. At this moment, a problem arose. The fleet was highly automated, and there wasn't much work to be done. Those who could secure jobs were all top talents in their respective fields. Most ordinary people simply collected the living supplies distributed by the fleet on time, spending their days chatting, playing cards, or engaging in video games. Although life was leisurely, it was also dull, as the fleet's activity space was limited and many places were off-limits to common citizens. Now an opportunity had arrived. Immortality was within grasp. It didn't matter if one had no job, they could participate in various learning programs. As long as they performed well academically and obtained skill-level certificates, they could receive genetic pills. And if one was too old to study, it was still fine. Learning various production skills, maintenance, operation improvement, would also earn fleet contributions. Once accumulated, they could exchange them for genetic drugs. If that wasn't sufficient, they could engage in voluntary labor in hospitals, schools, communities, and so forth, cleaning, nursing, and assisting. However, contributions from theoretical learning and technical training yielded the most points. This was also where Hu Yu intentionally focused, aiming to cultivate more talents. If talents were insufficient, even reaching the 5th level of the Tian Song would not allow for quick work commencement. The ensuing decades on the journey would be perfect for talent accumulation. The curriculum was still in urgent drafting. All materials from Earth had been uploaded to the fleet, and only minor adjustments were needed to select main subjects and arrange them reasonably for citizens of various ages who had been away from school for years. Personnel from relevant departments had already begun working diligently. Citizens eager to learn had started searching for related materials online to review, picking up knowledge they hadn't used for years, just waiting for official materials to arrive for more systematic and effective studies. Personnel learning to operate various instruments and machinery had already begun taking up their posts. For this reason, the fleet had intentionally suspended several automated devices and switched to manual operations. Although efficiency was slower, the advantages were evident. In case of unforeseen circumstances like machine damage, there would still be plenty of technicians available to operate manually, preventing a complete standstill. Seeing all this, Hu Yu felt a bit calmer. At least there wouldn't be major issues within the fleet in the short term. People now had tasks to engage in, no longer wasting their time, and it would also effectively alleviate the oppressive atmosphere in the confined space. The fleet advanced through the starry sky, without any fluctuations, now over 1,000 astronomical units away from the sun, approximately 6 light days, and this distance would accelerate over time. Leaders and Luo Zigeo's fleet had already set off, growing farther apart. On this day, Hu Yu stood before a large screen, discussing the detailed plan for drafting the Milky Way star map with several astronomers, when suddenly an alarm rang. Hu Yu hurriedly ordered someone to investigate the cause. During interstellar travel, even a slight accident could lead to total destruction. Report, General. The fleet is experiencing intense radiation, a staff officer reported. What? Preliminary analysis indicates the radiation contains multiple types of rays and high-energy particles with energy levels rarely seen in natural environments. What about the damage to the fleet? At this moment, Hu Yu was most concerned about the fleet's condition. Everything else was secondary. General, please hold on. We are analyzing. All the results are in. Only a small number of instruments were damaged. I'll inform the relevant personnel to repair or replace them immediately. General, fortunately, we used the Huang element extracted from the body of insects to create the armor layer. Although it is only a few centimeters thick, it is very effective against cosmic rays and various high-energy particles. Coupled with the inherent circular magnetic field design of all warships, we were able to survive this intense energy storm. The staff officer reported, still feeling a bit fearful. Although this intense radiation was invisible and intangible, its destructive power was absolutely comparable to that of a supernuclear bomb detonating at close range. Without effective protection, the entire fleet could perish in an instant. How could there suddenly be such strong cosmic radiation? Have you identified the source? Hu Yu inquired. General, the radiation is coming from the direction of the solar system. I suspect. Suspect what? That the sun is in trouble. What? Conduct observations immediately. General, we need to wait a moment. The observation equipment is outside the armor of the Polaris, and it's currently incapacitated. We need to wait for the maintenance personnel to repair it before continuing to work. Once repaired, we will conduct observations immediately, Hu Yu said anxiously. 15 minutes later. General, the sun is gone. The staff officer reported with a hint of sorrow. Is it confirmed? Confirmed, General. Please look at the image captured 6 days ago. The sun has already vanished. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and others have all been engulfed in the explosion's brilliance. Uranus, Neptune, and others have flown off along their orbital tangents. The solar system no longer exists. Who you saw in the footage that Uranus was no longer in a circular orbit, but traveling in a straight line. If this continued for several more years, it could be captured by a new star and regain vitality, or it might collide with other planets or stars, becoming a mere nutrient for other celestial bodies. The Sun, this young star, had just vanished. Originally, it could have slowly extinguished after billions of years, completing its long life, but at this moment it released all its energy in an instant, ending its life in a magnificent manner. Without a doubt, it was the Watchers and the Destroyers who blew up the Sun to eliminate the invading insect race in the solar system. For them, as a minor star cluster civilization, blowing up a star was merely a matter of convenience. Using the explosive energy of the Sun to annihilate the insects in the solar system was indeed the simplest and most efficient method. These damned insects, if it weren't for their invasion, humanity could have quietly developed technology in the solar system, living in peace and security, and the Sun would not have faced such a calamity, ending prematurely. Humans have held a special affection for the Sun throughout history. It selflessly provided warmth to the Earth, enabling all life to thrive. Even in modern times, humanity's dependence on the Sun remains unbreakable. The Sun nurtured all like a mother, but now it has taken its bow prematurely, evoking profound sorrow. With a loud bang, Hu's clenched fist struck the table heavily. This incident couldn't be blamed on the Watchers or the Destroyers. It was all the fault of those damned insects. I who you swear that one day I will eradicate you all. General, it's nothing. The news of the Sun must not be disclosed to avoid dampening people's enthusiasm for learning. Understood. Who you stood up and walked to the thick porthole. In the starry backdrop, the once brightest star was nowhere to be found, leaving only a dark background. Years later, the nebula material left by the Sun's explosion might gather again. However, due to the Sun's relatively small mass, the materials scattered across vast space after the explosion would be unable to gather enough mass to ignite a core. The most likely scenario would be the random dispersion of nebula material into more distant cosmic space, reaching other stars after millions or billions of years, only to be captured by celestial bodies. Shaking off his sorrow, Hu Yu returned to a rational state. As a leader, emotions had to be cast aside. The massive energy released by the Sun's explosion caught Hu Yu's attention, and he sought out academician Zheng Xiaoyuan from the Chinese Academy of Sciences for discussion. Academician Zheng, what means could cause a star to explode? The explosion of a star signifies violent power and extremely terrifying force. If one could grasp this power, it would provide an additional card for survival in the future. Hu Yu was also captivated by this power. Even after traversing thousands of astronomical units, facing the magnetic fields of several planets, and the dense material scattering of the Kuiper belt, the power upon reaching the Polaris fleet remained formidable. If it weren't for the Huang element armor layer, Polaris would have been like a fallen leaf in a vast ocean, utterly defenseless against the Sun's explosive radiation. If they got any closer within the solar system, the only result would be annihilation, and hiding behind a planet would be. General, there are many ways to make a star explode, but we currently lack some key elements to achieve it. The Watchers have said that even a typical galaxy-level civilization possesses the ability to destroy a star. Minor star cluster civilizations can toy with stars at will. Academician, could you elaborate? You know, I have been away from academia for over 20 years and now. Haha, understood. I will briefly outline a few methods we are most likely to achieve. The first method involves launching a large amount of antimatter toward the center of the star, causing a massive loss of material while generating tremendous energy. However, our current production reserves of antimatter have not reached the level needed to destroy a star. We are improving related technologies to increase the manufacturing speed of antimatter. This method is currently our most feasible and quickest option. The second method involves launching a small black hole at the star. The black hole would accumulate and consume the material at the star's center, reducing pressure, leading to the star's collapse and destruction. We currently cannot manufacture black holes due to insufficient energy levels. In the future, when we become more powerful, we might construct some ultra-high energy colliders to see if we can create micro black holes for cultivation. The third method is to drive one star T. The fourth method would be to emit some special particles, electromagnetic waves, or similar radiation toward the star, altering the fusion reaction speed within the star and disrupting its gravitational balance, potentially leading to its disintegration. These are the methods we are currently most likely to achieve. Oh, Hu Yu nodded, finding the results unsurprising. Current technology still cannot achieve this. He casually asked, so academician, what about creating a star? Creating a star? Haha, I hadn't considered that. To be less strict, the fusion bombs we currently use can be considered mini-stars, and even fusion engines could be regarded as stars. However, their existence time and size differ greatly from that of a true star. The materials required for a real star are beyond what our current technology can manipulate, so I also don't know how to create a real star. Perhaps when we advance to a higher level of civilization, new understandings and methods will emerge. At that time, creating a star might be as simple as building a spaceship. Academician, the mere fact that a single ship of the inspectors or destroyers could annihilate the sun fills me with both terror and fascination. Given our current state, any civilization with experience in interstellar warfare could easily crush us. Therefore, we must accelerate the development of our own technology, especially in the realm of warfare. General, over the years plagued by the Zerg's harassment, our technological progress has been sluggish. Since venturing into space, we've finally had ample energy for scientific research. However, the fleet's limited facilities prevent us from conducting many necessary experiments, so advancements have been less than ideal. Alas, we can only address these issues once we reach Tiansong V. We are like rootless duckweeds drifting with the current. By the way, academician, you've been dedicated to the study of warp drive. What stage have you reached? Who you inquired. Having spent his days leading the Celestial Army in relentless campaigns, he had never found the time to delve into Academician Zhang's warp drive research despite having the clearance. Excellent, Academician Zhang replied with a mysterious smile. Excellent. Academician, what exactly does excellent entail? Who you pressed eagerly his background as a researcher fueling his interest in cutting-edge technology. Haha, General, do you know the fundamental principle behind warp drive? Academician Zhang countered, maintaining a leisurely pace. Well, academician, you know I've long since returned that knowledge to my teachers. Very well, then I'll indulge myself and explain the basics of warp drive. Otherwise, you'll be pestering me with questions later. Let me give you a primer. After years of research, I've discovered that the fundamental element of warp drive is spatial density. Academician, does space have density? This density cannot be understood in the conventional sense. It describes the degree of curvature in three-dimensional space. The greater the curvature, the more intensely space is bent and compressed. I describe this as an increase in spatial density. I see, academician. That makes sense. Yes. The basic principle of warp drive is that regions of lower spatial density tend to move towards regions of higher spatial density, carrying objects within that space along with them. Even if this movement exceeds the speed of light, it does not violate Einstein's special theory of relativity, because it is the movement of space itself, not the object. I understand that. Academician, how do we currently alter spatial density to achieve warp drive? There are three methods. First, increase the spatial density in front of the spacecraft. Due to the tendency of low-density space to move towards high-density space, the ship within that space will naturally fall forward. This is how all planetary systems work. A star's immense mass bends the surrounding space, increasing its density, allowing planets to orbit it. The second method is to create space, generating new space in front of the ship, thereby increasing spatial density and achieving the same effect as compression. The third method is to annihilate space, destroying the space behind the ship. This decreases the spatial density at the rear, naturally propelling the ship forward towards the region of higher density. Academician Zhang explained. Create space. Annihilate space. Academician, that sounds a bit too far-fetched. Who you struggling to grasp the profound concepts of space? Asked awkwardly. Yes, it is somewhat ethereal. Our current understanding of space is very limited. But I am not merely speculating. If we could one day study a black hole up close, these deductions of mine might be validated. Academician, where are we in our research now? When can we expect practical applications? Haha, don't rush. Let me continue. From the bodies of the Zerg, we have extracted a large amount of the element Chong. Furthermore, within individual Chong atoms, we discovered solid energy bodies. We cannot yet explain why such solid energy exists, but various experiments confirm that these particles are indeed solid energy. We cannot extract this solid energy from the Chong atoms individually. Instead, we must rearrange the Chong element according to specific rules to form a very dense polymer state. When we supply energy to this Chong polymer, and the energy level reaches a certain threshold, a model spacecraft with no internal power source began to move. You've achieved warp travel in the lab. Who you exclaimed excitedly. Yes, General. We reached this stage a decade ago. Your clearance wasn't sufficient then, so you weren't informed. By the time you had the clearance, you had no time to catch up. Currently, our development has progressed to the point where we can drive small craft like the J-90 fighter in warp, but the speed. It's only slightly faster than walking. Academician Zhang said, somewhat embarrassed by the lack of progress. So slow. Huyi was disappointed. Indeed, we haven't found a way to impart higher energy levels to the Chong polymer. In other words, the energy levels we can currently command are insufficient. Isn't there another way, academician? If we could master warp drive, we could end this long journey and reach any destination we desire much sooner. It's very difficult. I made a rough estimate. To propel a ship like the Polaris at 0.5 times the speed of light in warp for 1 year would require consuming 3 to 4 times its own mass and energy. The energy utilization rate for bending space is too low, most of it dissipates into the void. Our project on directional magnetic field control was at a critical juncture on the verge of a breakthrough. But now the research team has been split into three, and we must reassign personnel. Alas, directional magnetic field control. Could it be? Hu asked, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Exactly. It is the directional control of magnetic fields. Energy is invisible and intangible, yet it exists. Ordinary equipment cannot effectively contain it. Once directional magnetic field control is achieved, we can weave magnetic field lines into a giant net, trapping energy securely within it. This would allow for precise energy control, continuously injecting energy into the net to raise its power level enough to drive large spacecraft. At the same time, the storage of antimatter would become more efficient and simpler, and antimatter weapons would naturally follow. Really? That's wonderful, academician. So how much longer until the breakthrough? Hu spoke with fervor. As a career soldier, his craving for powerful weapons was something others couldn't understand. Especially in his current state, a commander with only 8 J-90 fighters whose main armaments were high-energy particle beams and a limited number of ultra-high-yield fusion bombs on the Polaris. After the encounter with the inspectors, Hu felt his current arsenal was barely better than a burning stick. Without effective tools, he felt insecure. Mastering antimatter weapons would undoubtedly provide a crucial card for survival. Haha, General, don't be impatient. You know, academic research isn't like laying bricks where you can just grind away at it. However, I am confident that by the time we reach Tiansong V, we should have solved all the major problems and entered the application phase. Excellent, academician. When the time comes, we'll share our findings with the leader and Minister Luo. That way everyone can be— Well, old Hu, there might be a problem, said Chief of Staff Wen Zhonghua. As a comrade for decades, Wen had volunteered to serve with Hu's fleet as its Chief of Staff. What problem? Old Hu, while I was checking the ship's equipment damage, I also tried to contact the leader's fleet and Minister Luo's fleet. There's no response. I believe the intense radiation and particle streams from the sun's explosion have disrupted the quantum entanglement states. You know, whether it's our instruments or those of the leader or Minister Luo, any malfunction prevents communication. Although the armor layer made of Chong element can block 99 of the radiation and particles, a tiny fraction still penetrates the ship. The quantum communication devices are particularly delicate, unlike standard equipment. As a result, most quantum communicators in the fleets within the radiation zone are down. Fortunately, a few Pathfinder probes being farther from the sun haven't lost contact. Wen Zhonghua analyzed. Switch to electromagnetic communication. We must get in touch with the leader, Hu said urgently. Old Hu, we are over 1 billion kilometers from the leader. Electromagnetic communication is barely adequate within our own fleet, let alone for contacting the leader or Minister Luo. On top of that, the ongoing electromagnetic interference from the sun's explosion makes it impossible to reach them now. In that case, establish a new particle entanglement as soon as possible. Dispatch an unmanned ship carrying the new instruments to chase down the leader and Minister Luo at maximum speed. Quantum communication differs from ordinary electromagnetic communication. With electromagnetic waves, as long as both parties agree on a protocol, even if one device is damaged, another can receive and decode the information. Quantum communication devices, however, are unique. Two devices form a pair, damaging either one stops the communication because quantum entanglement is a one-to-one relationship. When a pair of entangled particles are separated, changing the state of one instantly changes the state of the other, even if they are billions of kilometers apart. Now that the fleet's quantum communicators are damaged, to re-establish contact, we must extract a new pair of entangled particles, place them in 2 new instruments, and then send an unmanned ship to deliver one to the leader and one to Luo Zhigao. General, I don't think that's necessary. I believe the leader wouldn't want you to do this. We are currently 1 billion kilometers apart, and you can send a drone to catch up. But what if we are tens of thousands of light years apart in the future? The reason the leader divided our forces into 3 is for you to develop independent thinking for the future, not to consult him on every matter. Otherwise, what would be the point of separating? Old Hu, I think academician Zhang makes a good point. We should truly grow up and learn to be independent. Only then can we live up to the leader's expectations. Hu fell silent. After deep thought, he finally made up his mind. He indeed needed to mature. The cosmos was perilous and countless challenges lay ahead. He couldn't always rely on the leader's decisions. The leader had entrusted the fleet to him. He had to learn to make decisions himself to be a worthy leader. Academician, I understand. Rest assured, I will not fail the leader and the people. Please continue to oversee the technological developments such as warp drive and directional magnetic field control. I guarantee that by the time we reach Tiansong V, there will be enough technology to keep everyone busy. Good, academician. By the time we set sail from Tiansong V, our fleet will be an entirely different sight. The fleet quietly traversed the void for over 30 years, and the accompanying small asteroids had been nearly exhausted. All useful materials were mined and extracted, sent to the fleet to replenish its consumption, leaving only the useless rocks and soil to be discarded as interstellar debris. After 30 years of journeying, the fleet began to show signs of aging and decay. Critical components of the Polaris had been replaced several times, while other easily worn parts had consumed a significant amount. Although the fleet traveled through the void, it constantly faced various cosmic radiation attacks, and with the high-intensity acceleration maintenance was required almost daily, especially as various electronic devices were failing at an alarming rate, whether on the Polaris itself or those used by civilians. Research on materials needed to be expedited. Once they reached Tion Warehouse 5, if there were suitable planets, they must redesign the fleet's armor protection layer. The current steel and alloys were too fragile, whether it was the J-90 combat aircraft executing battles or the Polaris transporting civilians. Neither could withstand the frontal assault of any high-yield conventional TNT bomb. If stronger materials could not be developed, how would humanity's warships endure attacks from alien civilizations in the potential interstellar wars ahead? Hu pondered silently. Material issues, weapon issues, curvature travel issues, fleet expansion issues, and a plethora of other problems needed to be resolved, all of which required a planet as a base. Tion Warehouse 5 had 5 planets. If none were occupied by alien civilizations, humanity might be able to thrive and develop significantly. What Hu feared most was precisely this: if Tion Warehouse 5 were occupied by another civilization, especially a stellar-level civilization, the fleet would have to divert its residual energy to Whale Constellation UV Star. However, Whale Constellation UV Star was a gigantic star many times the size of the Sun, exerting a tremendously strong influence on its surroundings. Weak planets would be difficult to detect, and heading to Whale Constellation UV Star would be akin to gambling. For now, he could only hope that Tion Warehouse 5 was a planet system devoid of civilization, and if there were any, they would be below the stellar level. When not handling various affairs of the fleet, Hu would stand by the thick porthole, quietly gazing at the starry sky. The fleet's speed was slower than a snail in the boundless starry sky, with the ancient, unchanging stars hanging motionless in the celestial dome. On this day, Hu stood by the porthole, lost in thought, while gazing at the starry sky. Old Hu, come quick. Pathfinder 1 has reached Tion Warehouse 5. Chief of Staff Wen Zhonghua exclaimed excitedly. The Pathfinder was a high-speed, small, unmanned aircraft launched when the fleet set out again, with a total of 8 units named from 1 to 8. Really? Hu confirmed excitedly, immediately running to the big screen to watch. Indeed. Look here, Pathfinder 1 has begun transmitting images. This should be Planet 1 of Tion Warehouse 5, captured from 500 kilometers away. The environment is extremely harsh, and it doesn't seem to show signs of any civilization. The daytime temperature exceeds 800 degrees Celsius, while at night it drops to over -200. It takes just 2 weeks to complete one rotation, giving us ample time for mining activities. Hu said as he observed the data transmitted back by Pathfinder 1. It's not the most ideal construction planet, but the best news is that no signs of any other civilization have been detected. Even if there were, they would be at the planetary level or not even at the level of civilization. Just wait a bit. When Pathfinder enters the orbit of Tion Warehouse 5, the other planets will be on the opposite side, so the first observation will be Planet 1. However, the other Pathfinders will soon reach the other planets, and news will come back quickly. Alright, let's wait then. At this moment, everyone felt a heightened sense of tension, silently praying for no other advanced civilizations on Tion Warehouse 5, while also fearing the emergence of such civilizations. The moment that would determine their fate had arrived. Everything depended on the messages returned by the Pathfinders. 2 hours later, Pathfinder 5 finally arrived at the farthest Planet 5, and clear images were transmitted back to the fleet via quantum communication. Thus, all 5 planets of Tion Warehouse 5 were scanned. 5 out of the 8 Pathfinders detected one of them, while the remaining 3 flew toward the farther edges of Tion Warehouse 5 for exploration. Great. Old Hu, we can basically confirm now that Tion Warehouse 5 is an untouched ecological planetary system with no signs of any civilization having laid claim to it, and there are even no signs of biological existence. Can we rest easy now? Sigh. Hu breathed a sigh of relief. The weight in his heart finally lifted. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Zhonghua, according to the plan, released the satellites. Understood. When the fleet decided to head for Tion Warehouse 5, Hu had ordered the engineering department of the fleet to manufacture billions of small satellites using the resources from the accompanying asteroids. These satellites were powered solely to reach their designated positions, and they lacked any powerful functions, only capable of simply detecting moving objects within thousands of kilometers. Once anomalies were detected, they would transmit back to the fleet. Due to their simplicity, their size could be very small, only about the size of a watermelon. Because they were small and simple, the fleet was able to produce such a massive quantity and store them during their journey. Now it was finally time to use them. The satellites were launched using electromagnetic orbits. Since the fleet maintained a speed of 0.3 times the speed of light, these satellites' speed after electromagnetic orbits' secondary acceleration was slightly greater than 0.3 times the speed of light. These satellites would be distributed in a spherical space with a radius of 1 light year, centered on Tian Warehouse 5. If it weren't for the limited resources of the fleet, who would have liked to manufacture more satellites to cover a wider area, providing himself with longer warning times and more accurate information. If any other civilization visited Tian Warehouse 5, he would have enough reaction time. Now, however, these mere billions of satellites were tasked with warning over a spherical space with a radius of 1 light year. Even if other civilizations' fleets approached, the chances of detection would not be very high. For now, they could only take one step at a time. Once they arrived at Tian Warehouse 5, they would think of ways to launch more satellites for warning. After all, they might stay at Tian Warehouse 5 for a very long time. According to Huye's plan, they aim to digest all the technological breakthroughs achieved so far and produce a large number of warships and new types of residential spacecraft. Huye even wanted to discuss with academicians about whether it was possible to drive one of the planets of Tian Warehouse 5 for interstellar travel. A massive number of satellites were launched from the fleet like a swarm of locusts. However, once these satellites entered space, they scattered like a handful of salt thrown into the ocean, instantly disappearing without a trace and causing not a single ripple. The universe is just too vast. After a few more hours, the Pathfinder completed the preliminary scanning of Tian Warehouse 5 and transmitted back confirmed information. There were no signs of any civilization existing on Tian Warehouse 5. Huye's heart finally settled completely. The most important task now was to develop the most suitable mining and construction plans based on the conditions of the 5 planets belonging to Tian Warehouse 5 as transmitted back by the Pathfinders. How to establish mining sites, where to build, what types of factories, what kinds of equipment and parts to produce, how much to produce, the construction plans for the new fleet, the quantities to be constructed, how long they could stay at Tian Warehouse 5 at maximum and at minimum. All these issues must be resolved before the fleet arrives at Tian Warehouse 5, so that work could commence immediately upon arrival without wasting a moment. By the end of 2285, the massive Tian Warehouse 5 had appeared before people's eyes, its blazing flames illuminating the entire planetary system. People felt the warmth of the star once again. Tian Warehouse 5 was slightly smaller than the sun, but that did not diminish its power and majesty. The scorching sunlight bathed every corner of the Tian Warehouse 5 system. Upon seeing Tian Warehouse 5, people seemed to return to the solar system. The sunlight was so beautiful and so warm. Those who had not traversed the stars for a long time could not understand the feelings of these wanderers at this moment, as if a child returning to their mother's embrace after many years away from home. The fleet had arrived at the orbit of Planet 5 of Tian Warehouse 5, a rocky planet, slightly smaller than Earth, slowly revolving around Tian Warehouse 5. Planet 5 was about 7 astronomical units away from Tian Warehouse 5, roughly positioned between Jupiter and Saturn, belonging to a region that remained perpetually cold and dormant, with temperatures maintained below -150 degrees Celsius. According to the data collected by the Pathfinder ship in advance, Planet 5 possesses immense mining value and is the most valuable of all planets in the Tian Warehouse 5 system. Due to the scarcity of metallic materials in the Tian Warehouse 5 system, the mining points discovered on planets 1 to 4 were very few, whereas Planet 5 had an extraordinarily high metal content that was completely different from the other 4 planets. According to academician Zhang's analysis, Planet 5 likely did not originally belong to Tian Warehouse 5, but was an incoming planet. The Milky Way has developed over billions of years and is now very stable, with all planets belonging somewhere. Wandering planets are exceedingly rare. However, according to the Destroyer, 2 million years ago, countless interstellar wars occurred, and innumerable stars were exploded, inevitably leading to a batch of unclaimed planets wandering in the Milky Way. Most of them, due to their high speed, could not be captured by other stars and could only crash into stars under their immense gravity, becoming part of the stars. Only a few lucky ones could perfectly enter the star's orbit and become new members of the galaxy. If Planet 5 is a wandering planet, it could very well explain why its composition is drastically different from the other 4 planets. However, this issue is not significant, or whether it was a native or not holds no meaning for Huye. What he needed was a large quantity of minerals, the more the better, and the more diverse the better. Huye ordered all J-90s to detach from the Polaris and head towards the skies above Planet 5. Planet 5 did not have an atmosphere, but this did not hinder the J-90s operations, as they were designed for interstellar flight, where aerodynamics were not a consideration. 80,000 J-90s arrived at Planet 5 and dropped a multitude of fusion bombs. The tens of thousands of degrees of heat generated by the fusion bombs instantly set Planet 5 ablaze. The immense destructive force churned the planet as if a colossal plow had turned it over, as wave after wave of fusion bombs were deployed until the entire planet had been thoroughly incinerated. This was not all. The fleet also launched hundreds of penetrating fusion bombs. These bombs, propelled by high-speed rotation, drilled deep into Planet 5's interior before detonating, causing vast amounts of magma from the core to surge onto the surface. The power of technology was truly awe-inspiring. A mere wandering civilization in its early stellar phase could completely transform a planet's appearance within hours. Huyu had 3 reasons for this action. The foremost was that Planet 5 was a crucial mineral extraction world where many scientific personnel would reside in planetary bases. With construction tasks pressing and no time for months of exploration and research, a comprehensive high-temperature sterilization was necessary to ensure the safety of subsequent landing personnel. Under such extreme heat, no microorganisms, bacteria, or viruses could possibly survive. The second reason was to bring the magma from Planet 5's interior to the surface. This planet possessed a strong magnetic field, rendering the magma exceptionally rich in metallic content. After simple smelting, it could be utilized for construction, perfectly suiting the fleet's initial phase of material scarcity. Thirdly, the fleet lacked heavy machinery, and the small-scale mining equipment it carried had limited capacity. Using fusion bombs for deep plowing and high-temperature impurity removal greatly facilitated subsequent mining operations. With the plowing complete, the Polaris could not land directly on any planet. Huyu immediately dispatched landing craft for on-site personnel surveys to select the most suitable locations for base construction and mining operations. As time passed, more personnel and materials were transported to Planet 5's surface. Several simple smelting towers were moved from the fleet to the planet and erected with priority. These towers marked the beginning of everything. The fleet's limited space prevented it from carrying larger or more equipment, but with these towers, steel could be slowly refined. With steel, larger equipment could be manufactured, and a larger smelting base could be built. In turn, a larger base would yield more and better quality steel, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Planet 5 would need some time before it could operate smoothly. After deploying all relevant personnel and equipment, Huyu led the fleet to the second and third planets of Tau Ceti. These 2 planets lay within Tau Ceti's habitable zone, and Huyu wished to explore their potential for terraforming. The second planet was approximately 0.7 astronomical units from Tau Ceti, while the third was 1.2 astronomical units away. In terms of distance, the second planet had a more favorable position as Tau Ceti's mass was only about 80% of the Sun's. However, the second planet lacked an atmosphere, whereas the third had a very tenuous one. It was possible that the second planet once possessed an atmosphere, but over eons it had been stripped away by Tau Ceti's radiation wind. Consequently, the second planet's temperature ranged from 200 degrees Celsius to minus 180 degrees. Protected by its thin atmosphere, the third planet maintained temperatures between 80 degrees and minus 50 degrees. From this perspective, the third planet was more suitable as a temporary human habitation base. Moreover, there was a high likelihood of underground water on the third planet, a critical need for the fleet. The demand for water was immense. Despite recycling water as much as possible, the fleet could not prevent its stored water from dwindling to the point where even a comfortable hot bath had become a luxury for the populace. Thus, upon arriving at Tau Ceti, finding water sources became as crucial as construction tasks. Water was the foundation of human survival. Without it, survival itself was questionable, let alone development. Without the guarantee of a simple bath, combat effectiveness was meaningless. Only in comfortable conditions could humans work more diligently and efficiently. Beyond these 2 planets, the scientific survey team also conducted detailed examinations of the first and fourth planets. The first planet was an extremely harsh world, plagued by constant volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, as if it had formed only recently. This puzzled scientists greatly. After billions of years of evolution, even with volcanic and seismic activity, it should not be so frequent and violent. Planet 1 seemed like a world that never aged, perpetually retaining its youthful state. The fourth planet was a massive gas giant, a similarity to the solar system that was quite striking. No wonder people 2 centuries ago had harbored great interest in Tau Ceti, once believing it might have evolved intelligent life. This gas giant was composed almost entirely of hydrogen and helium. With helium, the fleet's energy concerns would be alleviated. A few days later, preliminary survey results emerged. Tau Ceti's entire system showed no signs of life, not even basic proteins. More critically, no water resources were found. This discovery brought a mixture of disappointment and relief. The disappointment stemmed from the absence of life, meaning humanity would need to exert far greater effort to settle on Tau Ceti, and the water issue urgently required resolution. The relief came from the fact that humans could colonize without the threat of alien microorganisms, ensuring safe operations. Personnel and equipment for infrastructure were also delivered to the third planet. Base construction was relatively straightforward: dismantle the residential modules within the fleet and reassemble them on the planet. This had been considered during the fleet's initial design. These residential modules, all modular in design, had sealing and protective capabilities sufficient for the third planet's conditions. Although the fleet had no surplus of these modules, there were enough to establish several bases. A portion of the population would be moved down first, with the rest to follow gradually. Once the first batch of steel from Planet 5 was produced, smelting towers would also be built on the third planet. While the third planet had lower metal content, it was not devoid of resources. Several known mining sites held total metal reserves reaching tens of trillions of tons. Even without Planet 5, the third planet's metals would be largely sufficient, though extraction and smelting would require more time and effort. Given the third planet's suitable temperature bases constructed from standard residential modules could support human habitation. Consequently, most future production lines would be established on the third planet. The harsh environment of Planet 5 would serve solely as a mining site. Approximately 100,000 factories would need to be built on the third planet to produce a vast array of equipment and components. 100,000 factories seemed immense, but for the fleet this number was the result of several rounds of screening retaining only indispensable facilities or production lines. These lines varied in size, some required several square kilometers, while others needed only a few square meters. The workforce required for these 100,000 factories varied. Some needed many workers, while others required very few, with a handful of personnel capable of overseeing a dozen factories. Personnel training had begun when the fleet launched, and now their skills were finally needed. However, they had to wait for the steel from Planet 5 to be produced. 2 months later, the anxiously waiting populace finally received news of the first batch of steel from Planet 5. It was 300,000 tons of high-quality steel. A small celebration was held on Planet 5 to mark the occasion. Future steel production was expected to maintain a rate of around 300,000 tons per day. With steel, the foundation for development was laid. Soon a batch of large-scale mining equipment was manufactured by simple factories. The circuitry was sourced from the fleet's stored supplies, significantly speeding up the process. As large engineering equipment was deployed, steel output steadily increased until the small smelting towers reached capacity. However, this was not a problem. Ultra-large smelting furnaces with a daily capacity of tens of millions of tons were already under construction. Before long, the produced steel would be transported to the third planet to commence further construction tasks. According to the plan formulated during the voyage, at least 500,000 new type warships, each 300 meters in length, needed to be built. Additionally, larger, more comfortable residential spacecraft, 20 kilometers long, would be constructed with a minimum of 200 such vessels required. With genetic modifications extending human lifespans to at least 1 million years, an explosive population increase was inevitable. In the space age, controlling and utilizing enough star systems would require populations in the hundreds of billions or trillions. Moreover, a larger population base would yield more scientific personnel, accelerating technological advancement, another virtuous cycle. However, neither the 300-meter warships nor the 20-kilometer residential vessels could be manufactured on a planetary surface. First, a planet's gravity would exert immense force on such large spacecraft, compromising manufacturing precision. Second, the spacecraft's own mass would reach terrifying levels, preventing them from lifting off and leaving the planetary surface. To build such large spacecraft, construction would have to occur in zero-gravity space conditions or on bases established on asteroids. Hu ordered search teams to scour the entire Tau Ceti system, but no suitable asteroids were found. As a result, Hu commanded over 80 Polaris-class vessels to dock together, connecting them with steel. Various equipment was then mounted on them, transforming them into space docks. In this way, 15 space docks of varying sizes were constructed in Tau Ceti's Planet 5 orbit. The remaining few Polaris-class vessels were repurposed as transport ships, ferrying the massive quantities of steel smelted on Planet 5 to the third planet. Upon reaching the third planet's orbit, small shuttles would deliver the steel to the surface. Construction proceeded methodically. 2 years later, all bases were completed. Dozens of ultra-large smelting towers, each hundreds of meters tall and powered by fusion energy, stood on Planet 5's surface. Thick smoke billowed from their tops, dispersing into the air. Since Planet 5 lacked an atmosphere, the smoke, composed of fine particulates, spread only over a small area before falling back to the ground. Steel output had surged to tens of millions of tons per day. With a guaranteed supply of steel, hundreds of large bases rose on the third planet. These bases housed a variety of machinery, equipment, and production lines. Countless workers like ants bustled within them, all brimming with enthusiasm and drive, laboring diligently. The residential buildings of the Polaris had all been demolished and relocated to the third planet to construct civilian bases, with only a minimal number retained for temporary housing of spacecraft construction personnel. All residents had moved from the Polaris to the base on the third planet, once again feeling the solidity of the ground beneath them. Though they lived within sealed bases, people could still feel the warmth and familiarity of the sun through the thick special glass that filtered the sunlight. That year, the tirelessly traveling scientific expedition team finally brought good news. In the frigid zone, 200 astronomical units from Tau Ceti, they discovered an icy celestial body. This small ice orb orbited Tau Ceti in the distant reaches, devoid of sunlight and heat, yet remarkably well preserved. Huye's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. For 2 years, the fleet had faced a severe shortage of water, especially industrial water. To ensure industrial water supply, the populace voluntarily further reduced their domestic water usage, cutting back to the bare minimum beyond drinking water. Yet, even this was a drop in the bucket. The third and fifth planets were not entirely devoid of water, but it existed only in molecular form within rocks and soil. Extraction was painfully slow, yielding no more than a few dozen tons per day. Now the discovery of the small, icy celestial body by the expedition team was a timely lifeline. After biological assessments confirmed its safety, Huyu immediately diverted 2 of the Polaris vessels, which had been heavily tasked with conversion into transport aircraft, to the expedition team's location. Their mission was to transport water. Although the icy planetoid had a diameter of merely over 50 kilometers, preliminary calculations estimated its water content at tens of billions of tons. The 2 Polaris vessels carried sufficient engines to the asteroid, which would be mounted to propel it toward the inner orbit of Tau Ceti. 200 astronomical units away, even with engines installed, it would take over a decade to reach the vicinity of the 5th planet. Without ordinary residents, the Polaris could achieve a minimum acceleration of 5G, making a round trip in just 1 year. After delivering the engines, the 2 Polaris ships would return with a portion of the water resources. With the water issue resolved, the remaining tasks proceeded methodically in the construction mission. Every day, hundreds of thousands of technicians in lightweight spacesuits busied themselves outside the bases on the 3rd and 5th planets. Observing all this, Huyu felt a measure of peace. Within a few decades, a brand new fleet would set sail from Tau Ceti. At this thought, Huyu could not remain idle. He hurried to the Academy of Sciences, which had also settled on the 3rd planet. A colossal building rivaling any other base stood there, housing over 100,000 scientists engaged in intense experiments. Academician Zhang. Huyu entered the laboratory of Academician Zhang Jiayuan and called out, "Oh, it's General Huyu. What brings you here today?" Academician, regarding the curvature propulsion you mentioned when the fleet set sail. Alas, I spoke too boldly. I said all problems would be solved by the time the fleet reached Tau Ceti, but it's been 2 years since our arrival, and I feel ashamed. Then Academician, what stage are we at now? When will it be completed? Academician, it's not that I'm impatient, but I can't contain my eagerness. I understand. However, as of now, all problems have been resolved. Academician Zhang said with a hint of pride. After 5 or 6 decades of arduous effort, it was hard for him not to feel elated. Really? Quick, Academician, tell me about it. Don't rush, don't rush. Let me explain slowly. Academician Zhang said with a smile. In the last 2 years of the voyage, we overcame the technology for directional control of magnetic lines of force. We immediately tested using magnetic lines to contain energy leakage, achieving some results. The energy level within the magnetic line confinement net reached a new height sufficient to drive the Polaris directly to 0. 1 times the speed of light. For the J-90, it could even travel at light speed. Then why didn't you tell me? Alas, Comrade Xiao Hu, although this result is quite good, have you forgotten? Given the size of our new residential spacecraft, this energy level is still insufficient. The spatial curvature suffers from 2 issues. The range is too small, and the degree of curvature is too slight. A small range prevents large spacecraft from moving, and insufficient curvature results in inadequate speed. Oh, I see. So you've been continuing your research all these years, Academician? Yes. In the fleet, we lacked large particle accelerators, a non-physical high-energy accelerator. Huyu interjected with some confusion. Yes. We use magnetic lines to create a conduit essentially no different from ordinary particle accelerators, which also use magnetic fields to control particles in circular orbits. The difference is that we no longer need physical electromagnetic coils. Moreover, the conduit formed by magnetic lines perfectly matches the particles, even being as small as the particles themselves. Thus, it occupies minimal space, yet provides an enormous operational path. Look at this. Academician Zhang said as he took out a palm-sized disc. What is this? Huyu took the disc from Academician Zhang and suddenly felt a tremendous suction force like a powerful magnet. He tried to release his fingers, but the disc remained firmly attached to his palm. This is a prototype of the curvature engine currently operating at minimum power. Don't underestimate it. The magnetic line conduit inside it stretches a full 100,000 kilometers with countless particles moving at high speed within the magnetic circular track. If powered to maximum, it would suck you in completely, leaving you utterly helpless. Academician, wouldn't the bending of the conduit affect particle speed, especially since this curve seems rather long? Indeed, but since there's no friction between particles and the conduit, the energy consumed to redirect particles is minimal with little impact on the final result. Moreover, this design is based on curvature engine principles. The smaller the better. We certainly can't carry an accelerator thousands of kilometers in diameter to propel our spacecraft. Academician, you truly. Huyu happily gave Academician Zhang Jiayuan a thumbs up. Don't rush, him not finished yet. Can't you contain your excitement over just this? As a leader, you need a bit of composure, haha. Academician, how can I pretend to be profound in front of you? You're my idol. Enough, don't flatter me. This old man isn't easily swayed. Let me continue. You're holding a sample of the curvature engine. The actual engine will be much larger, tailored to real needs, but its maximum size will be around 100 meters. Beyond that, efficiency drops significantly, making it uneconomical. According to data, this curvature engine can drive our future residential spacecraft at 0.5 times the speed of light, while smaller warships will reach about 3 times light speed. Excellent. Now we won't have to endure the tedium of slow travel. Can it go even faster? Academician. This is the most conservative estimate. In reality, it should be slightly faster, but not by much. That's more than good enough, more than good enough. Compared to before, the speed of residential ships has nearly doubled and warship speed has increased several times. The key is eliminating the long acceleration period. Previously, it took a decade to accelerate the Polaris to 0.3 times the speed of light. Now it only takes a few seconds. Who you exclaimed excitedly. Curvature travel doesn't require acceleration like conventional travel. By warping the space ahead of the spacecraft, the vessel naturally falls forward. The movement of space is superluminal, and greater curvature means higher speed. However, there's another issue. All the high-energy particles in these magnetic engines must be extracted from the Chong element found in insect bodies. Using other particles yields less than 10% efficiency. Moreover, the particles in the engine aren't permanent. They require periodic replenishment of Chong element particles, and our reserves are limited. They will eventually run out. Then how long can our current Chong element reserves last? If used entirely for navigation, given the scale of the new fleet, approximately 400 to 500 years. Isn't this resource primarily for navigation? Are there other uses? Of course. Warping space essentially generates immense gravitational force, which has offensive applications. With slight modifications, a curvature engine becomes a gravitational bomb. When deployed at close range, the released supergravity can tear enemy vessels apart with tidal forces. Beyond gravitational bombs, our warships no longer need rotation to simulate gravity. By installing curvature engines on the lower decks and operating them at low power, we can generate gravity effects. All of this consumes precious Chong elements, especially in warfare. If we encounter other civilizations, the consumption will be an abyss. However, the usage for gravity generation is negligible. This thing has such effects. Absolutely. The potency of a gravitational bomb lies in its ability to bypass defenses. Even if the exterior is impenetrable, the interior of a vessel is not equally fortified. Gravity can penetrate the armor, reaching the ship's interior to inflict damage on crew and equipment without blind spots. Academician, if that's the case, wouldn't our own ships also be affected by the tidal forces of the curvature engine? Once beyond the Roche limit, isn't it dangerous? It's different. The curvature engine isn't installed at a single point, but distributed across the entire ship with slightly higher power at the front. The whole vessel is in a relatively balanced gravitational state, effectively preventing the engine from affecting the ship itself. When all engines are activated, the ship feels like it's on a slide, requiring only a small force to pull it along. That small force comes from the slightly more powerful engines at the front. However, a curvature bomb or gravitational bomb is different. It unleashes supergravity in a single direction, not all at once, but by randomly adjusting power, tearing at the vessel like waves. With our current technology, it's hard to defend against. As for other civilizations, we'll have to see in actual combat. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. Academician, do you have any other innovations? Show them all at once, and let me broaden my horizons. Who you said with a playful grin. Solving the major problem brought joy not only to Academician Zheng Jiayuan, but also to Who You, lifting his spirits entirely. Greedy, aren't you? Well, you're the leader, and I'd have to tell you eventually anyway. Let me reveal another big surprise. There's more. Spit it out quick. Who You was so delighted he felt like lifting Academician Zheng and spinning him around a few times. Well, this is the latest achievement from the weapons division. As you know, it's an antimatter bomb. The maturity of directional magnetic field control technology means antimatter can now be perfectly stored, and with curvature engine propulsion attacks can exceed the speed of light. This is a major asset for our future. Combined with gravity bombs, laser weapons, and high-energy particle beams, our arsenal now comprises 4 systems barely sufficient for the stellar stage. However, the quantity of antimatter bombs is too limited. We produce antimatter by counting individual particles. Accumulating a kilogram of antimatter would take at least a year. That's slow. Can't we speed it up? If not, we could build another super large particle accelerator. There's no need. Once directional magnetic field control technology matures, ordinary accelerators become unnecessary. This process simply can't be hastened. Accumulating a kilogram of antimatter requires an immense number of particles. It's impossible to accelerate. We're exploring other faster methods of antimatter production, but no major breakthroughs are expected soon. However, don't underestimate a kilogram of antimatter. It's a hazardous substance capable of destroying an asteroid. In ordinary battles, we use it in grams. We'll be staying at Tiansong 5 for a long time, producing dozens of kilograms of antimatter, enough for a couple of wars. Even after leaving Tiansong 5, we can produce antimatter within the fleet. This must be reserved as a strategic stockpile conserved for critical moments. Alright, I was being too demanding. No, given our current circumstances, we truly need abundant superweapons. We don't intend to attack others, but we can't prevent others from seeking trouble with us. Moreover, I recommend that antimatter bombs be used only as a last resort, but when deployed they should inflict devastating damage. I understand, academician. What is the future direction of our weapons development? These few types are clearly insufficient. Should we also prepare some conventional bombs? I'm no expert in warfare, but in interstellar combat, everyone maneuvers at high speeds. Ordinary bombs are ineffective unless equipped with superluminal engines, though they might serve some purpose in constructing defensive perimeters. Our future weapons direction has been discussed with scientists from the weapons division. Several paths exist. One is the space bomb, which would be the most powerful, yet the most challenging. There are also some unconventional conventional bombs, but these must wait until we master curvature navigation without relying on Zhu element. Otherwise, our meager Zhu reserves won't suffice. What is a space bomb, academician? Please elaborate. Who you smiled. Curvature engines can alter space structure. If we increase engine power to bend space to its limit, our calculations suggest space might shatter. If space itself fractures, any object within it would cease to exist. A space bomb can be seen as an enhanced version of a gravity bomb, but their power levels are as different as heaven and earth. Utterly incomparable. This won't yield results for decades, I imagine. I can grasp its immense difficulty. Academician, thank you for your hard work. Hard work. We're just doing our respective duties. I wonder how Leader and Minister Luo are doing, whether they've found a suitable star system to settle. Yes, 60 years have flown by. I hope they're safe. I hope so too. Busy days passed one after another, and another 40 years slipped by. It had been 50 years since arriving at Tiansong 5. That day Hu Yu was teaching his son Hu Yunhang. By age, Hu Yunhang was nearly 100, yet he still maintained a youthful appearance of about 20. Now virtually all citizens had undergone genetic modification. Anyone over 18 with a clean record and sufficient fleet contributions could choose to use gene drugs. Some preferred youthful looks, others a more mature appearance. Overall, aside from a few elderly individuals from the beginning, old faces were rare in the fleet. Hu Yu found this pleasing as it made the entire fleet seem vibrant. So when his son Hu Yunhang used contribution points to exchange for gene drugs at age 25, Hu Yu did not, but now age held little meaning. Encounter a young woman and she might be 70 or 80. Calling her grandma would surely earn a scolding. You idle boy, everyone's busy and you can't do something worthwhile to make your old man proud. Hu Yu said, Dad, for heaven's sake, I've been leading training all day exhausted, and I can't even have a moment's peace at home. Hu Yunhang retorted. Though older in years, his temperament seemed unchanged, as youthful as his face. A lazy donkey at the mill. I was a colonel regiment commander at 30, and look at you. After all these years, you're barely a major. I'd say half of that rank is inflated. If your corps commander didn't know I'm your father, you'd never have been promoted. That times have changed. There's no war now, but when there is, you'll see my prowess. I may be just a major, but there's no inflation. I'm afraid people think I got promoted through your connections. Our division commander said my military acumen and combat skills qualify me for a division-level post, without any issue. Brag, go on bragging. Division level. You think anyone can do that? Why not say you could be a corps commander? Given the chance, I'd do just as well as a corps commander. Hu Yunhang continued his reckless talk. Others might fear Hu Yu, but Hu Yunhang had no such qualms. Hu Yu had no temper with his son either. He knew his son's efforts and talent well. If not for his restraint, Hu Yunhang might indeed have become a division commander. But Hu Yunhang was unaware of this. Hu Yu's position was unique. As fleet leader, he avoided gossip as much as possible, even if it meant his son suffered a bit. Even though Hu Yunhang was a soldier superior to himself, letting him gain experience at the grassroots was beneficial. No harm, only good. Enough, you two bickering again. Can't you be quiet for a moment? Xiao Xiao walked out of the kitchen carrying a Mom, it's all Dad's fault, always nagging with no leader's demeanor. How many times have I told you not to call me Mom? Am I that old? Xiao Xiao glanced at her son, scolding with a smile. At nearly the same age as Hu Yu, Xiao Xiao also maintained a beautiful face and figure under 30. All right, mother, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Starving. I don't think either of you is hungry. Why not skip the meal and argue outside for 2 hours before eating? Dear wife, I'm educating our son here. Could you please not trample my dignity into the ground every time? Dignity. Do you want dignity or dinner? If you want dignity, go outside. If you want dinner, come quickly. Dinner. After so many years, Hu Yu had no temper with Xiao Xiao either. Outside, he was the fleet leader, but at home his status plummeted to the lowest. Yuga, how much longer will we stay here? Xiao Xiao asked at the dinner table. Not sure yet. It depends on the fleet's construction progress. If possible, we'll stay as long as we can. What are you unhappy here? No, it's peaceful and quiet here. But don't you think? We have no activities besides work now. Though it's a special time and everyone is striving, this isn't a healthy way of life. Go on. We grew up on Earth, so we have more feelings about life. Those born in the fleet might not feel this way, or not as strongly. If we do nothing but work, what meaning does our existence hold? Just to survive. If life isn't colorful, what's the point? I understand what you're saying. But right now we don't have the conditions to provide better activities for everyone. However, Shower, thank you for reminding me. I hadn't considered this before. They'll do my best to change the situation. Dad, what Mom said really needs attention. Not to overstep, but let's treat this as family chat. In our unit, besides flying fighters, repairing them, and discussing tactical theories, there's no other interaction. Though I didn't spend long on Earth, I know humans are social animals. Communication is vital for us. Hu Yunhang chimed in. I'll forget it, I'm not eating. What's wrong, you go? This is indeed a problem. They'll call for a meeting right away. You two go ahead and eat. Hu Yu dropped his chopsticks, turned, and strode out of the base home, notifying the leaders to convene a meeting as he walked. It seemed none of them would enjoy a peaceful dinner that night. Although the day-night cycle on Tiansong 5's third planet was entirely different from Earth, 57 hours per day, humans still followed Earth time for work and rest. General, what's the urgency? Everyone asked. Comrades, has anyone noticed a phenomenon? Hu Yu inquired. The crowd was utterly bewildered, exchanging glances, unsure what Hu Yu meant. Comrades, during our time at Tiansong 5, everyone has worked hard, and the results are evident. Our people have been diligent and uncomplaining. But have you noticed that laughter is rarely heard now, whether at work or in residential bases? Why is that? Hu Yu looked around and continued. During our stay at Tiansong 5, we have successfully transformed living, breathing people into machines. Everyone only knows work, work, work. Though we are in a special period and need the people's labor throughout history, when have humans ever stopped working? So why is it like this now? Well, it does seem so. I hadn't thought about it, but now that you mention it. Yes, I've felt it for a while. Why is this happening? Has anyone considered it? Hu Yu asked. We have failed to care for the people. Hu Yu declared in a resounding voice. For all these years, every single one of us, myself included, has never truly considered the people's feelings. Though they remain silent, aware of the fleet's plight, that is no excuse for our inaction. General, it is not that we lack the will, but we have found no proper means to lift their spirits or bring them joy. The fleet's conditions are harsh, and the people know it. I myself can sense their melancholy. At times I even ponder if there is a way to restore our original genes. Not for immortality, but at least to age with happiness, an official said with a bitter tone. An official spoke with a look of distress. General, many of our people work 365 days a year. Even if we urge them to rest, they refuse. They know the fleet needs them, and besides, returning home leaves them with nothing but their beds. The factory floor feels more fulfilling. I spend nearly every day with them, and countless times I've advised them to rest more lest their bodies give out, but it's futile, another official said, his head bowed. The fault lies with me, not with any of you. I offer my apology to you all, and to the people. Now let us discuss how we can change this state of affairs. I would rather see the fleet's construction delayed by months than watch our people turn into lifeless automatons. General, terraforming the planets of Tiansong V is virtually impossible, and the time and effort required would be immense. We can only focus on hardware improvements. Very well, I will make the decision. Since you are all reluctant to hinder the fleet's progress from now on, mandatory rest periods for the people are non-negotiable. Factories can operate in shifts to maintain production. No one shall work more than 6 days a week. Build 100 large-scale entertainment bases. We cannot transform planets, but we can transform these bases into paradises. They must be equipped with all manner of recreational facilities, fitness equipment, and so on. Each base should accommodate at least 100,000 people without feeling cramped. This is easily achievable. We have ample steel modules, and constructing a base takes little time. With multiple bases under simultaneous construction, we can complete the outer shells within 6 months and have the interiors ready within a year. Secondly, search for natural wonders on other planets and establish interstellar tourism routes. Safety must be paramount. Furthermore, government bodies at all levels must regularly organize collective activities encouraging song and dance. All of this serves one purpose: to bring joy and health to our people. Trust me, though it may cost some time, their work efficiency will soar, perhaps even surpassing current levels. General, we thank you on behalf of the people, the official said. It is my duty. Begin immediately. If anyone has more ideas, implement them without prior approval. In short, I want to see results within a year. Yes, General. The crowd departed with faces brimming with excitement. Hu Yu, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, rose from his seat as his stomach growled. Remembering he had skipped dinner, he quickly contacted Xiao Xiao. Dear, save me some food. I'm starving. He then hurried out of the meeting room and headed home, looking forward to a full meal and a peaceful night's sleep. It must be said that after the ordeal of the disaster, people's efficiency had sharpened remarkably. In just over 8 months, 100 massive entertainment bases had risen from the ground. Thanks to the ever-increasing steel output from Planet 5, now exceeding 50 million tons daily, half of that production was diverted to Planet 3 for the bases. Countless construction modules traveled from Planet 5 aboard the Polaris to be assembled on Planet 3. The bases were outfitted with facilities built simultaneously: bars, KTVs, game arcades, chess and card rooms, ball courts, and more. Small botanical gardens, zoos, and farms were also plentiful. The small ice comet had long since reached orbit near Planet 5, making water abundant and no longer a concern. Two of the bases even featured small lakes complete with wave machines for the people to enjoy. Once all 100 bases were completed, the people's gloom vanished entirely. Their lives underwent a complete transformation. Work was no longer the sole focus. Every weekend, crowds flocked to the bases, using contribution points to trade for leisure and entertainment. With proper relaxation, the people's work enthusiasm grew and efficiency notably improved. Walking through a base, you observed the vibrant crowds and heard bursts of laughter. Amid hardship, the people found joy, and more importantly, their mindset was gradually shifting under guidance. Though the entertainment facilities were far from perfect for a wandering civilization, it was already commendable. Witnessing this transformation, Yu felt a quiet satisfaction. He owed thanks to Xiao Xiao's reminder. Had they continued on their previous path, a major crisis would have been inevitable, leaving no time for correction. Though the people's hearts were eased, Yu could not yet relax. The fleet's construction was at a critical juncture. After nearly 50 years of development, the Hunter-class warships were finally in their final debugging phase. Each ship measured 300 meters in length, 58 meters in width, and 25 meters in height, with a flat triangular shape and black coating. A total of 5000 ships stood neatly aligned in orbit around Planet 5. In the space age, building warships had become simpler than constructing ordinary aircraft on Earth. There was no need to account for air, weather, humidity, temperature, or other terrestrial factors. Only sufficiently sturdy armor and a powerful propulsion system were required to handle all situations. Inside, a highly stable life support system sufficed, basic and simple by current technological standards. If building ships were as complex as making aircraft on Earth, even 500 Hunters would be a challenge, let alone 500. The production speed now depended solely on steel output. These Hunters stood side by side in formation, their black coatings and sharp lines exuding an aura of lethal intent. The front third of each ship was a solid structure of ultra-thick composite alloy armor with a sharply pointed bow, a design meant solely to maximize survivability in battle. In interstellar warfare, opposing forces typically keep their distance, maintain high-speed maneuverability, and strike opportunistically. Large-scale ship-to-ship bombardments are virtually non-existent. At great distances, even laser cannons suffer delays of fractions of a second to several seconds, enough time for a fast-moving enemy vessel to evade. Though high-energy particle beam weapons and laser cannons cannot operate at faster than light speeds, they remain indispensable low-cost armaments. Gravitational bombs, antimatter bombs, and conventional fusion warheads can be equipped with FTL drives for efficient combat, but they consume precious Zune elements. Thus, maximizing the energy output of laser and particle weapons is currently the most economical approach. The advent of new super-heavy alloy materials has greatly boosted ship production. These materials can withstand temperatures exceeding 20 degrees Celsius and boast significantly enhanced strength. Even a small fusion bomb detonating nearby can be endured by the armor. With such robust plating, a Hunter could even execute ramming attacks at ultra-high speeds, though such tactics carry numerous drawbacks and are rarely employed unless absolutely necessary. High-energy particle beam weapons, laser cannons, ultra-high-yield fusion weapons, and a small number of gravitational bombs were all installed on the Hunters. Once activated, these war machines would bring nothing but devastation. However, none had been tested in actual combat, and they remained utterly ignorant of alien civilizations' combat methods and equipment. Alongside the 500 Hunters were 300 massive Deep Blue-class habitat ships, each 20 kilometers long, over 5 kilometers in both height and width. Every Deep Blue had a completely different internal structure designed by 300 separate teams. The ships were divided into layers, some with over 1,000, others with as few as 500 or 600. With a total capacity of 150 cubic kilometers. Some central areas remained open, creating vast internal skies. The fleet's total area exceeded 20 million square kilometers, more than twice the land area of Earth. Inside the Deep Blue, soil transported from planets formed artificial mountains, while water from the small ice comet filled rivers and lakes. The weather was simulated by AI based on Earth's patterns, using fuzzy algorithms to randomly generate frost, dew, rain, and snow. Apart from extensive residential zones, the rest of the ships were filled with Earth's flora and fauna restored through genetic technology, blooming flowers, bountiful fruits, and herds of cattle and sheep. The 300 Deep Blues had a design capacity of 10 billion people, yet the current population was barely over 500 million, resulting in spacious living conditions. However, as the population grew, more and larger habitat ships would need to be designed and built in the future. Despite the relatively comfortable environment, now once the population reached capacity, the people's quality of life would decline sharply. In addition to the 500 hunters and 300 deep blues, there were several hundred functional ships of varying sizes, most serving as factories. 2 scientific research ships, one large, one small, completed the fleet. The large one resembled a deep blue in shape, but had a completely different interior. The small one was only 3 kilometers long, even smaller than the Polaris. These 2 science ships were equipped with the sturdiest protective armor and the most advanced instruments. The large ship, led by academician Zhang Zhiyuan, housed 99 of the fleet's research departments. The small ship, under academician Xiao Yi, focused solely on biology. Its security clearance was so high that only Hu Yu senior officials and relevant biologists could enter, others were barred, and even its purpose was unknown to them. Biology is a field prone to controversy, but times had changed. In the space age, every technology had its use. Under Hu Yu's directive, as long as fleet safety was ensured, this ship could conduct any experiment, including creating non-existent organisms. Though academician Xiao Yi's age had frozen at 100 years, his ambition remained boundless. Many ideas he had only dared to dream of before could now be realized freely. If scientists were madmen, then biologists were a pack of demons. Even Hu Yu dared not imagine the terrifying things they might create. This was a colossal fleet, and it didn't stop there. Construction had not ceased. The Deep Blue was too immense, and the number of hunters assigned to escort duties was slightly insufficient. Hu Yu planned to pause the construction of the Deep Blue and add another 200 hunters before considering the matter of departure. Today was the day for testing the warp drive. The technology behind the warp drive had been conquered decades ago by a team led by academician Zhang Zhiyuan, but the fleet had remained at Tiansong V. At academician Zhang's request, the warships had only reserved space for the warp drive without installing it, as he was still striving to improve its efficiency. Only now had academician Zhang declared that they had reached the technological limit. Without a major breakthrough, even refining it for 10,000 years would yield no significant improvement. Thus, the final real ship test of the warp drive commenced. If successful, mass production would begin immediately. 16 colossal warp drives, each 100 meters long, were towed by tugboats, slowly approaching a Deep Blue vessel on the edge of the formation. Armor plates on multiple sections of the Deep Blue's hull split open, revealing pitch-black cavities 100 meters deep. The warp drives gradually neared the openings, and with the aid of mechanical arms, fit perfectly into the exposed cavities of the Deep Blue. Everyone awaited the experiment's start with bated breath, yet academician Zhang Zhiyuan remained calm and composed. As the project's chief commander, he was 100% confident in the warp drive's performance. Academician Zhang issued the work order, and the warp drives began operating silently. As their power increased, the Deep Blue in everyone's eyes grew unstable, distorting like an object seen through flames. It began to warp, then stretched and elongated. The crowd's hearts tightened with anxiety. If they hadn't maintained a safe distance, they might have felt themselves being pulled into thin strips. However, academician Zhang reassured everyone not to fear. This was all normal. The distance from the Deep Blue was a safe margin, and the warp drive would not harm people. But being too close to the warp drive would be dangerous. Spatial deformation wouldn't affect humans, but the immense gravitational pull of the warp drive could cause injury. Thus, both the Deep Blue and the Hunters had been designed with many features to counter the warp drive's gravity, ensuring the safety of those inside. The Deep Blue grew longer and longer, especially its bow, which nearly became a needle-like cone. At that moment, the warp drive's power reached its maximum, and with a whoosh, the elongated Deep Blue vanished at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Objects in warp travel could not be observed by conventional means because space was constantly shifting and chaotic. Information could only be obtained through regular communication with the Deep Blue. Communications normal. Attitude normal. Hull structure normal. Internal instruments functioning. The monitoring personnel continuously reported the Deep Blue's various statuses: normal, everything normal. Those simple 2 words were the result of countless scientists' hard work over 100 years. Within them were condensed the scientists' endless efforts and sweat, along with countless failures and the helplessness of being unable to find solutions. 63 minutes later, on the predetermined orbit of the third planet, a colossal spaceship appeared out of thin air. The Deep Blue had reached its designated position, taking 63 minutes 17 seconds and 39 milliseconds. Measuring the distance yielded a result of 0.81 times the speed of light. Next came the test for the Hunters. 100 Hunters were tested simultaneously. When their warp drives activated, they were not only stretched into thin strips, but also began to extend outward due to the influence of surrounding warp drives. According to academician Zhang, this was not the warships deforming, but an illusion caused by spatial curvature in human eyes. If one were inside the ship, they wouldn't experience such a sensation. The warship was enveloped by multiple warp drives, forming a relatively stable force balance, otherwise the ship itself would be the first to suffer when the drive started. Thus, the Deep Blue was equipped with 16 warp drives, while the smaller hunters only needed 4 smaller ones. The test results were soon available. After 8 minutes 45 seconds, and 23 milliseconds, the hunters appeared on the predetermined orbit of the third planet, achieving nearly 6 times the speed of light. Humanity had surpassed the speed of light for the first time. We've succeeded. Academician, we've succeeded. Academician, we have succeeded. Scientists began cheering loudly, and countless people started crying. Those who had not experienced this could not understand their emotions. Ordinary people might feel a sense of accomplishment after completing a task in a few days, but this group had spent nearly 100 years enduring countless setbacks to achieve this feat. How could they not be moved to tears? Academician, you've worked hard. Comrades, you have worked hard. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to our Chinese nation. Today marks a new era for us. From this day onward, we have entered a new age. The vast cosmos will be ours to roam, the sun, moon, and stars ours to grasp. But we must continue striving until the day we stand above this universe. Who you declared loudly. General, we will continue to work hard, the scientist replied. The entire fleet began celebrating. This day had been too long in coming. The scientists became everyone's idols. Many decided to start studying again, vowing to become scientists themselves. Children were filled with admiration for the scientists. Under the fleet's promotion, the zeal for learning was sure to reach new heights. Who you held a grand celebration for the scientists. At the banquet, the scientists finally set down their heavy burdens, drinking, singing, and speaking loudly. Seeing this, Hu Yu felt a pang of heartache. For the warp drive, he had constantly pressured these scientists, and only now did he realize that they were merely ordinary people who needed liberation and indulgence. Hu Yu moved through the banquet, continuously raising his glass with the scientists and expressing his gratitude. Amid the clinking of glasses, laughter, and cheerful conversations, the banquet finally wound down. Academician Zeng quietly pulled Hu Yu aside to his office. Academician Zeng, what's so mysterious? What do you think of today's test? What do I think? It was very successful. Both the small hunter warships and the massive Deep Blue habitat ship successfully completed warp travel. Although the Deep Blue's speed was only 0.80 times the speed of light, I believe that soon you academicians will break through again and our fleet's speed will be greatly improved. But over these years you have worked hard. On behalf of the fleet, I thank you. General, regarding the warp drive, we indeed succeeded. But a new problem has emerged. What problem? It's our communication issue. The quantum communication links between the 100 hunters and the ground were almost entirely destroyed, with most particles losing their entangled state. The Deep Blue also lost nearly 1/5 of its quantum communication equipment. Why didn't anyone mention this during the test? I instructed them not to. As long as the warp drive had no issues, no other problems were to be brought up on site. Our people needed a complete victory. But I had anticipated this outcome long ago, though I didn't expect it to actually happen. Academician, you did the right thing. But what exactly caused the quantum particles to lose their entanglement? Without quantum communication, we'll face a major problem during travel. I'm not sure yet, but I have a hypothesis. I suspect that what we call a pair of entangled particles might actually be a single particle. However, I need more data to confirm this. Academician Zeng paced the office as he spoke. How can a pair of particles be one particle? They are clearly placed in 2 separate instruments. Academician, do you mean? Hu Yu exclaimed. Exactly. Otherwise, I can't explain the current situation. The instruments inside the warships are intact, and no high-energy particles or cosmic rays have entered the ships. Apart from that scenario, I can't think of any other reason. Academician, I can hardly believe it. We've been studying that scenario all along, but I never thought it might be right before our eyes. If we had realized sooner, our situation might not be so dire now. General, don't be discouraged. We were bound to venture into the cosmos eventually, or we're just a few hundred years early. For us, this might not be a bad thing. The main priority now is to find ways to gather more data and break into that level as soon as possible. If we reach that level, we will have a place in this universe. Academician, this will require your hard work. I will do my best to meet any requests from the Academy. I hope you can make a breakthrough soon. Since this is the case, let's stay. Alright, I will organize relevant personnel to study this phenomenon. But even if we discover something, we won't master the technology in a short time. Our use of energy is still at a very rudimentary stage. Without high energy levels, such things cannot be applied. Academician Zeng said. I understand. Just confirming our hypothesis would be a success. But Academician, what about the communication problem now? Without quantum communication, we can't fall back on electromagnetic communication. Our fleet is growing larger. In 100 years, it will at least double in size, stretching over several astronomical units, or even hundreds. Electromagnetic communication won't meet the fleet's needs. General, we are researching new communication methods. Quantum communication was meant to be discarded eventually, it's just happening a bit earlier. What do you mean, Academician? Think about it. Quantum communication is 110. Our fleet currently has just over 5 warships, but we have extracted tens of billions of entangled particles and manufactured tens of millions of quantum communicators. Even so, we cannot meet the communication needs between any two ships. If we needed quantum links between every ship, we would require trillions of quantum communicators. As the fleet expands, that number grows exponentially. The warships would have no room for anything else but quantum communicators. That is indeed the case. Even I cannot command every single warship unless the combat command room has 500 quantum communicators. So we still have to rely on the primitive pyramid-style command structure. This has always been a source of frustration for me. If all warships could establish two-way communication, our combat effectiveness would increase by at least 50%. That's why I say quantum communication is one of the methods we need to abandon. In some respects, it is indeed inferior to ordinary electromagnetic communication. Then what kind of communication method should we use? There is no other way to achieve faster-than-light communication. That's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes. But the project is just starting, but we need time to make a break. Alright, academician. Let's first deal with it using electromagnetic waves. After all, as long as we don't engage in curvature maneuvers, near Tiansong V, quantum communication can still function normally. We'll discuss it further once we leave Tiansong V. Who you said? Quantum dimensions, space-time. Leaving academician Zhang's office, who you muttered to himself. The universe appeared tranquil, yet it was governed by endless, unyielding laws that controlled everything from the rotation of galaxies and the succession of stars to the fluctuations of particles and the transformation of energy. Nothing could escape the constraints of cosmic rules. What were rules? This was perhaps more a philosophical question than a scientific one. They were invisible and tangible, yet they existed concretely, like an invisible hand driving the evolution of the universe. If one could master these rules, the universe would be but a plaything in their hands, who you thought. But then he shook his head. Even the galactic civilizations above the Great Star region civilizations had likely not yet touched upon these rules, otherwise dealing with the Zerg would be a mere trifle, requiring no such painstaking efforts to dispatch Great Star region forces. Even if a civilization had mastered some rules, they might not be able to wield them arbitrarily. The current rules of the universe had been meticulously established over more than 10 billion years of evolution, like a carefully arranged set of dominoes. Toppling just one could lead to the collapse of the entire array. On a cosmic scale, forcibly altering any rule could very well cause the entire universe to crumble. However, civilizations at that level might be able to alter rules on a small scale, especially in battle. A civilization that had mastered rules would be like a god, their words becoming law, their presence defining the territory of their rule. Any other civilization would be doomed to defeat. But rules were elusive. Not only had the Great Star region civilizations not mastered them, but even the legendary galactic-level civilization might not have glimpsed their shadow. Otherwise, the so-called Abyss would not have instilled such fear in that galactic civilization. According to information from the destroyers, a galactic civilization could control the entire Milky Way and had sufficient power to travel between galaxies. Yet even they were terrified of the Abyss, a testament to its horror. Fortunately, the Abyss was not in the Milky Way, or the galaxy would have ceased to exist long ago. Conversely, mastering rules was far more difficult than controlling a single galaxy, or even several. What was wrong with me thinking about such far-fetched things? Who you laughed at himself. Ending his train of random thoughts, he returned to the base. According to Earth time, it was already evening, but the third planet was still bathed in sunlight. Combined with the effects of alcohol from the banquet, Hu Yu felt no drowsiness. So instead of going home, he went straight to the base command center. As soon as Hu Yu entered the command center, Wen Zhonghua approached him. "Old Hu, I was about to find you. There's a situation," Wen Zhonghua said solemnly. "Speak." Hu Yu shook his head, trying to dispel the influence of the alcohol, and strode quickly towards the large. "Old Hu, things aren't good. Look here, here, and here. All the satellites we deployed have been lost. This is definitely not a coincidence." Wen Zhonghua pointed at several areas on the large screen. Before the fleet arrived at Tiansong V, it had launched billions of satellites. Upon arrival, it had spared no effort to launch tens of billions more distributed across a region spanning 2 light-years centered on Tiansong V. These satellites were no more complex than children's toys from 200 years ago, yet these simple devices constituted the fleet's first line of defense. Is it another civilization? From the current situation, it's undoubtedly another civilization. Wen Zhonghua said, "Have any images been sent back? We don't have much intelligence yet. The other party is extremely fast, and most of our satellites are simplified versions unable to capture clear images. However, some precision satellites might have a chance to capture clear images and send them back shortly. With hundreds of billions of satellites, the sheer quantity meant only the most basic functions could be guaranteed. However, a small number of precision satellites were interspersed among them. These precision versions were powerful, but scarce, less than 1/10th of the simplified ones. They served not only as high-grade monitoring units, but also as crucial information relay stations. The vast number of ordinary satellites could not all use quantum communication, Only the precision ones were equipped with it to maintain contact with the base. The ordinary satellites transmitted observed information via electromagnetic waves to nearby precision satellites, which then relayed it to the fleet in real time through quantum communication. How much do we know about the other side now? Who you asked? Their speed is approximately 0.5 times the speed of light, but it's unknown if that's their top speed. Based on the areas where satellites were destroyed, the enemy fleet might number in the millions. When Zhonghua analyzed, General, we've captured a clear image. A staff officer reported. Display it on the main screen. Yes, sir. On the main screen, an image of a single enemy warship appeared. It was an approximately elliptical disc slightly pointed at the front. According to data from the satellites, the disc was about 800 meters in diameter. On its surface were various asymmetrical irregular protrusions, completely ruining the otherwise decent aesthetic of the disc shape. These protrusions might be various observation devices or weapon systems. Everyone was seeing such an unrefined warship for the first time. Even though in space any shape has little impact on flight performance, both the destroyer and the observer ships from before had a certain aesthetic appeal befitting a technological product. Human ships were the same. Designers hid observation devices and weapons as much as possible to create a harmonious exterior, and any exposed parts were centered or symmetrically arranged. This observed alien warship, however, seemed like a child playing with building blocks, randomly piling equipment onto the main hull, caring only about functionality and completely disregarding aesthetics. It's so large, several times bigger than the hunters. Zhonghua, how is our fleet preparation? 500 hunters have all been deployed, only awaiting the installation of curvature engines. However, the 100-odd functional ships are still empty inside. They were originally scheduled to be loaded with the base's factory equipment only upon departure. The Deep Blue is also mostly ready. Personnel can board at any time, and some follow-up work can be done inside the Deep Blue ship. Most of the equipment for the curvature engines has already been manufactured. If we work at full capacity, we can equip the warships in about 2 months. Order all factories related to the curvature engines to work at full capacity. Immediately shut down all other unrelated factories. Transfer machinery and equipment to the functional ships without delay. If space is insufficient, arrange for several Deep Blue ships to receive them, transferring as much equipment as possible. There's still plenty of water ice on the small asteroid. Free up a few more Deep Blue ships and pack all the ice inside. Also other resources, like ore, steel modules for base construction. Anything that can be moved, move it all. The Deep Blue ships have plenty of spare capacity now. Everyone must get moving. I'm declaring a state of emergency for the fleet. Who are we just going to run away like this? When Zhonghua, a soldier at heart, was reluctant to flee without Zhonghua, I cannot risk the lives of our people. At their speed, they will reach Tiansong V in 2 years. If we engage in conflict, then it's fine if we win. But what if we lose? You have a point. Should we try to make contact with them first? Let's wait until academicians Zheng and Xiao arrive. Who you hesitated? Although academicians Zheng and Xiao were ostensibly the leaders of the Science Academy, after years of warfare against the Zerg, they possessed richer experience and more astute social skills. This was why the leader had them accompany Hu Yu. They were now the fleet's chief advisors, except for military matters. Hu Yu would consult them on everything else. General, as he spoke, academicians Zheng and Xiao hurried in. Academician Zheng, academician Xiao, what are your thoughts on this guest? Hu Yu asked. On the way, he had briefed them on the situation. I think we should refrain from any contact for now. It's not too late to act after we've prepared everything. Academician Xiao said. I agree. From the current data, our speed is slightly ahead of theirs. But I'm sure they aren't traveling at full speed. They have undoubtedly discovered our satellites and know of our existence, yet they've taken no action. This can only mean 2 things. First, they believe their technology is far superior and deem us unworthy of contact. Second, they see no need for contact. Academician Zheng analyzed. Academician Zheng, what do you mean by no need for contact? When Zhonghua asked. Chief of Staff, when do you converse with your food when you eat? Academician Zheng asked. Of course not. That would get me sent to a mental institution. Exactly. In their eyes, we are like food to be consumed at will. That's too arrogant. If that's the case, even if I have to die, I'll take a few bites out of them. When Zhonghua said, Zhonghua, calm down. Let the academician speak. Based on my analysis, the other party is at least in the mid-stage of a stellar civilization, but definitely not a galactic one. A galactic civilization would not be so slow. Secondly, this civilization must have extensive experience in interstellar travel or absolute confidence in their technology, otherwise they wouldn't be charging straight at us so boldly. Typically, a stellar civilization would not leave its home star system on such a large scale. Staying within the home system and gradually expanding to neighboring systems is the proper path of development. Academician, could this civilization be located near Tiansong V? Who you asked? Within a few hundred light years around Tiansong V, there were also hundreds of planetary systems. The activity range of a stellar civilization was small, and the fleet's technology could not detect whether a civilization existed in those systems. Unlikely. From the images, this fleet has at least 1 million warships, plus an unknown number of large vessels, likely civilian ships. This is definitely not the behavior of a stellar civilization exploring neighboring systems. For exploration, they would first send a few ships and personnel for on-site surveys, then build a base for terraforming. Only after completion would they relocate a suitable number of people to live there, further completing the development. The other party's approach is entirely different. It looks more like a mass migration. Academician Zhang analyzed. I agree. This fleet scale is somewhat large for interstellar colonization. Judging by our own level of development, this scale resembles our current behavior. Such behavior could be caused by an invasion like ours, or resource depletion in the home system hindering development, or the intervention of a third-party advanced civilization. Of these possibilities, the second is the most likely. Academician Xiao added. Their fleet is intact and well organized, not at all like a group forced to flee after an invasion. So they think they have us in the bag. When Zhonghua asked, one could say that. Our satellites are 2 light years away. For an advanced civilization, it's inconceivable that they destroyed a large number of our satellites without noticing anything. It clearly shows they have discovered our existence. They might have even captured one of our satellites and reverse-engineered our technology level, concluding that they can easily overpower us. That's why their fleet hasn't slowed down at all, continuing straight towards us. Academician Zhang said. Academician Zhang, can you assess their strength from the available information? To some extent. First, they have 1 million ships, each about 800 meters in length. These should be their warships. Our Hunter-class warships are only 300 meters long. It's not that we don't want to build larger, more powerful ships. Our current capabilities limit us. If we forced the construction of larger ships, we couldn't guarantee the quantity, and the quality would suffer. The various technologies wouldn't match the ship size, for instance, the curvature engine. That would be highly unadvisable. However, we are a wandering civilization. If the other party developed within their home system before departing, they might not have a technological edge, but they could certainly have a fleet several times larger. If we could develop peacefully at Tiansong V for a few years, we could also build such a fleet at the stellar civilization stage, perhaps even larger. Academician Zhang said. We were indeed too hasty. Otherwise, the fleet could have been 1 or 2 times stronger without issue. When Zhonghua sighed, Academician Zhang composed himself and continued. Secondly, in terms of speed, their curvature navigation speed is at least 0.5 times the speed of light. In this aspect, they far surpass us. Academician Zhang, that can't be right. Even our slowest Deep Blue can do 0.8 times the speed of light. When Zhonghua retorted, that's because we used the super heavy Zhong element extracted from the Zerg. They likely don't have it, as they don't appear to have been driven out by the bugs. You could say we cheated or took a shortcut. If we used ordinary heavy elements, the Deep Blue would be lucky to reach 0.1 times the speed of light. Academician, does this mean we should have an advantage in speed, right? When Zhonghua continued to inquire, it can only be said that there is such a possibility, but we shouldn't hold too much hope. The enemy's warships are larger than ours, and they do not have the Cho element to achieve better curvature effects. If both sides are at the stellar civilization stage, we might have a speed advantage. However, no matter how slow their warships are, they will definitely surpass the Deep Blue. I believe it won't be long before their civilian ships stop advancing, while their warships will break through the speed of light and attack us. We have already considered this situation. The fleet is now in an emergency state, and preparations will be made immediately to respond to the impending war. If their speed is the same as our hunters, they could reach Tian Warehouse 5 in about 4 months, while our curvature engine will take at least 2 months to complete its installation. There is not much time left for the soldiers to adapt to the warships. If the enemy's warships are even faster, this time will become even more urgent. When Zhonghua said anxiously, yes, the situation is indeed very urgent. Let's prepare according to General Huss arrangements. Remind the public to be quick and to stay calm. Although the curvature engine is of utmost importance, I believe we will definitely not encounter any problems. I will personally oversee it to ensure that production and installation are completed within 2 months. Academician Zhang said. Also, Academician Zhang, the curvature engine will be prioritized for the Deep Blue. The installation of the curvature engine on the Deep Blue will only take a week. Unrelated personnel should complete their tasks and board the ship as soon as possible. We will move as many supplies as possible onto the Deep Blue. These are the results of our decades of hard work, and we cannot easily abandon them. Once the personnel and equipment are aboard the Deep Blue, we'll leave Tian Warehouse 5 immediately at 0.4 times the speed of light. Why only at 0.4 times the speed of light? When Zhonghua asked. To preserve our strength and not reveal our trump card at the beginning. If we go all out from the start, they might immediately abandon their civilian ships and send their warships to intercept us. You explained. Yes, we need to appear weak as much as possible while ensuring safety. Only when they let their guard down can we deliver a fatal blow. Academician Xiao agreed. From start to finish, this war is unavoidable, Hu said heavily. Yes, General. We can only rely on you regarding the war. However, we believe you will do well. Academician Xiao said. I will do my best. All right, keep communication open at all times. After Academician Zheng and Academician Xiao finished speaking, they left the command room. They had more important matters to attend to, as the Academy of Sciences must be moved intact onto the scientific vessel in the sky, as it is the guarantee for the future and nothing can be lost. Hu quietly smoked in the command room, trying to suppress his anxious emotions. This battle might be unavoidable, marking the first true confrontation with an alien civilization. Hu had few plans in mind, but this battle could only be a victory, not a failure. It was a war between two civilizations, and the consequences for the losing side would undoubtedly be tragic. Hu would not allow such a fate to befall his civilization. In the war against the alien civilization, Earth had already lost once, and the result of that defeat was the forced departure of the entire population from their homeland, becoming a tragic wandering civilization. Upon arriving at Tian Warehouse 5, they thought they could develop quietly for a while, but unexpectedly, just as they completed their preliminary construction tasks, a new challenge emerged. Fortunately, the fleet had completed its preliminary construction tasks. If the alien fleet had arrived 20 years earlier, the fleet would have been defenseless and easily slaughtered. However, the current strength still seemed very insufficient, as the enemy possessed a fleet of over 100,000 warships, and their ships were several times larger than the hunters. Although a larger ship does not necessarily mean it is more powerful in some aspects, it signifies that their level of technology is at least superior to ours. Just like hundreds of years ago, from large airplanes and ships to various large machines, all of these are manifestations of technological strength. This principle still holds true today. For example, the Polaris and the Deep Blue. The Polaris is only 5 kilometers long, while the Deep Blue is a full 20 kilometers long, reflecting the progress of technology. Tian Warehouse 5 is only equipped with 5-0 hunters and has not deployed any other defensive forces. 4 interstellar warships capable of long-range strikes and faster than light travel. Any ground-based or space-based weapons are mere decorations unless such weapons are extraordinarily large, like those with a diameter exceeding several dozen kilometers. However, given the state of the fleet, it is not suitable to expend a large amount of manpower and resources to build an impractical ground-based or space-based defense weapon. Zhonghua, have the orders been issued? They have been issued. Aside from the factories related to the curvature engine, other factories have begun to gather personnel and prepare to relocate. Many civilians have voluntarily joined the relocation teams, and when there is insufficient transport equipment, people carry items on their shoulders or in their hands. As they say, every little bit counts. Every piece of material contains everyone's hard work, and each material is the future of the fleet, so it must not be wasted. Let them be, but if the enemy fleet shows signs of acceleration in a month, we must board the ships forcibly. Old Hu, don't be too anxious, it will be fine. Zhonghua, you don't understand. This battle will not be easy. We know nothing about them, what formations they will use, what weapons they possess, whether they aim to drive us away or plunder us, and so on. We are completely in the dark. What should we do if we are defeated? Let's wait a bit longer. Once our fleet is fully equipped with curvature engines, we will try to establish contact with them to see what they are about. Even if it's a lion, I will still pluck a few hairs from it. All right, you take care of the civilians. Don't worry, over the years I haven't made you worry about anything. You can focus on strategizing with the academicians while I handle the matters of Tian Warehouse 5. At this moment, inside a massive warship that is 50 kilometers long, a creature with a head resembling that of a giant python moved its strong limbs beneath it. From its position and the ornate outer armor, it was clear that this creature was a leader. At that moment, its eyes were fixed on the screen before it, which displayed an image of Tian Warehouse 5. Leader, when do we start the attack? Asked a slightly shorter creature in a strange language. No hurry. It is not easy to find a habitable planet within the habitable zone, only to find it occupied by another civilization. However, our sand python civilization has endured several centuries of travel and is in dire need of food storage. Let's use this civilization to replenish our food reserves. Leader, this civilization has placed its surveillance devices 2 light years away, and it may not be as easy to deal with as the previous 2 civilizations. You should be careful. The space engine is the curvature engine. Egudo, you are too reckless. Our great civilization has devoured 3 civilizations over the past 1,000 years, and none have been our match. This one before us is merely our food. The leader said discontentedly. Yes, you're right, leader. I misspoke. Please punish me, leader. The alien creature referred to as Egudo hurriedly bowed and admitted its mistake. I will let it go this time, but if there's a next time, you will go to the food storage room yourself. Humph. Yes, leader, there will definitely not be a next time. Egudo was frightened and repeatedly agreed. In the Sand Python civilization, the leader holds absolute power over life and death. The Sand Python civilization, as its name suggests, originates from a planet resembling a desert. Its home star system contains only 2 planets, and the sand python civilization emerged on one of them. Over 80% of the surface of this planet is covered in sand. The sand python was originally the top predator on this planet, and after millions of years of evolution gradually developed intelligence and formed a civilization. The desert planet is extremely resource-poor, and the evolution of civilization has been exceedingly slow. After another 50 million years of development, they finally evolved into a technological civilization and explored the other planet in their star system. To their disappointment, the resources on that planet were equally scarce. The scarcity of resources severely restricted the development of the civilization. As the sand python civilization developed, other biological groups were continuously driven to extinction. The harsh environment cultivated the sand python's indiscriminate eating habits. They consumed everything edible on the planet, including their own weak, sick, and elderly kin. Despite this, the sand python civilization still could not find satisfaction, and their population even began to decline. Eventually, a somewhat wise leader emerged in the sand python civilization who believed that for their civilization to survive, they had to venture into the deep cosmos and seek resources on other planets. Under this leader's orders, the sand python civilization extracted nearly all usable materials from the 2 planets, building 5 small spacecraft, leading their entire race away from this resource-scarce star system and embarking on a journey of cosmic exploration and plunder. These spacecraft were not equipped like the Polaris of humanity, rather they were merely crude shells. However, the sand pythons had the innate ability to withstand harsh environments, and their physical condition far exceeded that of humans, allowing them to survive in even the most adverse conditions as long as food was available. The 5000 shabby spacecraft slowly traversed the starry sky. After 150 years, the fleet's food reserves ran out before they found a new planet. The sand pythons began to consume their own kind, but to them there were no ethical or moral dilemmas, nor any psychological burdens. Cannibalism was completely normal. To prolong their species, some old, weak, sick, or post-reproductive sand pythons were even willing to become food. Another 50 years later, the shaky sand python fleet finally reached a star system with a planet. By this time, the sand python population had lost 2/3, leaving only over 500 million. This star had one planet where civilization had also evolved. Unfortunately, this civilization was still in its nascent stage. The sand python civilization directly descended upon this planet, and the scene before the wandering sand pythons after hundreds of years looked like paradise. The food was so abundant that the first thing the sand pythons wanted to do upon arrival was to let all their kin gorge themselves. A civilization in the agricultural stage stood no chance against these early-stage stellar beasts. Even without technology, the sand pythons had a structure that was exceptionally robust, and countless native residents were devoured in a cacophony of screams as their flesh and blood filled the bellies of the sand pythons. The taste of intelligent beings was indeed superior to that of beasts. The sand pythons settled on this planet. For long-term development, they periodically compelled the native residents to surrender a portion of their population for consumption. In terms of taste, the sand pythons preferred to eat intelligent beings. The sand pythons had no concept of cooking. They gobbled everything up raw with their large, toothy mouths, relishing the cries of intelligent beings as they feasted. To them, this was an exhilarating and delightful experience. The sand python civilization remained on this planet for 100 years, not only restoring their population, but also making technological advancements. They built 4000 spacecraft using the planet's resources. Before departing, the sand pythons rounded up all the native residents, freezing them aboard the ships to serve as food supplies for the fleet along with most of the planet's other life forms. After the brutal plundering by the sand python civilization, it would take at least several hundred years for this planet to restore its original ecosystem. The large creatures driven to extinction by the sand python civilization were countless, and perhaps after several 100 million years this planet might once again evolve intelligent life, or perhaps there would be no hope left. In the following several hundred years, the sand python civilization encountered 2 more early-stage stellar civilizations during their travels. Using their brutal combat methods and slightly advanced technology, the sand pythons defeated these 2 civilizations, demanding that the losers not only surrender their technology, but also their very beings. Although these 2 were also early-stage stellar civilizations, their developmental paths were not the same, and the sand pythons learned much different technology from them. Leveraging the technology, they plundered the sand pythons, forcibly integrated it into their fleet. The sand pythons were not a particularly intelligent civilization. Their development history dictated their cognitive speed. Nearly 200 million years of development led them to become an early-stage stellar civilization, which was primarily a result of both resource issues and the sand pythons' own limitations. Nevertheless, the sand pythons had still developed a powerful force with 1.2 million warships. This power in the hands of the sand pythons could unleash 120 of its combat strength due to their ferocity and cold-bloodedness. After their previous victories against other civilizations, the Sand Python fleet did not regard Hu Yu and his monitoring satellites as a threat when they first encountered them 2 months ago. However, the Sand Pythons, while not overly intelligent, were not foolish either. They captured several satellites for technical analysis. The analysis results delighted them even more. Such a primitive satellite could not possibly be produced by a star system-level civilization, nor could it be the work of a small star zone civilization. It could only be the product of a stellar civilization, which the Sand Pythons still did not regard as a significant threat. In the leader's eyes, a new type of food was about to be within reach. However, the time for an attack was not yet right. The fleet's communication capabilities were insufficient to command combat from a light year away, so the leader's massive flagship had to slowly approach Tian Warehouse 5 under the protection of warships. Chief of Staff, do you think these alien warships will have shields? A staff member asked. Have you watched too many sci-fi movies from the last century? There's no such mystical nonsense. Keep your eyes peeled and stop dwelling on those wild thoughts. If anything goes wrong, you'll be held accountable. Wen Zhonghua responded. No, Staff Officer Zhu has a point. Anything is possible in this universe. What we can achieve doesn't mean others can't. Add this to the backup battle plan. Also, any ideas you have, no matter how far-fetched they seem to you, must be reported to me. Hu Yu addressed the group of staff officers. Yes, General. Get back to work. Old Hu, now that the curvature engines are being installed on the Hunter warships, should we send a small team to strike them? To probe their capabilities? Not yet. The civilians are still boarding the ships, and the supplies and equipment haven't been fully relocated. We can't take risks for now. Moreover, for the sake of the people, we must not abandon the hope of peace. However, with the curvature engines equipped on some Hunters, we now have a certain level of combat capability, so we can begin implementing battle deployments. Zhonghua, what are your thoughts? Academician Zhang and his team have been working day and night. At most, in 2 weeks, all our Hunter warships will have curvature navigation capability, and the weapons are already fully loaded. However, we need to decide between AI autonomy or AI assistance. That call is yours to make. Although the Hunter warships had simple structures, their systems were complex, encompassing high-energy particle beam weapons, gravitational bombs, fusion bombs, high-energy lasers, conventional missiles, control systems, navigation systems, targeting systems, tracking systems, launch systems, life support systems, and a host of other intricate operations. Human effort alone could not manage the control, as a warship must be ready for battle at any moment. Stationing multiple skilled technical personnel on a single vessel was inadvisable, for if the ship was attacked and destroyed, the losses would be catastrophic. Thus, advanced artificial intelligence was installed on every warship, replacing most human-operated tasks. This not only reduced personnel losses when a warship was damaged, but also made AI more efficient than humans. For simple mechanical tasks, AI almost never made mistakes, whereas humans were prone to errors due to various environmental factors. Especially when a warship was maneuvering at high speed, personnel had to overcome the physical discomfort caused by acceleration changes while operating equipment, which greatly increased the likelihood of mistakes. Computers, however, were different. Regardless of the environment or how the warship accelerated and maneuvered, as long as the computer was not damaged, it would never err. Advanced AI could not only execute a series of commands quickly and accurately, but also engage in fully autonomous combat. Nevertheless, a computer was still a computer. Even if scientists and warfare experts had written billions of instructions, simulated as many battlefield scenarios as possible, and enabled the AI to learn independently, AI still fell short of humans in making the most appropriate judgments on the battlefield. In simulated battles, human-controlled warships achieved victory almost 100% of the time because humans could devise all sorts of unconventional tactics based on the battlefield situation, while AI lagged behind in this regard. However, this did not diminish AI's crucial role in combat. War is not merely a contest of technology, it is more like a gamble. Any minute factor could alter the entire course of a battle. Soldiers risked their lives repeatedly, creating opportunities and employing various methods to accumulate small victories, ultimately changing the outcome of the war. Although computer technology was highly advanced, AI still could not match the intelligence of the human brain. If you asked a person to recite the 100,000 digits of pi, they would likely question your sanity or even insult you, but AI would execute the command without hesitation. To AI, it was a perfectly normal instruction. That was the difference between the human brain and a computer. Thus, the optimal state for a warship was AI as support and humans as the lead. In this mode, humans only needed to control the ship for attacks under specific conditions to accomplish certain battle deployments, such as holding off an enemy vessel to buy time for others to attack or retreat. A ship tasked with delaying the enemy might likely be destroyed. Such an order would not be autonomously executed by AI, but humans could. The spirit of sacrifice was difficult to simulate in AI. However, this meant that if the warship was destroyed in battle, the pilot's life could not be guaranteed. Despite the ship's design incorporating ample considerations, everyone knew the terror of interstellar war and how slim the chances of survival were. Let the pilots go. Our warriors need the tempering of blood and fire. Though it is harsh, it is our mission. From the day we joined the military, we were prepared to lose our lives at any moment. Who you said? I agree. Though we now have 2 million frontline combat personnel, only a few tens of thousands are veterans who fought against the Zerg in the Earth era. The rest are new recruits trained on Tiansong V with no combat experience. This battle will be the benchmark to test the results of their training. When Zhonghua echoed, the coming war will help our warriors adapt to the environment faster. Drifting in the universe war should become the norm. Zhonghua, do you have a plan for this campaign? I have a few preliminary plans, but since we don't know the specifics of the enemy, many details cannot be finalized. Let's hear them. Based on our 2 months of observation and analysis, we've found that the enemy doesn't have much combat experience. Their fleet has been advancing without any battle formation aside from dispatching a large number of warships to guard the flagship. They don't even send out scouts. From this, either they are extremely arrogant or they lack combat experience. I'm more inclined to believe the latter. What if they haven't formed a battle formation because they think it's not yet time to attack? Old who we came from Earth. Although we didn't deploy a large number of J-90 fighters for escort, due to energy considerations, every time there was an anomaly, all fighters were scrambled. If I were the enemy at this point, I would have dispersed the warships to avoid being wiped out in one go, sent out appropriate size formations in multiple directions to guard against surprise attacks, and launched numerous detection probes or dispatched scouts. No matter how powerful one is when facing an unfamiliar civilization, one can never be too cautious. The differences between civilizations are too vast and no one can guarantee that the other side doesn't have weapons or means to counter you. When Zhonghua explained, that's possible. I agree with your speculation. Another possibility is that their early warning capabilities are so strong that they can ensure no threats exist within a large radius around them. If so, they have enough reaction time and don't need to dispatch units for warning. Perhaps, based on their direction and speed, the 5th planet will bear the brunt of the contact, while the 4th and 3rd planets will remain on either side of Tiansong V, forming a massive triangle. I plan to deploy around the 5th planet as the center. Wen Zhonghua pointed at the star chart and explained, 200,000 hunters hidden on the far side of the 5th planet, 50,000 on the 3rd planet, 50,000 on the 4th planet, and another 100,000 concealed within the intense light and radiation at 0.1 astronomical units from Tiansong V. We've also rushed to produce a batch of ground-based fusion bomb launchers and ground-based laser cannons deployed on the 5th planet to lure the enemy warships. Continue. Among the 200,000 hunters on the 5th planet, 30,000 need to be AI autonomous, set to level 4 adventurous mode. This mode will attack the enemy recklessly, inciting their fury. The other 170,000 will adopt conservative attacks and harassment, preserving strength as much as possible. Through this tactic, we lure the bulk of the enemy fleet here, then begin a fighting retreat, drawing them toward Tiansong V. At that point, the warships from the other 3 positions will launch a full assault, encircling the enemy. When Zhonghua pointed to the center point of the triangle formed by the 5th planet, the 3rd planet, and Tiansong V. What about the remaining 100,000 hunters? Who you asked? The remaining 100,000 are split into 2 parts. The first part, 40,000, is divided into 2 groups. They will depart today using conventional navigation to slip away quietly. Only at the last moment will they activate curvature mode to avoid detection of space-time fluctuations by the enemy and extend their stealth time. They will take a wide detour from these 2 directions to get behind the enemy. I estimate that during battle the enemy will dispatch most of their warships, leaving the flagship and civilian ships far behind. Then these 40,000 ships will become their nightmare. The deployment at Tiansong V is mainly to exhaust and pin down the enemy's main fleet. These 40,000 raiding ships are the key. The other 60,000 will accompany the Deep Blue Fleet for defense and as reserves. We also have 80,000 J-90 fighters. They'll be useless in future voyages, so let them fulfill their final glory in this war, honoring their dignity as fighters. Though their combat power is limited, they're perfectly capable of harassment and deception. Their onboard AI can complete the mission without sacrificing our warriors. Who you added? Agreed. Supplement them to the 5th planet. Old who, any other opinions? Deploy as quickly as possible according to this plan. At the same time, ensure the warriors' morale is stable. Replace anyone who isn't up to par immediately. We can't afford any mistakes now. Any slip could cause us massive losses. Also, our quantum communication cannot function within curvature space, so we'll have to rely on conventional electromagnetic communication. With the vast distances, I can't command in real time, so deploy capable grassroots officers. Additionally, since the destroyers and observers previously penetrated our systems without hindrance and cracked all our information, I demand that from now on all operational intentions must not be stored on networks. Information must be multi-layered, encrypted before transmission, and the encryption methods must be changed frequently. This way, even if the enemy intercepts our messages, they'll never know what we're saying. unless they can read minds. Who you added? Right, we should also attempt to detect, monitor, and decrypt their communications. Who knows, it might. When Zhonghua said, start preparations. In a week, the Deep Blue Fleet can set out. By then, the entire Tiansong V system will be a battlefield. This is our first true interstellar war. We must not disappoint the leader and the people. In other words, we can only win, not lose. Everyone knows the consequences of defeat. Old who will say it again, rest assured. Unless their strength far exceeds ours, they'll have no good outcome. When it comes to warfare, we've never had a moment's peace since ancient times. What kind of situation haven't we seen? Zhonghua, how can I be at ease? The lives of hundreds of millions of people are in our hands. The enemy has more than twice our warships, and they might be more advanced. To be honest, I have no idea how likely we are to win this war. Worrying now won't help. The cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. We've already been uprooted from our homeland. How unlucky can we get? The heavens won't keep hounding one civilization forever. They'll leave us a way out. If we truly can't hold them off, we'll resort to the final plan: mutual destruction. Indefinitely not becoming a prisoner. Tiansong V, a star that had quietly existed in the Milky Way for billions of years, was now on the brink of a superstorm as two civilizations collided, a storm that would sweep across the entire Tiansong V system. The Deep Blue Fleet had already departed. 300 Deep Blue-class ships, each 20 kilometers long, were fully loaded, interspersed with over 100 functional vessels of various shapes and sizes. On the periphery, 60,000 pitch-black hunters served as escorts. The formation left Tiansong V at 0. For times the speed of light. They were now 0. 3 light-years from Huyu. The quantum communication instruments carried had already suffered damage to over a third within curvature space. Fortunately, the fleet had anticipated this and brought a large quantity of quantum communication equipment. In the entire Tiansong V system, aside from a portion of hastily constructed hidden ground-based launch devices, the rest were hunter warships. The pilots had already entered their warships. Groups of hunters flew in formation to predetermined locations, lying in ambush at designated positions. Even if the chance was only 1 in 100,000, avoiding war was always preferable, especially given the fleet's current state. After everything was prepared, Huyu dispatched 2 unmanned transport ships that appeared the least combat capable. All weapons were removed, and they were sent toward the enemy's direction. On the front of the transport, scientists installed an oversized display screen to show a script from Earth. Simultaneously, the transports continuously emitted electromagnetic waves to the enemy, demanding they identify themselves, state their intentions, and requesting them to decelerate and change course. This was the territory of the Chinese nation. Along with this information, a star dictionary compiled in a minor language was sent. The so-called Star Dictionary, named by the scientists who created it, contained a sufficient vocabulary and phrases. Language information or communication itself was essentially a library. With enough comparative samples, it could be mastered. For instance, if you send the word hello to another alien, even if they were a god, without a comparative sample, they could not possibly know what hello means. However, if you send them a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms or any piece of Earth literature, they would likely be able to comprehend it. Although the evolution and development of each civilization differ, there will always be some common ground. They may not understand the significance of 3 visits to the thatched cottage, but they would surely grasp concepts like attack and killing, and they would likely understand that Jingzhou and Luzhou are names of places. Of course, you would not be foolish enough to send Romance of the Three Kingdoms over. That would be teaching them warfare. All information sent was carefully considered, revealing not a single shred of useful human data, especially regarding the fleet's current status. As for why a minority language was used, it was to prevent the aliens from deciphering more linguistic information. When the disparity in power is not vast, cracking an opponent's system is no easy feat, especially between 2 completely different civilizations. The difficulty is akin to a chicken and a duck discussing whether a dog should eat bones at night. Take computing, for example. Even if an alien civilization uses computers, they might not employ binary. They could use octal, hexadecimal, or any other base. Humans use electronic and quantum computers, while an alien civilization might use biological computers, optical computers, or other types. Even different versions of systems on Earth experience incompatibility, let alone the informational barriers between 2 worlds. The compilation of this dictionary alone cost scientists immense effort. Beyond simple text, it was filled with illustrations, as graphics are far easier to comprehend. Moreover, while ensuring normal communication, it had to be extremely concise. The more complex the dictionary, the easier it would be for others to deduce additional information. Not only that, but to be cautious, scientists also chose a minority language system as the means of contact. Chief, we just received word that they have fled the planetary base. Can we launch an attack now? We can't let our meal get away, can we? Agudo, the deputy of the Serpent Clan leader, asked cautiously. Fled? How long ago? The leader inquired. Chief, we are currently 1 light year away, so the information we observe is from a year ago. They fled over a year ago, but their speed is not fast, only 0. For times the speed of light. Only 0. 4 times the speed of light. Far weaker than I imagined. I was worried that a full-speed pursuit would scare them off, costing us much time in the chase. The leader licked his crimson mouth and spoke sinisterly. Chief, there's another situation. They have sent 2 small ships over seemingly wanting to make contact with us, and they have been continuously transmitting messages. What messages? Can they be deciphered? Chief, they can be deciphered. They are not entirely foolish. They sent us an interstellar dictionary. After importing it into our computers, the decoded meaning is roughly a warning that this is their territory and that we should leave. How ridiculous. Fleeing on one hand, issuing warnings on the other. Is there anything more absurd? Order the research department to study this thoroughly and see if we can extract any useful information from these messages and the dictionary. Chief, a thorough analysis has been completed. These morsels are very cautious and left no useful information. Chief, should we respond? Perhaps with deception or intimidation to prevent the food from fleeing too far and wasting our dining time. It has been a long time since you last enjoyed fresh food. Egudo, that is an excellent suggestion. Reply to them saying that we the Serpent Clan are merely passing through. We have been drifting through the cosmos for eons and now need to replenish supplies and repair our ships on their planet. Tell them not to fear, for we are a peace-loving civilization that never engages in war with others. If they do not wish for us to stay on their planet, we will simply bypass their star system. However, our energy reserves are limited, so we sincerely hope for their assistance. We are willing to exchange a spatial technology capable of propelling large ships at 0.5 times the speed of light for one of their planets as a resource replenishment base. Thank you for the praise, Chief. It is my honor to share your burden. Egudo bowed and said, Chief, may I add that we could also gift them some of the finest delicacies we have discovered across multiple star systems. Egudo, you've grown wicked. Do it. Speaking of delicacies, I am getting hungry. Go pick a plump herdsman. I can hardly wait to taste fresh food again. I have grown tired of the same flavor after all these years. Yes, Chief. At your service. A plump rotund creature was escorted in by 2 serpent guards. The being whose head and body were one let out piercing screams, knowing full well the horror that awaited. During the herding period, the chief and the Serpent Clan had repeatedly devoured his kind before their eyes. Most of his kin were already dead and frozen, while he and a few others were kept pinned as the chief's exclusive delicacies. Herdsman was once a most peaceful planet home to countless herdsman beings. They were naturally gentle, revering nature with little conflict among themselves, let alone war. Not only were they gentle, but they were also intelligent, advancing from the dawn of sapience to a stellar-level civilization within 100,000 years. Upon reaching stellar civilization, they too studied the cosmos. Though they disliked war, they nevertheless assembled a vast fleet to prepare for the future cosmic environment. However, their extreme lack of combat experience left them nearly defenseless in the war against the Serpent Clan, even though their ship technology was clearly a level above the Serpent fleet, and they were not inferior in numbers fighting on home turf in their home star system. Within just a few months, their fleet was devoured by the Serpent civilization. The Serpent fleet then descended upon herdsmen, plundering all its resources and beginning to feast on the herdsman people. Bereft of military power, the herdsmen were utterly helpless against the serpent beings who rampaged like demons, slaughtering them wantonly. Countless herdsmen chose to end their own lives to avoid being eaten alive. Herdsman was transformed from a paradise into a hell. The bones of herdsman people were strewn everywhere, a horrifying sight. Yet the serpent beings cared not. They reveled in slaughter, the bloodthirsty genes of primitive creatures still dictating their behavior. Upon discovering the mass suicides, they forcibly pinned the herdsman people to ensure a long-term supply of delicious food. The serpent civilization lingered on herdsmen for decades. As usual, after replenishing their fleet, they set off again. Before departing, they herded all the herdsman people onto the ships, killing most and freezing them, leaving only a few to be pinned. The chief approached a herdsman, touched him with a forelimb claw, then tore off one of his limbs. Amidst the herdsman's agonized screams and the pooling fluids, he began to feast. His crimson maw and rows of fangs quickly devoured the limb. Across the entire galaxy, despite endless wars and hatred, the consumption of one sapient being by another was exceedingly rare. This was due partly to biological reasons, but more so to respect for civilization itself and for intelligence, the very essence of what is called civilization. The serpent people were different. On their home planet, resources were so scarce that anything convertible to energy, plants, animals, even the weak and elderly of their own kind, was consumed without discrimination. This harsh environment had forged in the serpent people a unique constitution and a ruthless disposition. Among the serpent, there was no concept of wasting food. The chief particularly enjoyed the internal organs of the herdsmen, who could survive for a considerable time after their removal. With a sharp claw, the chief slit open the herdsman's pale chest, revealing the glistening entrails to all the serpent onlookers. The herdsman watched helplessly as the chief grabbed his organs and stuffed them into his mouth. The exquisite taste of the organs and the herdsman's screams filled the chief with immense delight. After devouring the herdsman's organs and feeling his belly swell, the chief glanced at Agudo, whose mouth was nearly watering. Agudo, he's yours. Ah, thank you, chief. With that, Agudo lunged like a ravenous wolf, sinking his teeth into the herdsman and tearing off a large chunk of flesh indifferent to the victim's screams, and began to eat with relish. As the chief's deputy, Agudo often enjoyed fresh food, which tasted far better than the frozen stores. Concealed within the blazing Inferno 01 astronomical units from Tau Ceti Slayer ships had been hidden for over a year. The intense radiation and high-energy particles provided perfect cover. The Slayer ship's high-strength composite armor could withstand temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, but not the scorching majesty of Tau Ceti. The internal temperature was maintained at 25 degrees Celsius, yet Huyu involuntarily mimed wiping sweat from his brow. This was Tau Ceti's absolute domain. Academicians, on what do you make of this message? Huyu asked aboard a command ship converted from a Slayer vessel. Academician Zhang had volunteered to stay while Academician Xiao had remained with the Deep Blue Fleet to lead operations. Old Hu, is there even a question? If you could believe a word from these so-called serpent people, you might as well stomp my head into the ground and let me feel what it's like to have zero intelligence. Wen Zhonghua interjected. Chief of Staff, Wen is correct. This message is riddled with holes and devoid of logic. They can't even lie convincingly. It seems the serpent civilization's intelligence is not very high. Academician, the serpent people's rhetoric is meant to keep us here. Their target is not the planet itself, but us. They intend to plunder us. Huyu stated. Indeed. Moreover, they have already plundered several civilizations. Not only that, but they may have committed even more horrifying and brutal acts. Academician Zhang analyzed. Academician, how can you tell? When Zhonghua asked. They offered to exchange 0.5 times lightspeed technology for one of our planets. That part is normal and reasonable. They must have detected that our Deep Blue Fleet is fleeing at 0.4 times lightspeed. But the following line, willing to gift us some of the finest delicacies discovered across multiple star systems, is highly suspect. This has nothing to do with our transaction, yet they sent it. If you ponder it, you can sense the implication. The serpent people searched multiple star systems not just for delicacies, but to plunder other civilizations. Why describe other civilizations as delicacies? It can only mean one thing: the serpent people have consumed beings from other civilizations, and they still have stores on their ships. That's utterly appalling, academician. I couldn't bring myself to eat another sapient being. When Zhonghua said, from this statement we can see they are extremely arrogant and unhesitatingly describe other civilizations as food. I can infer that their nature is likely bloodthirsty and brutal. However, voluntarily revealing information utterly unrelated to our dialogue suggests their intelligence is relatively low. Academician, you're remarkable. To deduce so much from a single sentence. Im in awe. When Zhonghua Academician Zhang is a modern-day Zhuge Liang with intelligence and wisdom far beyond the ordinary. He became an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences before the age of 40. He was and still is my idol. Huyu chuckled. All right, you two, stop digressing. We can continue communicating with them. Perhaps we can glean more useful information from the conversation. Good academician. What should we say? Say that we are willing to give them our outermost fifth planet for resource replenishment in exchange for the 0.5 times curvature technology. However, we hope they will abide by our rules. Their ships may only be stationed near the fifth planet. We will deploy warships to monitor the fifth planet. If they violate our rules, they will face a fierce attack from our warships. Academician Zhang said after a moment's thought. Academician, wouldn't that prematurely expose the fleet at the fifth planet? Besides, shouldn't we normally demand that their ships stay far away? Why let them approach the fifth planet? Wouldn't that make our intentions too obvious? When Zhonghua asked, Chief of Staff, when not only will the fleet at the fifth planet be exposed, but the ones at the third and fourth planets will be discovered too. Only the 200 ships here have a chance of remaining hidden. Moreover, we must deliberately appear foolish to better deceive the enemy. The academician makes a valid point. It's impossible to keep our fleet completely hidden. The serpent people will discover it eventually. But if they approach with contempt, they will fall step by step into our trap. When the time comes, we launch a full-scale attack. Even if they are faster and more numerous, they will suffer greatly. Our primary target is their habitat ships. The warships are secondary. As long as we firmly pin down their warships in the solar system, and our sneak attack succeeds, we will be 80% victorious. Huyu explained. Good. Compose a message immediately and send it to the Serpent Fleet. Chief, that so-called Chinese civilization has actually agreed to our demands. However, they insisted we must stay on the fifth planet. How ridiculous. Once we arrive, they will understand what a food source's proper awareness should be. They even dare to covet our space technology. Agudo spoke insidiously. Has the research department conducted an analysis? Are there any loopholes? Chief, the wisest elder Bonfang from the research department has personally examined it and confirmed there are no loopholes. Everything is perfectly reasonable. That old Bonfang. Back when I became chief, he vehemently opposed me. If it weren't for a few tribal leaders siding with him, he would have long become my meal. This is a perfect opportunity. If there are no anomalies, fine. But if any mishap occurs, I will not spare him. Understood, Chief. I will capture him and deliver him to your mouth. As for the others who opposed you, they too should become food. They have never truly submitted to you. Egudo, you are the most loyal. I will not treat you poorly. Keep up the good work. We are less than one light year away. Continue sending deceptive messages to confuse them. The transport ship used for communication was loaded with a large amount of quantum communication equipment. During the curvature navigation, some were damaged, but the remaining ones could still ensure normal contact. Both sides exchanged messages, each striving to gather information about the other. Although the Sand Serpent civilization was not exceptionally intelligent, it had reached the mid-stellar stage and possessed over 1.2 million warships. According to intelligence from precision satellites scattered in space, the Sand Serpent civilization had no hidden fleet forces. Based on the exchanged information, Huyu analyzed the Sand Serpent civilization's characteristics. It was a civilization that favored brute force attacks. Huyu deliberately moved fleets around the 3rd, 4th, and 5th planets to appear nervous, while the fleet hidden in the glow of the star Tau Ceti lurked like a venomous snake waiting for the right moment to maximize attrition and delay the Sand Serpent fleet, buying time and opportunity for the raiding fleet. The fleet that had taken a detour to the rear of the Sand Serpent fleet had been using conventional engines and had now reached 0.3 times the speed of light. These two fleets had shut down their engines and were approaching the Sand Serpent fleet through inertia. They only needed to wait for the enemy's civilian and warships to separate before activating the curvature engines to annihilate their foundation in one fell swoop. In the silent wait, 2 years passed. The Sand Serpent civilization's main fleet of 1 million warships finally separated from the civilian ships and began accelerating toward the 5th planet. Apart from the 1 million warships, there were several hundred oddly shaped large vessels, presumably supply or utility ships. At this point, the Sand Serpent civilization was 0.1 light years away from the 5th planet. The Sand Serpent warship speed had surged to over 10 times the speed of light. Whether they had held back was unknown, but even without reserves, this speed surpassed the Hunter's limit of 6 times the speed of light. In interstellar warfare, a 40% speed advantage could determine the outcome of a battle. The Sand Serpent fleet would reach the 5th planet in at most 4 days. The 2000 Hunter warships on the 5th planet were spaced tens of thousands of kilometers apart, forming a wall of fire. Countless interstellar mines had been deployed, most with a kiloton TNT equivalent, but hidden among them were tens of thousands of massive ones. Time was insufficient to produce enough large-yield mines. This was unlike simplified satellites that could be manufactured without restraint. Moreover, interstellar mines were wasteful. Deploying 10,000 might trigger only 100. In the vastness of space, even without evasion, hitting a mine was difficult. Additionally, the mix of real and decoy mines was meant to confuse the enemy, potentially yielding unexpected results. Egudo, I can't wait any longer. The chief licked his massive mouth with a crimson tongue. Chief, once we reach the 5th planet, I will personally lead a squad to fetch you some fresh food to taste first. Egudo said fawningly. Good. First, let me have a herder to satisfy my craving. I'm feeling a bit hungry. It will take a little time to reach the 5th planet. Certainly, Chief. He'll bring you the plumpest herder right away. Egudo finished speaking and respectfully withdrew. The chief was in a good mood today and might reward him with some fresh meat. Eating frozen food every day was utterly boring. Egudo reveled in such thoughts. Time passed slowly. It would be a lie to say there was no tension. Huyu discreetly wiped the nervous sweat from his brow. This battle must be won at all costs. He had even prepared to sacrifice himself. The Deep Blue Fleet had only covered 0.6 light years. The Sand Serpent fleet could easily pursue them. Now the Sand Serpent fleet's speed surpassed the Hunters. They had more ships, larger vessels, and greater speed. How to win this battle? Huyu himself was uncertain, but he would never give up until the last moment. This was the temperament Huyu had cultivated over the years. Absolute advantage did not guarantee victory. Examples of defeating a stronger enemy with a weaker force were countless in Earth's war history. Giving up easily was not Huyu's style, otherwise the leader would not have entrusted him with the fleet's command. Moreover, the fleet still held a trump card to be used only in dire circumstances. Only 20 minutes remained until contact. The Sand Serpent civilization's fleet was already visible through optical equipment. A fleet of over 1 million warships. It was undeniably awe-inspiring. Yet the Hunter fleet showed no panic, maintaining a perfect formation in the starry void, ready for the impending battle. Sand Serpent fleet immediately disengaged from curvature navigation and used conventional engines to enter the 5th planet. In the final moment, Huyu continued sending messages to maintain the deception. In reality, all attack systems of the fleet were activated, waiting only for the Sand Serpent fleet to enter range before unleashing a barrage. There was no need for the Sand Serpent fleet to strike first. In the interstellar era, debating right and wrong was meaningless. Between civilizations there was only survival. Haha chief, the foolish human civilization still believes we are here merely to repair ships and replenish supply. On the screen Agudo showed the message to the chief. The chief did not accompany the warships. As the noble leader, he would not risk participating in battle. His flagship remained among the civilian fleet guarded by 200 warships. Agudo commanded on the front lines and personally led a squad of ships to capture food, humans, for the chief as a priority. Agudo, can we attack yet? Every time I think of fresh food, I feel very hungry. Chief, in the time it takes to eat a meal, the food will enter attack range. Ridiculously, they demand we disengage curvature navigation. We are about to strike. Agudo, do not underestimate the enemy. If we fail, you know the consequences. The chief warned. I know, chief. We hold an absolute advantage. We are about to shut down the curvature engines and attack. Just wait patiently for the food to be delivered. Attack! Attack! Almost simultaneously, Agudo and who you issued the attack command. At that moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 1,000,000 kilometers. 200,000 hunters roared, unleashing countless high-energy laser beams, invisible high-energy particle streams, and over 1,000,000 interstellar cruise missiles toward the Sand Serpent fleet. Similarly, the Sand Serpent fleet launched millions of spherical objects, each over 5 meters in diameter, advancing at extremely high speeds. In addition to the spherical weapons, there were lasers, several times more numerous than humanity's. It seemed that stellar civilizations used light in similar ways. Upon reaching the battlefield at high speed, these spheres silently split open, emitting a super-strong radiation that struck the warships. A nearby ship quickly lost mobility, and its crew lost contact. The super-strong radiation decayed rapidly, losing its lethality beyond 500 kilometers. After launching weapons, all warships on both sides performed evasive maneuvers. However, the battlefield was not an unknown targeting exercise. Dodging an attack from one direction might lead to colliding with a bomb from another. Ships in front might avoid danger, but those behind might be too slow to react and get hit. Laser barges in particular came wave after wave at high speed, nearly filling the entire battlefield. From laser strikes that took seconds to reach their targets to physical munitions that took minutes, both sides suffered losses after several exchanges. The hunters lost over 200 ships, while the Sand Serpent fleet, clearly superior, lost only a few thousand. Although their fleet was dense and had a higher probability of being hit, the 800-meter massive warships had significantly greater survivability than the 300-meter hunters. 30,000 hunters and 800 J-90 fighters using AI autonomous level 4 risk mode advanced to attack. The explosions of various high-energy weapons disrupted space, preventing either side from entering curvature navigation. They could only use conventional engines to maneuver. The Sand Serpent warship's curvature advantage was negated. The hunters and J-90s charged into the Sand Serpent fleet's interior, becoming entangled in close combat. Meanwhile, 1700 warships dispersed on the periphery for long-range strikes. The AI autonomous mode's reckless attacks indeed caused minor chaos in the Sand Serpent fleet. The Sand Serpent fleet dared not attack indiscriminately for fear of friendly fire, especially since the density of warships on both sides was vastly different. Lasers, being unable to change direction, might easily hit their own ships. The 300 hunters, however, ignored this, firing all weapons without regard for self-damage. One by one, warships were destroyed, turning into bursts of light in the starry void before fading into silence seconds later. Among these were Sand Serpent warships, but more were hunters and J-90 fighters. Some hunters and Sand Serpent ships broke away from the battlefield, flying into outer space. These were ships hit by high-energy particle beams, their surfaces undamaged, but internal systems collapsed and crews killed. Losing control, they continued flying under inertia, eventually leaving the battlefield. Damn it, the humans deceived us. Agudo cursed. The food source humans had inflicted considerable losses on the mighty Sand Serpent fleet. But Agudo quickly adjusted the battle plan. 800,000 warships disengaged from the close combat to pursue the 1700 retreating hunters, while the remaining 1500 warships were tasked with encircling the 300 hunters. After the chaotic assault by the AI-controlled hunters and J-90s, combined with interstellar mine bombardments, the Sand Serpent fleet had lost a full 500 ships. Of the 300 hunters, 200 were still fighting. Who you knew this tactic could not be replicated. His fleet had merely caught a lucky break. If the Sand Serpent fleet had not been overconfident and reckless, 300 hunters would have been insignificant against 1,000,000 Sand Serpent warships. Half an hour later, all 300 hunters were destroyed. The 1700 hunters had retreated 2 astronomical units. The 1000 hunters from the nearby 3rd and 4th planets had also converged from both flanks. Despite the human encirclement tactic, the Sand Serpent fleet still failed to form an effective battle formation, simply dividing into 3 parts to face each hunter group. Gravity bombs. Who you commanded? Tens of thousands of spherical gravity bombs were launched. These bombs forcibly activated curvature engines to approach the Sand Serpent warships. Detecting the anomaly, the Sand Serpent fleet immediately tried to intercept or evade. However, some bombs still breached the defenses and entered the fleet's interior. The spherical structure of these gravity bombs remained unchanged, but nearby Sand Serpent warships were twisted, deformed, or disintegrated by an invisible powerful force. This was the effect of gravity bombs against which even the strongest materials were helpless. However, the vast expanse of space meant warships were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. The instability of the battlefield also caused the curvature engines of the gravity bombs to fail. Ultimately, only a little over 200 gravity bombs took effect. Like the Sand Serpent civilization's radiation spheres, gravity bombs had significant range limitations. Their effective kill zone was even smaller. Within 200 kilometers, they could destroy warships. At 100 kilometers, they could only kill the crew. But gravity bombs were undoubtedly the most effective. Any defense was useless within their attack range. However, they required precious insectoid elements extracted from Zerg bodies during Earth's era. These elements were finite and needed for manufacturing curvature engines for a long time. Thus, only 1 million were produced, half of which were taken by the 400 hunters on the raiding mission. Compared to gravity bombs, conventional munitions were far less effective. Without curvature engines, their chance of breaching defenses was minimal. Most were destroyed by lasers. Even when they hit Sand Serpent warships, they often failed to disable them, unlike lasers that could burn through armor and cause massive internal damage. Nevertheless, the sheer number of conventional bombs served to disrupt the enemy's vision and create chaos on the battlefield. The speed advantage of the Sand Python fleet was starkly evident in the war as hunter ships were destroyed one after another. Despite thorough pre-war assessments, humanity's understanding of another civilization remained profoundly insufficient. Conversely, in Agudo's eyes, the strength of human civilization had also been gravely underestimated. Activate the laser matrix. Agudo commanded with fury. Upon Agudo's command, the Sand Python fleet began pairing off. Two adjacent ships, separated by about 10,000 kilometers, each emitted a laser beam that reached the other, linking them, as if bound by these two streams of light. The linked ships advanced in coordination. A laser beam swept across a hunter, instantly cleaving it in two. With over 900 ships remaining, the Sand Python fleet wove nearly 2 million laser lines, forming an intricate spatial death net. Leveraging their speed, the Sand Python ships harvested hunters, ensnaring them one by one as they collided with the laser lines in flight, being sliced and dismembered. The hunter ships were like insects caught in a spider's web, ever vulnerable to the predator's devouring. Moreover, the Sand Python fleet was subtly expanding the net's reach, striving to ensnare all hunters in one fell swoop. The ultra-high-energy laser cannons used by the ships required a charging phase. Their energy levels were immense. Without charging, the low-energy beams emitted lacked significant destructive power. To maintain a continuous laser emission akin to a flashlight left on, the energy consumption was colossal, beyond what a single ship could sustain. Thus, lasers were charged, aimed, fired once, and then recharged for the next attack. Lasers also suffered attenuation in space. The laser cannons humanity possessed had an effective range of about 1 light second. Beyond this distance, energy loss reduced their power, rendering them ineffective. The Sand Python fleet's laser cannons had a longer range, but this also meant greater energy consumption, a burden equally unbearable for them. Who I think they're recycling energy. They recover the laser before it's fully depleted, replenish it slightly, and then re-emit it. This minimizes energy loss. With 2 or more ships coordinating, they can form a vast laser net. The Sand Python fleet outnumbers us, and with this energy recycling tactic, we're at a severe disadvantage. Order the fleet to disperse, circle around to the periphery of the Sand Python fleet, break out of their laser net, and attack from the outside. If the fleet is too dispersed, we can't form an effective fire net. We'll be quickly divided and annihilated. Wen Zhonghua warned. I know, but if we don't escape the Sand Python fleet's laser net, we'll be like fish in a net caught at will. Breaking out at least buys us more time. Our primary role isn't to defeat the Sand Python fleet, but to buy time for the stealth fleet. They'll arrive soon. Have the soldiers preserve themselves as much as possible, conduct harassing attacks, and hold out for 2 more days. If only we'd known the Sand Python civilian ships were so close, we wouldn't have had to take such a long detour. Zhonghua ordered all hidden hunters to advance and hold off the Sand Python fleet. Once the stealth fleet arrives, immediately execute the backup zero plan. Who knows if the Sand Python fleet has other weapons or attack methods we can't counter. We can't take risks. Who you commanded? In the void, 400 hunters glided silently by inertia at 0.3 times the speed of light. This state effectively evaded Sand Python detection, enabling a surprise attack. They were now very close to the Sand Python civilization's civilian fleet, with only 10 hours until they could strike. Meanwhile, the 400 hunters fighting at Tiansong V had dwindled to fewer than 15000. Every second a hunter was destroyed along with its 5 crew members. Only a few managed to reach escape pods, but even then no one had a chance of rescue. The war had reached a fever pitch. The Sand Python fleet also erupted anew. Under the hunters' fierce assault, they lost over 150,000 ships. Finally, the Sand Python warships ceased their concealment. They retracted the laser net, grouping every 100 ships into a unit connected by several massive steel pillars. These combined grotesque warships emitted a colossal laser beam with a diameter of 50 meters. This beam had no firing interval and an effective range exceeding 5 light seconds. It conducted a deadly scan across space, destroying ships, and lives in its path. All hunters retreat. Retreat. Take cover behind the planets. Puyu shouted. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of hunters were annihilated by the beam. At this rate, the remaining 150 hunter ships would be completely wiped out before the stealth hunters arrived. Once the battle here ended, the Sand Python fleet would immediately pursue the Deep Blue civilian fleet. Haha. Against absolute power, all resistance is futile. What a pity, so much food wasted. But after expending so much energy, when I catch you ill, make sure you fully experience the culinary culture of my Sand Python civilization. Agudo cackled eerily. The remaining 130 hunters either fled far away, escaping the laser beam's range, or hid behind several planets to evade its slaughter. By now, the hunters had exhausted their gravitational bombs and conventional missiles, leaving only laser cannons and high-energy particle cannons, purely defensive weapons. Against the Sand Python fleet, which still boasted over 8500 ships, they were virtually powerless. Some of the Sand Python fleet's ships began to separate into individual units, as maintaining the super laser beam seemed too costly for them, and the combined form severely compromised mobility. The separated ships started to regroup in the distance. Not good. They're about to pursue our Deep Blue civilian fleet. Order the stealth hunters to immediately enter warp state and attack the Sand Python civilian fleet ahead of schedule. The hunters at Tiansong V should prepare. The Zero Plan will be executed in 1 hour. Puyu shouted. Old, who many of our crew are still in escape pods. If we launch the Zero Plan now, what about them? There's no time. No time. Puyu closed his eyes, gently shaking his head. If we wait to rescue the crew in the escape pods before executing the Zero Plan, the Sand Python fleet will have already left the attack range. Then it will be a disaster for the Deep Blue fleet. To protect Deep Blue, I have to sacrifice these soldiers. As the fleet's leader, I will review my actions after this battle and take full responsibility. Old, who I know your decision is right, but enough, don't say any more. Ever since the leader entrusted the fleet to me, I've anticipated this. Sacrifice is inevitable. We can only minimize it, but we cannot avoid it. Perhaps this is the norm of the space age. I will send a message to the surviving crew in the escape pods to give them an explanation. Comrades, this is Huyu. I'm deeply sorry that I couldn't lead you to defeat the Sand Python fleet. I must inform you that the Sand Python fleet is preparing to pursue our Deep Blue, and our fleet has suffered heavy losses, unable to intercept. Deep Blue is in imminent danger. To ensure its safety and the continuation of our Chinese nation, I will initiate the Zero Plan in 1 hour. The activation of the Zero Plan means you will also lose any chance of rescue. I sincerely cannot bring myself to give this order. I'm sorry, and I hope you understand. General, don't worry about us. As long as our people are safe, I am willing to give up my life. General, just give the order. From the day I enlisted, I've never feared sacrifice. Please tell my parents that I can no longer serve them. I haven't disgraced them. Tell my child that his father is not a coward. One by one, messages appeared before Huyu's eyes. This battle-hardened veteran's eyes grew moist. The 400 stealth hunters were now less than 1 light days away from the Sand Python civilian fleet. If they entered warp state, they could attack in 2 hours. However, entering warp would easily alert the Sand Python. The Sand Python mothership was guarded by 200 warships. If the attackers were detected too early, the surprise assault would fail to achieve its intended effect. But at this moment, there was no choice. The safety of the Deep Blue fleet outweighed everything. With Huyu's command, a special ship hidden in the glow of the star, Tiansong V, suddenly accelerated, flying directly toward it. Tiansong versus intense heat baked the vessel, turning its exterior red, then yellow, then white, until it began to vaporize and disintegrate. Yet its speed never diminished. Minutes later, it plunged 500 kilometers into Tiansong V and completely broke apart. This was a heat-resistant ship made from many elements, carrying 30 kilograms of antimatter. During the fleet's years stationed at Tiansong V, they had produced over 50 kilograms of antimatter, and this was a significant portion of it. Using directional magnetic field control technology, they had prevented the antimatter inside the ship from contacting normal matter. This technology was now quite mature, employed in all warp drives. The ship disintegrated in Tiansong versus heat, and the magnetic fields vanished. The 30 kilograms of antimatter immediately reacted with Tiansong versus normal matter. A cataclysmic explosion erupted on Tiansong V, creating a massive bright spot hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter on one side. Then a fiery mushroom grew from the star, reaching a height of 500 kilometers. Violent particle streams and high-energy rays burst forth like a breached dam, surging toward the battlefield between humanity and the Sand Python civilization. The moment the antimatter reached Tiansong V, you ordered the fleet to engage warp drives in the relatively calm space near the fifth planet and maneuver there. The Sand Python fleet position between Tiansong V and the fifth planet continued pursuing the human fleet. The super-strong particle streams and high-energy radiation from Tiansong versus eruption would strike the Sand Python fleet first. By then, the human fleet would perform a warp maneuver to escape Tiansong versus Wrath. The fifth planet was 7 astronomical units from Tiansong V. In 1 hour, Tiansong versus Fury would sweep this area. The very moment the Hunter stealth attack would begin. The Sand Python fleet had already assembled over 2 ships, with more continuously breaking away from the battle to gather on one flank. The Hunters now numbered only 1,000,000. Their primary task was to hold back the Sand Python fleet, attacking only when opportunity arose, which finally slowed their rate of loss. The Sand Python fleet remained oblivious. They did not know that Tiansong V had been provoked by humanity. Facing its fury, no civilization could withstand it directly. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 1 second. All hunters immediately enter warp state and evacuate the battlefield at maximum speed. Who you commanded? 3 seconds later, before the Sand Python fleet could comprehend what was happening, the shockwave of violent particle streams and high-energy radiation hit the battlefield. Before it, the Sand Python ships were like mere leaves in a vast ocean, instantly reduced to their most basic particle state. The hunters, having escaped the battlefield seconds earlier, raced at 6 times the speed of light toward both sides of Tiansong V. The star's eruption formed a massive cone like the scattered beam of a flashlight. Safety lay beyond this scattering zone. Minutes later, the hunters stopped and looked back at the battlefield. The region, spanning hundreds of billions of cubic kilometers, once filled with war debris and fleets, had returned to its primordial state. All fragments, warships, and even the tens of thousands of human crew in escape pods had vanished. No force could withstand the violent shockwave of a stellar eruption. Such was the cruelty of war. Only slightly more than 9,000 hunters remained in the entire starfield. 2 minutes later, the shockwave passed, and Tiansong V returned to calm. These hunters accelerated once more, heading toward the Sand Python civilian fleet, where battle had already begun. The 4,000 stealth hunters, having been detected by the Sand Python fleet, lost the element of surprise. They dispersed and charged recklessly toward the Sand Python civilian ships. Every crew member knew this was the core of the Sand Python civilization. Only by crippling it could they damage the civilization's foundation by time for the Deep Blue Fleet and secure a chance for survival. To achieve this goal, they were willing to sacrifice their lives, a testament to the enduring spirit of sacrifice and national refinement of Chinese soldiers since ancient times. The 2,000 Sand Python warships guarding the mothership did not advance to meet the enemy. Instead, they clustered even more tightly around the leader's flagship, ensuring its absolute safety. As for the civilian ships, the leader cared little. His own security was paramount. That bastard Agudo. 1,000,000 ships annihilated. Ah! The Sand Python civilization's leader vented his fury while gnawing on a plump herder being. Commander, perhaps you should lead the fleet to retreat first. Elder Gaia suggested. I'm for retreating, but where to? The mothership is fundamental. Everything about our Sand Python civilization is here. If we lose the mothership, even if we escape, we will regress to a planetary-level civilization. We still have 2,000 warships, while the Earth civilization has only 4,000, and the reinforcements we've observed are only 1,000. Even in numbers, they cannot match us, not to mention that our warships are far stronger than theirs. All right, Commander, let us fight while we retreat. No, we will stay here. Once we have annihilated their fleet, we will pursue their civilian ships. At that time, we will reconstruct more advanced warships here. Although the Earth civilization is slightly inferior to us, many of their technologies are still quite helpful, such as that gravity bomb, which we have yet to develop. Yes, Commander, we will surely. Elder Gia's words were cut short as he turned into a puddle of mush along with the commander of the Sand Python civilization and all the Sand Python beings aboard the mothership. Hundreds of hunters braved the fire of the Sand Python fleet to launch thousands of gravity bombs within a few kilometers of the mothership. The effective range of the gravity bombs is only 1,000 kilometers, and after layers of interception by the Sand Python warships, only a few bombs truly reached near the mothership. However, that was sufficient. Though the bombs lacked the power to dismantle the mothership, they were more than adequate to eliminate the beings inside. The commander is dead. The commander is dead. All the warships realized that their commander had perished, and suddenly they ceased fire. After a dozen seconds of silence, the remaining Sand Python warships activated their curvature engines and scattered to flee, instantly vanishing into the vast starry sky. Without their commander, the Sand Python civilization quickly disintegrated. The consequences for these fleeing Sand Python warships were predictable. Their limited energy could not possibly sustain them to another planet. They would undoubtedly perish in the cosmos. More than 500 uniquely styled civilian ships quietly hovered in the starry sky, unmoving. Nobody knew what was happening inside until a few days later, when the reinforcements dispatched assault teams for boarding operations. They discovered that it was like hell inside, with only a few Sand Python beings barely alive. In a struggle for control, food, or due to the madness following defeat, the Sand Python beings began to slaughter each other, resulting in countless casualties. Over 20,000 assault team members equipped with heavy firepower blasted open the hatches and entered more than 500 civilian ships and the Sand Python mothership. The assault team members, encountering the Sand Python beings for the first time, were utterly horrified by their grotesque appearance. These beings stood 3 to 4 meters tall, possessing massive heads akin to pythons, which accounted for a third of their entire body. Their gaping mouths were full of fangs, while their lower bodies comprised 2 powerful serpent-like legs. 8 tentacles adorned their bodies with clawed pincers at the ends, designed for warfare, making them extraordinarily ferocious. There were no signs of life aboard the commander's flagship, but other civilian ships still had many remnants. Upon seeing the small assault team members enter, the Sand Python beings immediately swung their tentacles and lunged with their gaping mouths. Although the assault team members were startled by such repugnant visages, their training kicked in, and they quickly fired at the advancing Sand Python beings, which had no armor, turning them into a puddle of mush. After killing several hundred Sand Python beings, the remaining creatures were finally frightened by the assault team's heavy firepower and ceased their attacks, retreating to hide in various corners of the ships. The assault team continued their rampage, killing Sand Python beings along the way, swiftly reaching the control room of the ship. After eliminating the last wave of Sand Python beings outside the control room, they entered and discovered that a significant portion of the ship's operators were not Sand Python beings, but 2 other different species. The assault team quickly took control of these civilian ships. Using the communication mechanisms established with the Sand Python civilization, they commanded these ships to take a detour to avoid the energy storm of Tian-Song 5 before heading towards Tian-Song 5. After all, this place was not safe. The violent energy from Tian-Song 5 would arrive in a month. Leaving early would ensure the safety of their assets. Indeed, now these ships, including all beings, had become humanity's property. The Sand Python mothership was the very foundation of the Sand Python civilization, and also its greatest treasure. The various technologies and cosmic knowledge within were precisely what the fleet urgently needed. Although the mothership had not been destroyed under the care of the gravity bombs, it had sustained significant damage. Its power units were completely wrecked, and some civilian ships had also lost power. Even those that retained power moved slowly. You had no choice but to order hundreds of hunters to attach to a civilian ship, coaxing it into curvature travel, reaching speeds of 3 times the speed of light. This method was perilous. An imbalance in the warship's distribution could easily shatter the civilian ship due to the curvature engine's gravitational pull. However, it was not their own civilian ship, and some casualties were acceptable if they did not escape the energy storm of Tian-Song 5 in time. The losses would be far greater. Thus, over 500 civilian ships and 1 mothership under the special escort of 130 hunters slowly navigated towards Planet 3. The Deep Blue had been traveling for nearly a light year and was now turning back towards Planet 3. The fleet needed to rest and resupply before setting out again, as all personnel and equipment were on the Deep Blue. Therefore, the Deep Blue was once again heading towards Tian-Song 5. Yu was tallying the war losses. Out of 500 hunters, only 1900 remained, and a significant portion of those were damaged. The crew loss was 1.5 million, and less than 1% of the surviving crew from the exploded hunters had been rescued. Only a few hundred crew members had been given the chance for rescue. It was not that they did not want to save them, but there was no opportunity. The warships were constantly maneuvering at high speeds in the vast expanse of space. Anyone who dared to stop for even a moment would instantly become a living target. With loss comes gain. The immense rewards corresponded to the losses. After the Sand Python fleet was received by the Academy of Sciences, they immediately began the technological analysis work. For the current fleet, this was undoubtedly a massive treasure. The Sand Python fleet integrated the technologies of 4 civilizations. If it were not for the Sand Python civilization's lack of proficiency in research, a fleet that combined the technologies of 4 civilizations would easily crush the Earth fleet. This also related to the habits of the Sand Python civilization. After experiencing several victorious wars, they preferred ready-made items acquired through direct plunder, embracing a principle of grabbing what they could. Among the 3 civilizations they plundered, 2 were stellar level. Had the sand python civilization diligently digested these technologies within a planetary system, they might have already reached a stellar-level civilization. It was as if they possessed a mountain of gold, yet only picked up a few stones. The sand python civilization merely reinforced laser technology and curvature engines. Perhaps those two technologies were sufficiently developed by the two civilizations they plundered, making them easier for the sand python civilization to digest, while other technologies were perhaps not explored enough and thus discarded. Such beings whose very essence flowed with brutal killing instincts were indeed less adept at scientific research than those of other civilizations. It was a miracle they had developed to a stellar level. We have struck it rich, General. This time our gains are truly immense. Academician Zheng Zhao Yuan exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement upon receiving the technological list. Academician Zheng, what good items do we have? Hui was busy reorganizing the fleet. The task of technological analysis had been fully entrusted to Academician Zheng. General, the sand python beings are truly a bunch of fools. You know, their technological breadth far surpasses ours, yet the weapons they developed are merely high-energy particles and laser cannons along with some smaller, weaker trash. Alas, such a waste. Academician, do we have any ready Taos items? Our fleet has suffered heavy losses, and this place has seen a great battle, so we cannot linger. We urgently need to enhance our strength. Yes. I've taken a preliminary look, and in conjunction with the technology of the sand python fleet, I can offer you 3 types of weapons that should suffice. The first is the laser sword, the second is the antimatter bomb, and the third is the gravity bomb. Academician, isn't the laser sword just an application of laser technology? That doesn't count as a new weapon. As for antimatter, haven't we already mastered that? It's just a matter of production. And don't even get me started on the gravity bomb. A perplexed Wen Zhonghua interjected. No, our previous use of lasers required a charging time, which greatly reduced combat effectiveness. The laser sword, however, differs. It operates similarly to the laser net used by the sand python fleet, with only slight modifications. At that point, our warships will resemble hedgehogs bristling with laser swords stabbing anything in their path. As for the antimatter bomb, the sand python civilization has already developed prototypes of apparatus for material decay and fusion. By combining it with our own technology for further research, there are no technological bottlenecks. I believe that in a few months we will reach the application phase. Heavy elements can continuously decay into iron, while all light elements can undergo fusion until they become iron. Based on this apparatus with minor modifications, we can produce antimatter continuously. Previously, it took a year to produce 1 kilogram. Now we can produce 1 kilogram a day, and we can manufacture more apparatus to gen. Lastly, the effectiveness of the gravity bomb will also be increased several-fold after improvements. Indeed, if we have sufficient antimatter, I would dare to confront anyone without the passive stance we have now. If the sand python civilization had delayed their attack on us, they might have also mastered antimatter technology. We consider ourselves fortunate, Academician. Hurry. I want every one of our warships outfitted with antimatter bombs. In this galaxy, we will finally possess some self-defense capability. Furthermore, with this apparatus, we will no longer have to worry about materials. Theoretically, any material can be transformed into the elements we desire. Shipwrecks and various debris will not be wasted in the slightest, and the production of elements will also yield energy. We will no longer have to worry about energy. Are there any other good items, Academician? Bring them all out at once. Wen Zhonghua asked. There are plenty of good items, such as curvature technology, gravity technology, magnetic technology, and so on, even numerous ingenious little gadgets. There are countless possibilities. After all, this encompasses the complete technologies of 3 stellar-level civilizations and 1 planetary-level civilization. Once we finish analyzing these technologies, we will likely reach the so-called galactic civilization of the destroyers. Academician Zheng replied, by the way, how did Academician Shao handle those alien beings? Hui recalled the cap. Don't mention it, Academician. Shao has been overwhelmed these past few days. Before I arrived here, I visited the biological sciences ship and nearly vomited from the madness of those working with biology. Some of the civilian ships we seized were originally starships from the other 3 civilizations that the sand python fleet had eliminated. The sand python civilization could not operate these alien ships themselves, so they left some alien beings to pilot them. Now we have alien beings from 4 civilizations. Our biologists are quite unfriendly towards the sand python beings, having sacrificed 1.5 million warriors. Currently, Academician Shao is organizing vivisections. I caught a glimpse, and alas, it was quite nauseating. The beings from the other 3 civilizations were trembling in fear. Fortunately, Academician Shao told them that they would only dissect sand python beings, and that samples from the other beings would suffice for research. Indeed, if used properly, biology can also be a formidable weapon. We have acquired nearly immortal biological technology from insects, and in the future, we will obtain more and more alien beings. Who knows which species might lead to a breakthrough for us? General, what shall we do next? We can only provide you with technological support. Academician Zheng inquired. Tian Song 5 can remain for a maximum of 30 years. We must leave after that. We've made too much noise, easily attracting the civilizations of nearby star systems, which could spell trouble. In these 30 years, prioritize the analysis of curvature technology to grant our fleet greater speed. Secondly, the hunters need to be rebuilt. With mature technology and equipment, we must build at least 1 million. Corresponding personnel training must also be in place. However, in the future, we should rely on AI to control the warships. Personnel are too valuable. We have stayed at Tiansong 5 for 50 years, and our population has barely increased by 20 million. Losing over 1 million young elites is truly painful. Understood, General. I will have the computer department combine alien technology to create more advanced AI. This path must be taken sooner or later. In the future, we may build even larger warships. If we rely solely on personnel for control, once war breaks out, alas. By the way, Zhonghua, have you arranged for the families of the sacrificed crew members? Yes, they are taken care of. Although they are saddened, they all express understanding. Furthermore, a memorial for the heroes will be held this afternoon, and all citizens will participate. I will personally preside over the memorial this afternoon. March 9th, 2298, afternoon. The entire fleet was immersed in sorrow as they bid their final farewell to the heroes. The fleet would hold a grand memorial ceremony for the over 5 million soldiers who had fallen in the war. Standing within the base on the third planet, who you faced the gaze of over 500 million eyes from the base and the deep blue delivering a eulogy. My compatriots, it has been 113 years since we left Earth and the solar system. 80 years ago, we were forced to separate from our leader and came to this desolate Tiansong 5-star system. Over these years, we have worked together, forsaken sleep and food, and overcome countless difficulties. Finally, we have built the mighty Hunter fleet and the Polaris fleet. Yet facing the Serpent Python civilization, we remain at a disadvantage. To win this war, to protect the fruits of our decades of labor, and to safeguard the over 500 million people on the deep blue 5 million outstanding crew members have sacrificed their young lives. For the sacrifice of these 5 million soldiers, I bear an inescapable responsibility. The intelligence we gathered before the war was incomplete, and we underestimated the enemy's strength. During the conflict, there was almost no rescue operation, and we failed to respond effectively to the enemy's sudden changes. To preserve our deep blue fleet, we had to resort to a mutually destructive tactic using antimatter bombs to provoke Tiansong 5 and harness its power to annihilate the Serpent Python civilization. However, tens of thousands of our crew members whom we could not rescue also perished in Tiansong 5's fury. If not for these extraordinary times, I should be standing before a military tribunal facing the judgment of the people. But I cannot yet abandon the fleet to soothe my guilty heart. I promised the leader that I would expand and strengthen the fleet and forge a safe home for everyone in this galaxy, where we will no longer wander or fear enemy incursions, and where all can live in peace and enjoy life. Yet all of this must be earned through our relentless efforts. In the future, we must exert even more effort and face even greater sacrifices. But do not lose heart or be afraid. As long as we have faith, we will surely stand at the pinnacle of the universe. In the battle against the Serpent Python civilization's fleet, none of our commanders and fighters showed cowardice or retreated, nor did any forget their mission. They did not dishonor the glory of being Chinese soldiers. All our people should feel proud and honored for them. Their achievements will be inscribed in the great annals of the Chinese nation, enduring for all time. Today we bid farewell to 5 million martyrs. They are the pride of the Chinese nation and the pioneers of Chinese civilization. Though we cannot name each of them, their deeds we will forever remember. My compatriots, the future requires us to create it, to shed blood and sweat, to make every sacrifice, and to guard it with every individual. Every drop of our sweat is a seed of hope for the future. Every bit of our effort lays a solid foundation for what is to come. We cherish the departed in our hearts, but we must not let their sacrifice be in vain. Creating a most beautiful future is the best tribute to their sacrifice. The fleet belongs to everyone, whether soldiers or ordinary civilians. We are all part of the fleet. For the future of the fleet, we must work together to forge ahead, making the name of the Chinese nation resound throughout the universe. Now let us bid farewell to the 5 million martyrs together. Everyone salute. A small white spacecraft slowly started. This vessel, named the Immortal, carried the personal effects of each martyr. The eruption of Tiansong 5 had reduced the bodies of all fallen soldiers to gas under the onslaught of intense gamma rays and particle streams, so the Immortal only contained some of their belongings. With its course set, it would drift inertially for over 300 years to reach the solar system. Though the solar system no longer existed, and its planets had left their original orbits to unknown destinations, the space within people's hearts was the true resting place for heroes. Returning to one's roots is a tradition of the Chinese nation. In the sky, the surviving 1900 hunters roared in fury. The flashes from cruise missile explosions illuminated the entire starry expanse. This was everyone's farewell to their comrades and loved ones. Their lives had passed, but their deeds shone as brilliantly as the flare bombs exploding in the cosmos. On the Deep Blue Fleet and the ground bases, people sobbed softly. These 1.5 million martyrs were not only their relatives, friends, husbands, sons, and fathers, but also integral parts of the fleet. They were young, outstanding, brave, and fearless. Knowing full well that being a soldier in the fleet was the most dangerous occupation, they still advanced without hesitation because the entire fleet needed their protection and dedication. They were the most beloved people. Now that they were gone, how could one not grieve, not lament, not weep for them? Most were still immersed in immense sorrow, but Hu Yu had forced himself to set aside his grief. As the fleet's leader, many critical tasks awaited him. The location of Tiansong 5 in the universe was now completely exposed. Other civilizations might come to investigate at any time. The time left for the fleet to regroup was limited. Military strength must be replenished quickly and departure must be expedited. The hunters had fully revealed their various shortcomings in previous battles. Their defense was acceptable, but their maneuverability and attack power were far from satisfactory, lagging significantly behind the Serpent Python civilization's fleet. Although the hunters' warp speed was only 6 times the speed of light, much slower than the Serpent Python ships, neither the Serpent Python vessels nor the hunters could attack during warp travel. The force field around a ship in warp was highly unstable, with drastic gravitational changes. Missiles or other bombs launched under such immense gravitational differences would detonate prematurely, tantamount to suicide attacks. Even directed electromagnetic wave weapons would distort and lose their original direction in such fields. The captured technology from the Serpent Python civilization had been transferred to the science ship. Countless scientists were intensely analyzing it. Advances had been made by leaps and bounds in optics, mechanics, materials science, computer science, and even architecture. Most urgently needed by the fleet were high-efficiency engines and various weapon systems. Upon first encountering the technology of these civilizations, the scientists were so exhilarated that they forgot everything else. For days and nights, no one left the laboratory. When hungry, they ate whatever was at hand. When tired, they napped for a couple of hours in a corner before getting up again. This was humanity's first contact with extraterrestrial technology. Some advancements, such as the arbitrary decay and fusion of elements, were entirely unprecedented, while others like warp technology were areas humanity had explored but not mastered deeply. Upon obtaining this information, the scientists wished they could devour it all at once. However, this was the complete technological repository of several civilizations. Even if one never rested, it would take tens of thousands of years to finish reading, and even a single branch of technology required considerable time. Ordinary people are curious, but scientists obsessed with technology were even more so. The scientists categorized and organized the information in the shortest possible time, selecting the most accessible and urgently needed areas to tackle first in order to address the fleet's predicament. The design for the improved hunter had been submitted to Hu Yu's office for approval. The improved hunter's appearance remained unchanged, but its drive and weapon systems were upgraded. Incorporating technological reserves from the Serpent Python fleet, the improved hunter's warp speed could reach 20 times the speed of light. Conventional propulsion was also greatly enhanced, and laser and antimatter weapons would become standard armament. If the previous hunters had possessed these capabilities, Hu Yu believed that even with 5-0 against 2 million, they would have had a fighting chance and would not have been forced into a mutually destructive strategy. The Deep Blue had suffered no damage in the war. After the engine upgrade, it would reach about 3 times the speed of light, several times faster than the previous 0.8 times light speed. Most importantly, both the hunters and the Deep Blue would no longer need to consume the precious Chong element for warp travel. The surfaces of several planets around Tiansong 5 became bustling once more. Countless engineering machines roared again, and various rocks and minerals were mined in an endless stream. Through a series of smelting and processing, they would become part of the new hunters. With the existing foundation, this mining operation was swift and efficient. From the transfer of equipment to the first furnace of steel, it took less than a week. Steel production quickly soared to millions of tons per day, and this output was refreshed daily. For the safety of the fleet, everyone worked tirelessly. The 1900 surviving hunters from the war guarded the surroundings of each planet. Although the Serpent Python civilization had been routed, there were still over 100 remnants of their ships. In the later stages of the war, they had fled beyond the Tiansong 5 system. Hu Yu remained uneasy, fearing they might regroup and pose a significant threat. However, with the antimatter weapon as a powerful deterrent, and as antimatter was produced day by day, the fleet's combat capability gradually increased. As time passed day by day, Hu Yu's anxiety grew. It had been over 20 years since the antimatter-triggered eruption of Tiansong 5. These high-energy particle streams and gamma rays spanning over 20 light-years had already spread to several neighboring star systems. The longer time dragged on, the more Tiansong 5 was exposed, and the more unsafe humanity became. The construction of the hunters was nearing completion. Including the original 1900, there were now 600 hunters patrolling the Tiansong 5 system. Not only had the original number been replenished, but through the efforts of scientists and workers, an additional 100 ships had been built. All were equipped with the latest warp and conventional engines, which had only been put into production in the past 2 years. Because technological breakthroughs occurred daily, yesterday's tenfold light speed might become 11 times or more by this morning. For this reason, the warp engines were the last batch of equipment to go into production. The new warp engine's speed approached 30 times the speed of light, far exceeding the earlier estimate of 20 times. Even when mounted on the Deep Blue, it could achieve 5 times the speed of light. Additionally, the improved Hunter's AI system was more powerful, reducing the crew from 5 to 2. If not for the need for crew rest and the fact that interstellar wars often lasted more than a day or two, the improved Hunter could be operated by a single person. With 2 crew members, one could rest on the Deep Blue during peacetime, while in wartime both could keep the ship in a constant state of attack readiness. The improved Hunter was equipped with 10 laser blades, each over 500 kilometers long. After breakthroughs in gravitational technology, the laser was constrained by an invisible force within 0.2 light seconds. When not striking other objects, the energy loss of the laser was minimal. If all 10 laser blades were activated simultaneously, the Hunter resembled a hedgehog bristling with glowing spines. The energy level of these lasers was extremely high, cutting through steel as easily as a knife through tofu. Besides being constrained around the Hunter, the laser blades could also be released for long-range strikes, as in the past. One can imagine the spectacular sight of hundreds of thousands of Hunters activating their laser blades and charging through an enemy fleet. Apart from the laser blade, the Hunter's most terrifying weapon was the antimatter bomb. Antimatter production had reached 2 kilograms per day compared to just a few grams per day before acquiring Serpent Python technology, which had previously taken years to accumulate. Currently, 200 kilograms of antimatter had been produced, divided into 50-gram portions, and loaded into specially designed warp bombs. Under the constraint of directed magnetic field lines, they would not come into contact with any matter. Do not underestimate these 50 grams of antimatter. The energy they contain is immense given the factor of the speed of light squared. These antimatter-equipped bombs were compact and agile, appearing insignificant in battle. By the time the enemy detected their presence, it would be too late. These antimatter weapons were crafted in various forms. Some were small and launched via electromagnetic rails, making them undetectable for stealth attacks. Others were disguised as ship debris or asteroids, serving as interstellar mines. Some were equipped with warp engines, striking the enemy at 30 times the speed of light. Gravitational bombs were merely an extension of warp technology. With warp speed increased 5-fold, the attack power of gravitational bombs also increased by 5 times, and their effective range expanded from 200 kilometers to 1000 kilometers. As for high-energy particle beam weapons, they were no longer widely deployed. These weapons had short-range, high-energy consumption and poor directional capability. They were adequate for planetary and early stellar-level civilizations, but with the fleet's technological reserves now at an advanced stellar level, these weapons were deemed obsolete. Only a small number were retained, as every tool has its use, and they might prove unexpectedly effective in certain situations. Other conventional weapons were entirely unnecessary. Antimatter weapons could replace all conventional bombs, including ultra-high-yield fusion devices. With the enhancement of high-energy lasers, antimatter bombs, and gravitational bombs, the improved Hunter had become a true war machine. No wonder the Observer had said that a single ship could destroy an entire stellar-level civilization. Now a single Hunter could easily annihilate a planetary-level civilization. The disparity between civilization levels was truly immense. 28 years had passed since the war with the Sand Python civilization ended, and Tiansong 5 had once again returned to its former tranquility. Traces of human activity on several planets had been thoroughly cleansed except for a secret base within the 3rd planet, a contingency left by Hu Yu in hopes that it would never be needed. The base was well sealed, as long as it was not subjected to deep probing by a civilization several tiers above humanity in technology, its existence would remain undetected. Moreover, under the stable environment of the 3rd planet, it would pose no issues for 1,000,000 years. The base was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. If the fleet ever faced its most perilous moment and had to scatter for a breakout, it was hoped that the humans who escaped could return to Tiansong 5 to the 3rd planet and start anew. Of course, such a scenario would only arise in the direst circumstances. Now, with antimatter weapons in hand, as long as caution was exercised, self-preservation was largely manageable. The analysis of technology had only just begun, aside from a few key topics. The technologies of 4 civilizations could not be fully deciphered without decades or centuries. Hu Yu urgently needed to find a safe haven, buying time for scientists to analyze as much of the Sand Python and other 3 civilizations' technologies as possible. The fleet still required more technological support. For instance, the communication issue remained unresolved. The fleet still relied on electromagnetic communication, and quantum communication had completely collapsed during curvature travel. 300 deep blue ships escorted by 600,000 improved hunters once again entered curvature state. This time their target was Menkant 500 light-years away, also known as Beta Centauri. Based on years of observations by astronomers using the transit method and gravitational lensing, Menkant had at least 2 rocky planets. However, the environment of Menkant was extremely harsh and high-level civilizations likely had no interest in it. This conclusion was drawn by scientists from the physical conditions of the Sand Python civilization and the other 3 along with the information they had gathered. Among known intelligent species, extremely harsh environments rarely gave rise to civilizations, a most preferred environments similar to that of humans. With its harsh environment, Menkant had a very low probability of harboring civilization. Even mining operations would disdain such a place. This location was ideal for humanity at present. The lack of interest from other civilizations meant high security. The fleet could develop here in peace for a time until reaching the mid to late stellar civilization stage. Based on information provided by the destroyer, scientists believed that once the fleet's technological reserves were fully analyzed, it would reach the late stellar civilization stage, or even the galactic stage. However, the fleet scale was still only at the early stellar civilization stage. The fleet quickly vanished from Tiansong 5's sphere of influence. The wandering humans, after a century, set off again, traveling at 5 times the speed of light toward Menkant. In 100 years, the fleet would arrive and resume construction tasks. Less than a year after the fleet departed at a distance of over 50 light days from Tiansong 5, a battered fleet gathered once more. This was the remnant of the Sand Python fleet. After decades of fierce war, they had re-established a new leader, but internal strife had reduced their numbers to fewer than 20,000 ships. Their technological tree had regressed to the early stellar civilization stage, and they could no longer contend with humanity. They halted silently in the void, engaged in heated debate. The new leader, Ma Meng, after devouring a clan member, decided to head to Tiansong 5 and fight to the death with humanity. Faced with the brutal new leader, none of the remaining Sand Python sages dared to object. Just as Ma Meng prepared to depart, a silver rhomboid spaceship appeared before the Sand Python fleet, blocking their path. Though the ship measured only 200 meters in length, its casual movements, exceeding 1,000 times the speed of light, made the Sand Python fleet hesitate to act rashly. Though the Sand Python beings were reckless, they were not fools. They understood well what such speed implied. Who is the leader? The silver ship intruded into the Sand Python fleet and demanded without courtesy. Great One, I am the new leader of the Sand Python civilization, Ma Meng. Ma Meng spoke with the utmost humility, opening its wide mouth to reveal rows of fangs, striking what it considered the most respectful pose. Very well. I am the inspector of Sector 98511 in the Milky Way. Respected Inspector, the Sand Python civilization is willing to serve you. The Sand Python beings could mercilessly slaughter the weak, yet before a powerful civilization, they could grovel from the very core of their being. Good. Where are you headed now? Great One, we were originally planning to attack a civilization called humanity, but since you have arrived, we will follow your command. With your current strength, attacking human civilization would be suicide. However, humanity has already left Tiansong 5, so you have no place to die, even if you wished. Great One, our mother civilization fought a war with humanity 30 years ago. Initially, their fleet was no match for us. When we had nearly annihilated their fleet, those madmen actually detonated Tiansong 5. The high-energy particle streams and gamma rays from the stellar explosion were far beyond what we stellar civilizations could withstand. In an instant, our fleet was almost completely lost. Humanity cunningly avoided the blast. The former leader perished in the energy storm, and the fleet fragmented. Only recently did I reunite the Sand Python civilization, but our fleet now consists of fewer than 20,000 remnants, and our technological tree is lost. With no other recourse, we resolved to fight humanity to the death. Enough. I did not come to hear your ramblings. Tiansong 5 is now very safe. I have informed the few higher civilizations within 200 light years to stay away. Therefore, you may temporarily develop here in peace. As for your technological tree, I can help you restore it, and even grant you the peak curvature technology and weapons technology of a galactic civilization. Thank you, Inspector, Ma Meng said excitedly. Do not rush. I have conditions. I give you 200 years. Within that time, you must fully digest all the technology, build a fleet, and find humanity to eliminate them. If you fail, you will have no reason to exist. Yes, Inspector. We will complete the task. However, Inspector, with your power, you could easily destroy humanity. Why rely on us? Do not ask about things you should not know. There is a reason for having you act. If you follow my instructions, there will be more rewards in the future, provided you are worth cultivating. Otherwise, I understand. Great One, the Sand Python civilization's hatred for humanity is irreconcilable. Even without your request, we would have sought vengeance eventually. With the technological aid you provide, we will surely grow strong quickly and destroy that accursed human civilization. Good. Remember what I have said. The inspector finished speaking, piloted the ship, and vanished instantly. The Sand Python fleet discovered that their computers now contained a wealth of new data, much of which was technology they had never seen or heard of. Mom Ming stared in the direction the inspector had departed, a cunning smile spreading across its face. Humanity, the time for your destruction is coming soon. The Deep Blue sailed on through the stars. Hu Yu was unaware that a grand conspiracy targeting humanity and all civilizations in the Milky Way was already brewing. For lower-level civilizations, future development would become exceedingly difficult, and many would be destroyed in the scheme. But that was a matter for later. Dad, I want to go to the frontline fleet. During the fleet's night, Hu Yunhang said to Hu Yu. As Hu Yu's only son, Hu Yunhang possessed the same combat instincts and qualities as his father. During the war with the Sand Python civilization, though already a lieutenant colonel, Hu Yunhang still piloted a hunter at the forefront, destroying 2 enemy ships and damaging 5. While this record was not outstanding, it was because the Sand Python ships held an absolute advantage individually and outnumbered human ships 4-1. Many human vessels had to combine efforts to defeat a single Sand Python ship. After the battle, due to heavy personnel losses, Hu Yu and a group of officers with the best combat skills were transferred to the rear to urgently train new soldiers. By the time the fleet set sail, several batches of recruits had entered the internship phase and undergone multiple practical drills on hunter ships. Now that the fleet was underway, the hunters could no longer be used for recruit drills, so all training became theoretical, which Hu Yunhang found very uncomfortable. Son, isn't the rear better? Safe, and it saves your father and me from worrying. Before Hu Yu could speak, Xiao Xiao walked over with a plate of fruit. Now the 3 of them appeared such that Hu Yu looked over 40, aged by years of war and fleet pressure, while Xiao Xiao, having used gene drugs to freeze her age at around 30, still appeared to be in her 20s, looking even younger than Hu Yu, who had settled at 25. Mom, you don't understand. Besides, you might worry about me, but Dad has never worried. Shut up, don't call me Mom, you're making me sound old. Though Xiao Xiao, now over 100 years old, looked like a young woman, she still mentally resisted the idea of being over a century old. Fine. From now on I'll call you sister, okay? You two quiet down. Can you give my ears a rest? Hu Yu said helplessly. Dad, you haven't answered me yet. Answer? What answer? What use is asking me? You should ask your commanding officer, you're not under my command. Besides, have you completed your training tasks? The fleet urgently needs a large number of military personnel. After we reach Menkent, the fleet size will increase several times, even tenfold, and we'll need more reserve personnel for war consumption. The improved hunters only require 2 crew members, but we've nearly exhausted all our experienced crew for the current 600,000 ships. They can't even get leave to return to the Deep Blue for rest. At a time like this, you're still thinking about your own glory and excitement with no sense of the bigger picture. I think your lieutenant colonel rank has reached its limit. For his son, Hu Yu felt a sense of frustration, though Hu Yunhang was already exceptional. But who could blame him for having a general father leading the fleet? Hey, stop. I get it, Dad. Why don't you have some fruit? Others might be wary of the powerful Hu Yu, but Hu Yunhang had grown up riding on his father's shoulders, fearless. Useless as mud that won't stick to the wall. Hu Yu cursed without much anger. Yugo, our son, is already good enough. Don't speak to him like that. Yunhang, it's not that I don't want you to go to the front line. I know you're worried about gossip in the rear, that being a general's son keeps you safe in the back. Yes, Dad, I admit that's part of it. But mostly I'm just not suited to the trivial work in the rear. Hu Yunhang said earnestly. So you always charge to the front. You don't have to think that way. Every command issued by the military follows strict procedures. Just because I'm a general doesn't mean you'll receive any favoritism. That's the foundation of the fleet's survival. As a mid-level leader, you need a broader perspective. Being excellent isn't about charging into battle yourself. It's about faithfully fulfilling the duties expected of a grassroots fleet leader. Don't care too much about what others say. Anyway, you'll understand gradually. Enough. This is home. Eating can't even shut both of you up, honestly. Xiao Xiao interjected. Shower, you're still protecting him even though he's grown up. He's been spoiled by you, left without any real backbone. Other people's opinions can easily sway him. I think his lieutenant colonel rank is indeed his ceiling. Why are you dragging me into this? What's wrong with our son? You can't expect everyone to be like you. You started as a lowly soldier yourself. No one is born a general. Back in the day, you even pretended to be sick just to come see me. How embarrassing. When Hu Yu was still a lieutenant, he was injured in an accident and admitted to the hospital. Xiao Xiao was a nurse then. Later, Hu Yu often feigned illness to visit the doctor, actually to see the nurse, and eventually they married. Embarrassing. If I hadn't been, how would I have gotten a wife? Enough. You two have some fruit. I have an important meeting soon. I'm leaving. So late, and still a meeting? Xiao Xiao asked with concern. Yes, the fleet is in a special period now. We face all kinds of dangers at any time, so we must prepare various plans and contingencies in advance. I'm off. Hu Yu stood up, straightened his uniform, put on his cap, and walked out. You go come back early. The little woman Xiao Xiao called after him, her heart full of love and admiration for the man's silhouette. Come on, Mom, you're an old married couple still so lovesick. Hu Yinhang took a bite of the fruit and laughed. What do you know? Back then your father. Xiao Xiao's face overflowed with happiness as she reminisced. Enough, sister. I've heard your romantic history 18,300 times already. You can keep swooning. I can't take it. I'm going to teach those new recruits a lesson. Hu Yinhang said with a mischievous grin, grabbing an extra apple as he walked out. On board the science vessel, Earth time had already struck midnight. Outside the fleet, there was no distinction between day and night, but within Earth's timekeeping was still observed. The ship remained ablaze with light, bustling with figures moving to and fro. At this moment, they were already over 6 light years away from Tau Ceti. Unable to sleep, Hu Yu first went to patrol the fleet's daily operations with his old comrade, Wen Zhonghua. Afterwards, the two took a small spacecraft to the science vessel. There were still many issues concerning the fleet's future that needed discussion. As it happened, academician Xiao Yi was also there, not engaged in his terrifying research aboard the biological vessel. General Chief of Staff, what brings you here so late? Asked academician Zheng Xiaoyuan. Can't sleep, just taking a stroll. I knew you all wouldn't be resting yet, so I came over for a chat. Hu Yu replied. General Hu, you're the pillar of the fleet. You must take care of your health, academician Xiao said with concern. Rest assured, academician, I'm fine. Aren't you all still awake as well? Wen Zhonghua responded. Us. Haha, academician Zheng, and I have long been accustomed to it. Besides, how many in scientific research maintain a regular schedule? It's a sickness, a research sickness. New discoveries keep us too excited to sleep. Both academicians, I feel there's a significant flaw in our fleet structure. Look, our deep blue fleet is like a fat man riding in a sedan chair, while our hunters are like the bearers carrying this enormous sedan slowly along while protecting its safety. It was fine at Tau Ceti. Our fleet got an early warning and Deep Blue narrowly escaped disaster. But if we suddenly encounter another civilization at war now, Deep Blue will be the first to be hit. I sense this structure is deeply problematic, yet I can't find a proper solution. This is indeed an issue. But humans are social animals with high spatial requirements. We can't all be crammed into a small space. It would cause mental problems. That's precisely why we built the colossal Deep Blue residential vessels, to provide billions of people with a comfortable environment, enabling more efficient work. Academician Xiao, I understand that. I'm just thinking about the future. We have less than 600 million people now, but in the future our population could reach 6 billion, 60 billion, or even trillions. What will we do then? Massive residential vessels will become slow-moving, enormous targets. General, this is a common ailment among low-level civilizations. It's hard to change this situation without fully mastering spatial technology unless we resort to some extreme measures, academician Zheng said. Academician Zheng, what extreme measures? Wen Zhonghua asked urgently upon hearing there was a method. For instance, genetic modification, transforming us into cave-dwelling creatures. Then each person would only need a few cubic meters of space, dozens of times less than our current needs. But no one would agree to that. That's too extreme, Wen Zhonghua said with a wry expression. So for now we have to keep carrying this sedan chair slowly. We're working day and night on technological breakthroughs to increase curvature speed to the next level. Things will improve then. Don't rush, you have to eat bite by bite and dress piece by piece. However, I do have another suggestion. When we find a suitable planet, we could try leaving a group of people behind to develop. They're no longer following the fleet on its adventures. Would leave enough technology and equipment and see if anyone is willing. It's like the guerrilla warfare our founding leader advocated, establishing bases everywhere. But this is just a preliminary idea. It needs further discussion before implementation, academician Xiao said. They'll consider it. Well, ask everyone's opinion once we find a habitable planet. Some might be willing to stay given how hard and fearful this drifting life is. How is the progress on decrypting the technology now? We're short on personnel. The more advanced technology becomes, the more branches the tech tree has. Since arriving at Tau Ceti, our focus has been on fleet construction, with the cultivation of scientific talent taking a back seat. So over the years, our scientific staff hasn't grown much, remaining at around 1000. We can only select key technologies for decryption. The 100-year journey to Beta Centauri will be enough time to train a large number of scientists to fill the science vessel. Since we have nothing else to do, we should find ways to boost everyone's enthusiasm for learning, as well as the fleet's birth rate. We have enough Deep Blue vessels designed to hold 10 billion people, but there are fewer than 600 million now. It's a huge waste. They'll make arrangements, Wen Zhonghua replied. Pay attention to the cultivation and ideological education of the new population. I promised the leader that I would not dishonor the spirit of the Chinese nation. New people must have a sense of identity with the Chinese nation and uphold our people's essence. We're temporarily safe now. Open up all Deep Blue vessels. Have the engineering ships build more small spacecraft. As long as citizens have enough contribution points, let them choose where to live freely. Don't crowd them into a few ships. Treat it like a sightseeing trip. Each deep blue vessel has a completely different architectural style. 300 of them should be enough for them to enjoy. Once we reach Beta Centauri and digest most of the technology, we'll find a habitable planet to settle down and develop slowly. Drifting and wandering is never a normal state for a civilization. I wonder how the leader and Minister Luo are doing. Old who don't worry. Minister Luo is battle-hardened. They're on a plundering mission now. They'll fight if they can win and flee if they can't. They're like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows. They'll be fine. The leader has flown toward the edge of the Milky Way, which advanced civilizations see as a desolate place, so he'll be safe too. It's our own situation that's precarious. I hope so. By the way, academician, what about our communication problem? We can't always rely on electromagnetic communication. Our fleet has only a few 100,000 ships now, but by the time we reach Beta Centauri, it will be several times larger, spread over an even greater space. Electromagnetic waves have too much delay, and during curvature travel ships must stay close within the same spatial curvature. If they're farther apart, electromagnetic waves in normal space can't catch up with ships in curvature motion. Soon. Academician, just tell me something to put my mind at ease. Haha, alright. Let me first describe a phenomenon. We all know that an electron's position in an atom is uncertain. It appears and disappears instantly within its current energy level's orbital. We can never know its exact location at the next moment, only describe it through Schrödinger's equation. When an electron absorbs or releases energy, it undergoes orbital transitions without any trajectory. We've studied this mysterious behavior for centuries without a definitive conclusion. I remember a bit of that. It seems electrons exist as a probability cloud anywhere outside the nucleus, not like planets orbiting a star, as we conventionally imagine. Who you said? Exactly. Now let's talk about our quantum particles. We extract quanta by annihilating an electron with a positron releasing two photons. These paired photons have entanglement properties. No matter how far apart they are, changing one photon's state instantly changes the other. We use this for long-distance communication. This property fails only when a photon is destroyed by cosmic radiation. But then we achieved curvature travel, and during it entangled photons easily lose their entangled state. We've conducted in-depth research over the years to understand why, confirming our initial hypothesis. What hypothesis? When Zhonghua asked. It's about dimensions, who you said. Dimensions? Yes, dimensions. Let's go to the lounge. I've been talking so long my mouth is dry. It's getting late, let's grab a bite and continue. The lounge wasn't far, just 2 minutes away. It was near the science vessel's armor layer, and through the thick porthole glass the vast starfield outside was visible. Logistics personnel soon brought up some snacks, desserts, and drinks. The two academicians along with Wen Zhonghua and Hu Yu sat together around a table. Academician Zhang continued, for years we couldn't solve the mystery of why a pair of quanta becomes entangled. But the massive loss of entanglement during curvature travel gave us a new idea. We believe that a pair of quanta is actually a single particle. Academician, that sounds even more far-fetched, Wen Zhonghua said, still puzzled. Don't rush, Chief of Staff. A pair of entangled quanta is actually one particle. Though it appears as two separate particles in three-dimensional space, we believe these two particles are connected in the fourth dimension. Imagine a U-shaped magnet standing upright with its north and south poles attached to an iron plate. If a two-dimensional creature lived on a sheet of paper, it would see the magnet's two ends as independent points. If we move the magnet, the creature would observe the ends behaving like entangled quanta. But from our three-dimensional perspective, those 2 points are connected in the third dimension. Similarly, quanta might be connected in the fourth dimension. We're like that two-dimensional creature, unable to see the fourth dimension, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So how does that relate to the loss of entanglement? The magnet's poles adhere tightly to the iron plate with strong magnetic force, binding them closely, much like a particle's connection to three-dimensional space. When we bend, fold, or deform the iron plate, the magnet might break apart. Similarly, during curvature travel, the rapid distortion of space can easily sever this particle in the fourth dimension. Deformation in two-dimensional space affects three-dimensional objects, and deformation in three-dimensional space affects objects in four-dimensional space. This particle, what an awkward term. Awkward, but it's the truth. After discovering this during the curvature experiments at Tau Ceti, we conducted countless tests and confirmed that only this conclusion explains why quanta lose entanglement during curvature travel. It also explains why electrons change orbitals instantly. They don't actually move in the fourth dimension, but directly project into the third dimension, so we can't find their displacement trajectory in three-dimensional space. Another phenomenon can also be explained, academician Zhang continued. Our atoms consist of electrons and nuclei. Let's assume the nucleus is stationary, but electrons are always moving at high speed with extremely high energy levels. According to classical electromagnetic theory, electrons should radiate energy, causing them to lose energy, shrink their orbital radius, and eventually fall into the nucleus. But observations over centuries show that the relationship between electrons and nuclei is very stable, even though electrons do indeed radiate energy. This is illogical. It's like a pot of water that keeps boiling after being removed from the flame. However, if we introduce the fourth dimension, it makes perfect sense. Electrons lose energy in the third dimension, but can replenish it in the fourth dimension, so their energy levels remain unchanged without external intervention. Academician, this is a major discovery. Previously just a hypothesis, it's now confirmed. This is another monumental leap in fundamental science, perhaps even more significant than curvature travel, who you said excitedly. Indeed, the existence of the fourth dimension has been confirmed, but there's still a long way to go before practical application. Currently, fewer than 100 scientists are dedicated to pure spatial research, and that number only grew thanks to the curvature research. Spatial science will be our most crucial discipline. We must prioritize it. Only with substantial progress in spatial science can we truly have the means to protect ourselves. I think I understand now, academician. That destroyer said even major star region civilizations haven't mastered dimensional technology. If we do, would we surpass them? When Zhonghua asked. Chief of Staff, you're dreaming too big. Major star region civilizations aren't that easy to surpass. The destroyer only said they haven't fully mastered dimensional technology, but we don't know how far they've progressed. We can only assume they can't perform dimensional travel. However, they certainly possess basic dimensional technology. Even if we master it, we won't be on par with major star region civilizations. We might excel in one field of dimensional science, but becoming a major star region civilization requires the complete development of the entire tech tree without obvious weaknesses. They've been evolving for billions of years and have likely achieved perfection in many areas. Zhonghua, don't worry. One day we will catch up to them, even surpass them. No rush, no rush. By the way, academician Zhang, after all this talk, you still haven't said how the communication problem will be solved. My brain is all twisted up, and we still haven't reached the point. Academician Zhang glanced at Wen Zhonghua and continued with a smile. A new communication method has already been designed by myself and some space physicists. It is a novel communication network based on a fourth-dimensional spatial network. Don't ask how it works. Oh, just let me continue. The simplest and most direct way for a low dimension to enter a higher one is to increase the energy level. For a two-dimensional creature on paper to enter three-dimensional space, all it takes is to make a hole in the paper. But regardless of the method, the intervention of force i.e., energy is required. Of course, the energy level needed for 2D to enter 3D is very low, while the energy level for 3D to enter 4D is much higher. For each additional dimension, the required energy level grows exponentially. The reason electrons can freely enter and exit three-dimensional space is precisely because of their extremely high energy level. Do not underestimate an electron. If scaled up to a macroscopic level, its existence is terrifying. Academician Zhang, according to what you say, shouldn't a nuclear explosion be able to breach three-dimensional space at any time? But in reality, it doesn't, when Zhonghua asked. My dear Chief of Staff, don't interrupt. Energy level and energy are two different concepts. A nuclear explosion or antimatter annihilation releases a large amount of energy, but the energy level is not high. An electron has little energy, but its energy level is high. After confirming the existence of the fourth dimension, we used magnetic field line directional control technology to fix one particle in a quantum entangled state, keeping it constantly in our three-dimensional space. Then we injected energy into it, increasing its energy level by several orders. At this point, a novel phenomenon occurred. Speaking of this, I must first mention our microscopic imaging technology. Previous electron microscopes and even more advanced scanning tunneling microscopes could not directly observe microscopic particles like electrons because the shortest wavelength of visible light is about 380 nanometers, while the diameter of an electron is 106 nanometers. So no matter how advanced our convent, academician Zhang took a drink of water, having talked endlessly to two semi-scientific illiterates, Hu Yu and Wen Zhonghua, until his throat was parched. Academician Xiao meanwhile quietly ate and drank on the side. Apart from biological matters, this old academician's level in other areas was not much different from when Zhang was. We used the magnetic force microscope to observe the energized particle and discovered a strange phenomenon. The particle was constantly changing shape. We speculated this was due to a change in the projection of the particle's four-dimensional state into three-dimensional space. It was like a small cat covered in ink rolling around on a white piece of paper. From a two-dimensional perspective, the cat's shape changes constantly. We threaded the magnetic field lines into the particle's interior and continued energizing it. A strange thing happened. No matter how much energy we input, the particle's energy level would no longer increase. When we raised the energy level to match the particles, a channel belonging to a world not of this realm appeared on the particle. Simultaneously, a channel also appeared at the other entangled particle. A fourth-dimensional channel. When Zhonghua and Hu Yu shouted in unison. Exactly, it's a fourth-dimensional channel. We provided more energy to expand this channel to 1/10th of a meter. Although it's 10 times thinner than a human hair, it is a genuine fourth-dimensional channel, and we have already achieved matter transmission through it. Academician, if we could make it a bit bigger, then warp drives would become obsolete, when Zhonghua said cheerfully. I wish. Expanding it to just 1/10th of a meter requires a 200 megawatt nuclear power plant to supply energy. That's nearly 1/3 of the total installed capacity of our science vessel's power system. To expand it to a size capable of letting a Predator ship fly through, we would need to bring 10 suns here and build a Dyson sphere to gather all that energy. Now I finally understand why even civilizations controlling vast star regions haven't fully mastered higher dimensional channels. No one can carry hundreds or thousands of stars around with them. So four-dimensional travel is not feasible for now, but just establishing communication is possible. A communication channel can be built very small, consuming much less energy. It only requires a power output of 500 kilowatts to maintain a stable channel. Alas, my hopes were dashed. Zhonghua, this is already quite good. At least we have mastered the relevant technology. One day we will surely achieve higher dimensional travel. This channel is space-based. Its diameter is 1,000,000 times that of a particle, so it won't be as fragile. Even if we engage in warp travel at 10,000 times the speed of light, the channel will be unaffected. What we need to do now is build a four-dimensional network allowing electromagnetic waves to propagate through the fourth dimension, thus solving the communication problem. However, establishing communication between 2 points will not be as convenient as electromagnetic communication. In fact, we can open a fourth-dimensional channel on any particle, but our current technology cannot track where the other end of the channel is. So if we want to establish communication with Mefuso 1 right now, we must first send a spaceship to deliver one end of the established channel there, and only then can we transmit information. Of course, that's a matter for the future. There is no such need at present. Academician, since the channels are also one-10, this only solves the problem of long-distance communication, but it still doesn't allow for communication between any two warships. If I want to command every single ship in the Predator fleet or establish communication links between every ship, wouldn't I have to set up 600,000 channels on each vessel? General, of course not. For will suffice. Imagine the energy required to maintain 600,000 channels. Even if we had the energy, the warship probably wouldn't have the space. Now let's say we have 4 warships, A, B, C, and D. We connect A to B, B to C, C to D, and D back to A, forming a ring network. This requires a total of 4 high-dimensional channels with 2 channel ports on each ship. Although A and C are not directly connected, they can communicate indirectly through B or D. Similarly, any number of warships can communicate using this method. We just need to install information relay equipment at each channel port on every ship. The 4-dimensional communication network we ultimately build will be like a large fishing net. Each node is a warship connected by 4 channels to the 4 ships around it, front, back, left, and right. In this way, even if a hole appears in some part of the net, it won't affect the information transmission of the entire network. I see. By the way, academician, will this channel port move along with the warship? Has it been tested? Of course it will. This is a spatial channel. The interior of a warship is also a space. When we move the warship, it's equivalent to cutting the space inside the warship away from the original space. The channel residing in that space will naturally move with the warship. In that case, can it be put into use immediately? Who, you asked eagerly. Theoretically, yes. There are still a few minor details that need to be properly designed, but these are just technical matters. It should be completed in about a month or 2. We have also designed a channel shutdown system. If a spaceship is abandoned due to a malfunction or destroyed in battle, the channel would be left behind. Ignoring it would be very unsafe for the fleet. For example, if we have to abandon a spaceship here due to a malfunction without shutting down its high-dimensional channel, and a civilization discovers this channel in the future, it could potentially trace it back to us, directly tracking our location. So we designed a channel shutdown system. For channels no longer in use, we will simply cut off the energy supply. Then performing a high-speed warp jump for a few seconds will completely sever the connection between the 2 ends. No matter how technologically advanced the other party is, they won't be able to trace our trail. There's another thing. Forcibly destroying a channel would release a massive amount of energy with a yield over 10 times greater than matter-antimatter annihilation. These are the data we have measured so far. Entering a higher dimension from a lower one requires absorbing energy. Conversely, falling back from a higher dimension to a lower one releases energy. We will continue to research this deeply, hoping to develop spatial or dimensional weapons in the future. But for now, don't get your hopes up. I have no confidence at all in whether we can overcome this challenge within a few hundred or thousand years. We need breakthroughs in other fundamental sciences first. Academician Zeng, you've thought of everything. I don't know how to thank you enough. Who, you said sincerely. Thank me for what? It's all for the fleet, for the Chinese nation. Besides, it's my job, just like yours, busy day and night for the fleet. It's the same principle. By the way, Academician Xiao also has some good stuff here. Don't you two want to hear about it? Academician Zong said with a laugh. Spill it, Academician Xiao. Keep it simple and clear. After a whole evening of Academician Zhang's lecture, my neural pathways are completely tangled. Give me something I can understand to soothe my brain cells. Wen Zhonghua said boisterously. Don't listen to Academician Zhang's instigation. There's nothing good. It's best not to use the creations from our biology vessel, especially biological things, unless absolutely necessary. Academician Xiao Yi put down his teacup and said with a smile. Academician, don't be modest. Let us have our fill tonight. Hu Yu also said with a smile. Ah, the curiosity of youth. I hope you are mentally prepared. Recently we have indeed produced a few small results. First, cloning technology suppressed for centuries has been revived. Thanks to advances in genetic technology, the cloned animals we produce now no longer suffer from short lifespans, numerous diseases, or low intelligence. Apart from memory, they are identical to normal animals. We conducted experiments on animals and on the captured beings from 4 civilizations. Our other achievements are genetically engineered new species, xenomorphs, you understand. To enhance interstellar adaptability and combat effectiveness, their appearance is 10 times more terrifying and repulsive than you can imagine. However, the products we have produced so far cannot reproduce, failing to meet the required numbers. We are still improving them, but I hope these technologies never have to be used. Misapplied biology is a disaster, just like the Zerg. Perhaps the Zerg are an uncontrollable failed product of some highly advanced civilization. With that, Academician Xiao called up images of these creatures from his personal terminal. They were not living beings at all, but a massive patchwork of species. The most hair-raising one had a huge, flat centipede-like body. Its front end was a combination of crab pincers, octopus tentacles, and a pair of hands resembling human mummies topped with a crocodile head bristling with fangs. On its back were toad-like pus-oozing tumors. Powerful elephantine hind legs supported its entire body as it stood upright, while a massive tail maintained its balance. The creature was covered in slime. The others were not much better, some being patchworks, others entirely new designs. Each one challenged the limits of human visual and psychological endurance. One had to admire the psychological fortitude of these biologists who could still eat while surrounded by such things day in and day out. Academician Xiao, cloning without memory could be useful for colonization. But what are those xenomorphs for? Surely we aren't going to use these things to occupy a planet, Wen Zhonghua asked. Of course we wouldn't use such things to wage war against other civilizations. But don't forget our initial enemy, and our ultimate enemy, is the Zerg. We have been trying to research and create the most powerful biological forms, hoping to glean some information about High-Ear Zerg from them to support our future struggle against the Zerg. The destroyer said that within the last tens of thousands of years the Zerg have shown signs of unusual activity again, and a large-scale outbreak could happen at any time. We are still very weak, and our understanding of High-Ear Zerg is almost zero. So we must make preparations in all aspects, just in case. Academician Xiao, you must be very careful. These things are dangerous, Hu Yu said with concern. Rest assured, we have strict manufacturing procedures. We only proceed under the absolute guarantee of safety. Otherwise, the victims would not just be those of us on the biology vessel, but potentially the entire fleet. Old Hu quick slapped me in the face. Wen Zhonghua suddenly shouted. Zhonghua, have you lost your mind? Why would I slap you for no reason? Hurry up, damn it. Hit me. Chief of Staff, is there something wrong? Academician Xiao asked, his face full of confusion. Everyone else was also staring at Wen Zhonghua, as if he were a curiosity. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, Wen Zhonghua slapped himself hard, then rubbed his eyes. Look, I think I've gone mad. Is that an immortal? Wen Zhonghua pointed out the porthole and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Instantly their blood ran cold, and their hair stood on end. Outside the porthole, a huge glowing cyan object was flying closely alongside the window. Upon closer inspection, the glowing cyan object turned out to be a gigantic old ox. Standing on the ox's back was an old man with white hair and a white beard. The old man was pointing inside the porthole, his mouth moving incessantly, his face full of rage, as if he were cursing Hu Yu and the other 3. As intellectuals well-versed in diverse knowledge, they inherently disbelieved in the existence of deities. Yet confronted with the old man riding a water buffalo before them, they were utterly perplexed. Hesitant and uncertain, they could only stand dumbfounded as the old man continued his vehement tirade. Zhonghua, is that a human? Hu Yu inquired of the stunned Wen Zhonghua. He must be an immortal, Wen Zhonghua replied, his mind reeling. Encountering extraterrestrial phenomena in the cosmic void was not unusual. They had interacted with beings from 6 or 7 civilizations. Yet an old man on a blue buffalo in this emptiness was astonishing. Without any protective suit, his head and hands exposed to the vacuum of space, he showed no discomfort, but instead seemed spirited, hurling insults. Academicians, what do you think? Is he human? He looks like us, but we can't make out what he's cursing. Academician Xiao. I think he wants to come in. Academician Zhang speculated. Come in. Is that possible? We are Earth's first venturers into space. Could there be other Earthlings? Though he resembles a human, something feels off. Old Hu, how about we take a shot at him and see his reaction? When Zhonghua, snapping back to reality, suggested. The white-bearded old man seemed to curse even more fiercely, his spittle virtually flying through the thick porthole. He bounced on the buffalo's back, like someone utterly enraged yet powerless. Let's not attack rashly. We don't know what or who this is, or his intentions. So far he's only cursed without posing a threat. But order the hunter fleet to prepare for combat. If he makes any suspicious move, strike immediately. I agree with Academician Zhang's guess. He does want to come in, Academician Xiao observed after a moment. Let him in. Hu Yu pondered and made the decision. Old Hu, this is a science vessel of utmost importance. It's fine. If he's powerful and intends to harm us, it makes little difference whether he's outside or inside. If he's weak, he can't cause much trouble even inside. Let's see what he wants. The two academicians nodded in agreement. Hu Yu approached the porthole, opened the airlock and outer hatch. The old man ceased his tirade, turned his buffalo, and flew into the airlock. Hu Yu closed the hatch and opened the door between the airlock and the lounge. The door was too small for the buffalo, so the old man, after a few futile tugs, left it and strode into the lounge. Ignoring everyone, he sat at the table and voraciously devoured the food there. They watched him eat and drink ravenously as if he hadn't eaten in years. Within minutes, he had nearly cleared the table. Clearly still hungry, Hu Yu ordered more food from the logistics team. The old man continued eating and drinking, treating those around him as if they were invisible. Half an hour later, he finally seemed satiated, pulling a gourd from his waist from which the aroma of wine wafted. The old man took a few swigs, wiped his mouth, belched, and said, "Which bastard was it who said he wanted to take a shot at me?" Having eaten his fill, the old man finally spoke. Though his pronunciation differed from standard Mandarin, they could understand most of it. An accent between Hubei and Sichuan, quite comprehensible. Embarrassed by the old man's question, Wen Zhonghua scratched his head, but didn't reply. By now they were fairly certain the old man was human. Despite many lingering questions emotionally, they had accepted his identity. Same appearance, same eating habits, same language. If I recall correctly, it was you little rascal, who said that, the old man said, pointing at Wen Zhonghua, ready to start another tirade. Hey old man, don't push your luck. You eat our food, occupy our space, and I haven't even questioned your identity, yet you dare to interrogate me. Wen Zhonghua shot back defiantly. And you young lads I called out for ages outside, but none of you noticed. Made me chase you for so long. You old geezer, daring to disrespect our academicians. Want me to teach you a lesson? Wen Zhonghua rolled up his sleeves and raised a fist in threat. Oh, when it comes to fighting, I've never feared anyone. But a gentleman uses words, not fists. I'm here to reason with you. Old sir, please calm down. Academician Xiao pulled Wen Zhonghua back, signaling him not to be impulsive. Old sir, we were absorbed in our research and didn't notice the outside. May I ask where you come from and how you speak our language? Where do I come from? Am I not human? Do I even need to ask such a question? Are the young people today this foolish? The old man didn't appreciate Academician Xiao's goodwill. Xiao found it both amusing and frustrating. He himself was centuries old, yet here, he was being humiliated by this old man. Old sir, that's not what I meant. I was wondering how you manage alone in this universe. As you see, we rely on spaceships to survive. Academician Xiao continued. Alas, it's my misfortune. But since I've eaten your food, I'll tell you. My blue buffalo is actually a biomechanical construct much like your spaceship. I usually stay inside its belly and only come out occasionally for air. For air? Old sir, aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Wen Zhonghua taunted. Ignorant and proud. Can't I use a force field to create a small survival sphere? Air and energy envelop me. From your reaction, it's clear you haven't reached this level yet. Pathetic. So that was it. They finally understood the nature of the so-called immortal. The fleet could already precisely control magnetic fields. If they used magnetic lines to create a virtual sphere trapping air and energy inside, humans could survive in space without spacesuits. Energy inside wouldn't leak, temperature would be maintained, and they'd only need to maintain oxygen levels. This old man knew a great deal. Old sir, how should we address you? And where are you from, and where are you going? Hu Yu, who had been silent, asked. Young man, you were the one who allowed me in, weren't you? I have a favorable impression of you. My name is Zhou Dao, and others respectfully call me Master Daozi. I am from the state of Chu, under the great Zhou Emperor's domain. But from your attire, I can tell the Zhou dynasty has fallen. Which dynasty is it now? What? You are Daozi, the one who wrote the great non-Dao scripture. They exclaimed in shock. This man was Daozi from the spring and autumn period nearly 3,000 years ago, a renowned figure known as the founder of morality. It seemed utterly incredible. Indeed. What's wrong? The great non-Dao scripture was indeed written by me. Old Hu, this old fellow must be an impostor. How could the author of the great non-Dao scripture be so devoid of morality? You little rascal, never ceasing your nonsense. Ignorant, and yet you call me an impostor. First I was forced to write the great non-Dao scripture. That scoundrel Lin Liang had no morals. He wouldn't let me leave the pass unless I wrote a book. So I wrote one called the Great Non-Dao Scripture, the title itself a satire of his lack of morality. Second, my Dao De Jing advocates reverence for nature. All beauty and ugliness, good and evil, are interdependent. Existence is rational. It has nothing to do with my own morality. Master Daozi legend has it that you rode a blue buffalo westward out of Jiayu Pass, surrounded by radiant clouds, and then vanished. What really happened? Who you asked? Alas, I was utterly disappointed with the Zhou court and wanted to travel. When I reached Jiayu Pass, I was forced to write the great non-Dao scripture. Just as I gained my freedom and left the pass, I was abducted by an alien civilization. The ignorant masses mistook the radiant clouds for divine light. They were merely the light from the alien spacecraft. His tone softened as he spoke. And then, at first I didn't understand. How could someone from an agrarian era comprehend such alien technology? I thought I was chosen by the gods. But that wasn't the case. They took me and other abducted humans and beings from other civilizations to an unfamiliar star system. They conducted research with us, but all the others died in the experiments. I was the sole survivor. Originally, I was to be disposed of too, but for some reason the leader of that civilization spared my life, kept me by his side, and taught me some of their technology. About 1,000 years ago, I seized an opportunity and escaped in my self-made Buffalo spacecraft. But my Buffalo is slow, needing frequent stops at various planets to replenish energy. It's taken me 1,000 years of intermittent travel, and I still haven't returned home. Just now I spotted a fleet, and upon closer inspection, it was manned by humans. I was overjoyed. Master Daozi, I suspect you were more interested in the food on our table. To be frank, yes. I haven't tasted food from home in over 3,000 years. How could I not crave it? You there go fill my buffalo's belly with as much food as possible for my journey home. Daozi pointed at Wenzhonghua. Master Daozi home no longer exists, academicians sighed. I know the Zhou dynasty was corrupt and doomed to fall. Dynasties have surely changed many times over these millennia. My family without gene technology must be long gone. It doesn't matter, as long as the place still exists. I've come to terms with everything over these long years. No, Master Daozi, I mean our solar system no longer exists. That's why we're adrift here. You've probably heard of the Zerg and the Milky Way. Over a century ago, the swarm descended upon the solar system. We barely escaped after immense hardship. Later, the Galactic Watchers and Destroyers, in their effort to eliminate the swarm, blew up our sun. Don't grieve too much. Earth should still be drifting somewhere in the cosmos. If you truly wish to return, we can tell you its direction of drift. Oh, how can this be? It shouldn't be like this. I've endured nearly 3,000 years just to come home and see it one last time. Now that I'm so close, you tell me it's gone. The old man began to sob. He fell silent for a moment, wiped away his tears, and grabbed his gourd for several large gulps. Never mind. This, too, is the way of nature. Nothing to be done. The old man quickly recovered. Old man, if you have nowhere to go, stay with the fleet. No rent, but you'll have to work for your meals, when Zhonghua teased. You little scoundrel. In my day, people begged me to dine with them. I honor you by eating your food, and you dare ask for payment. Outrageous. Daozi perked up at the challenge. Old who academicians, this old scoundrel freeloads and still acts righteous. As someone once said, I've never seen such a shameless person. They struggled to suppress their laughter. It seemed the legendary sage was, after all, just an ordinary man in many respects, especially now a stubborn, irritable old fellow. Enough, Zhonghua, stop it, who you intervened. Master Daozi, please stay with the fleet for now. Since you have nowhere else to go, we can take care of you. I knew I was right about you. When you let me in, I could tell you had a good heart. By the way, how did you hear our conversation from outside? What technology did you use? Who you asked? Technology, my foot. I just read your lips, Daozi replied curtly. But I'm not staying with your fleet. It's boring. Since home has gone ill, just wander and explore. Old man, I was joking. Don't be so petty. Stay if you want, don't let pride hold you back, when Zhonghua urged. Me petty? Do you think I'd stoop to your level? I'll stay for one day. You can study my buffalo, but don't damage it. It contains all the technology one could acquire. This is a product of an advanced civilization in a small star sector. Though I've only learned a fraction, it should be quite valuable for you. In return, you wretched boy will serve me well with food and drink. By this time tomorrow, your ordeal will be over. Daozi pointed at Wen Zhonghua with a sly grin. Thank you, sir. Chief of Staff, when you are ordered to attend to Master Daozi meticulously for the next 24 hours. If he has any complaint, you'll receive 50 heavy lashes for your insolence. Don't thank me. I know this is what you want most. You are my descendants, and meeting here is fate. It costs me nothing. Oh, and when you return my buffalo tomorrow, fill every space in its belly except the sleeping area with food. The fleet's cuisine is decent. And you rascal, come massage my legs. I've been standing outside too long, they're numb. The group could barely contain their laughter, their faces flushed red. When Zhonghua was also tempted to slap himself, yet deep down he felt grateful to this eccentric old man who had allowed him to study the kingniest technology without any conditions. Thinking of this, when Zhonghua immediately forced a smile, crouched down, and carefully massaged the old man's legs. Seeing Wen Zhonghua's sudden change in attitude, the old man felt uncomfortable and quickly stopped him after a few squeezes, then asked Wen Zhonghua to take him on a tour of the fleet. Daozi had voluntarily proposed letting the fleet analyze the Kingnius technology, which not only completely dispelled everyone's last trace of suspicion toward this odd old man, but also earned him newfound respect, causing them to cast aside all memories of his earlier boorishness. Adding flowers to the brocade meant nothing. Offering fuel in snowy weather was the true kindness. At this moment, the old man was more than just a timely help. He was like a second father. Despite everyone's earnest attempts to keep him, Daozi insisted on leaving the fleet to drift through the cosmos, and no one pressed further. When Zhonghua, who had started with a provocative attitude, now treated the old man better than his own father, bustling about to serve him, almost carrying him around on his back. However, having lived in a highly advanced civilization within the small star region, the old man's standards were exceptionally high. After a brief period of novelty, he quickly lost interest. The unique design of the deep blue's interior could not compete with the allure of fine cuisine. It was already past 2 in the morning fleet time, but the old man showed no signs of sleepiness. With no other choice, when Zhonghua aroused over a dozen top-tier chefs of various cuisines from their beds to prepare several lavish feasts overnight. Rare wines preserved since Earth's era were also generously placed on the old man's table. Vintage bottles that had been aged for centuries, so exclusive that even you had no right to enjoy them. They were classified as Earth's material cultural heritage and were infinitely more fragrant than the inferior liquor the old man had concocted with alcohol from alien worlds. Old man, come have another toast. This is fine wine. If it weren't for your arrival, I wouldn't even catch a whiff of it in my lifetime. At the table, when Zhonghua exchanged toasts with the old man, their laughter filling the air. He patiently recounted the historical progression from the spring and autumn period to the prosperous revival of New China, which drew the old man's frequent nods. Afterward, the old man requested a copy of the historical records to study during his starry travels. You little rascal, I'm starting to find you somewhat agreeable now. But your heart is still full of mischief. You're trying to ply me with good wine to fish for information, aren't you? If you want to ask something, just say it directly. You're all my juniors, and it's my duty to look after you. Don't beat around the bush. Ooh, I don't fall for that. Come fill my cup again. Old man, I wouldn't dare try to trick you. I hold you in the utmost respect. To be honest, I slept with the great Tao scripture as a child. If I went a day without reading it, I felt uneasy. I've lost count of how many copies I wore out, and I got plenty of beatings from my father for it. Boy, I'm over 3,000 years old. I might be a bit tipsy, but your flattery is too obvious. Still, it pleases me. Keep it coming. Old man, your insight is truly sharp. You saw through my flattery right away. To be honest, I didn't wear out that many copies, just 7 or 8. At these words, even the nearby staff nearly burst out laughing. If when Zhonghua had ever read the entire great Tao scripture from cover to cover, they would have lost a bet. Of course, 100 years makes a freak, 1,000 years makes a spirit. At over 3,000, I'm a master of human nature. How much salt have you eaten in your life to fool me? Come pass me that plumpest chicken leg. Old man, do you know anything about the Zerg? A little. The small star region civilization that kidnapped me is less than 1,000 light years from the front lines between the Milky Way civilizations and the Zerg. They have fleets fighting Zerg swarms year-round. I followed their leader for a long time and picked up some information. By the way, what was the highest stage of Zerg in the solar system? Stage 6. We fled the solar system after the appearance of the Stage 6 Zerg. Luckily, we were well prepared, otherwise we would have ended up in their bellies long ago. Later, before a stage's even Zerg could emerge, the sun was destroyed by the inspectors and destroyers. How pathetic. You ran away at just Stage 6. The civilization that kidnapped me fought against Stage 25 Zerg. That was a true disaster. Even major star region civilizations tread carefully around Stage 25 Zerg. Galactic civilizations have a rough estimate of Zerg strength. Every 5 stages correspond to 1 civilization level. For example, stages 1 to 5 are equivalent to planetary civilizations, and stages 6 to 10 to stellar civilizations. Of course, it's not precise as civilizations vary greatly. Some newly stellar civilizations can fight Stage 10 Zerg, while others like you, even after reaching stellar level, can't handle Stage 6. Old Master Wei. When Zhonghua was at a loss for words. Enough. The strength of Zerg at each stage varies too. I'm not entirely dismissing you. After all, you're my juniors. Looking down on you would be looking down on myself. Hey boy, do you want to know what a Stage 25 Zerg looks like? Of course. Spit it out. After drinking so much of our good wine, consider it payment. Do you know the situation of the Zerg in the Milky Way? Let me tell you I do. Back then, I followed the leader of that small star region civilization's fleet, broke through the Zerg front lines, and ventured hundreds of light years to investigate. I saw the Zerg's delivery system with my own eyes. 4-dimensional space bubbles, each several times larger than Earth, packed so tightly with Zerg that they were deformed. As the bubbles burst, the swarm instantly filled the entire space. It was then that I saw that terrifying Stage 25 Zerg, tens of thousands of kilometers long. This behemoth possessed not only immense power and extraordinary defense, but also the ability to perform curvature flight. Old man, are you drunk? How can a living organism perform curvature flight? Foolish. The stage 6 Zerg you saw, couldn't they perform interstellar flight? Don't limit your understanding to that small patch of Earth. Who says living organisms can't do curvature flight? They'll tell you Zerg around stage 10 generally have that ability. They aren't ordinary creatures, they lean more toward biomechanical entities. Their robust body structures allow them to survive in space without any technological protection. The biological reactions inside them release energy to propel them forward. With sufficient energy supply, they far surpass any of our spacecraft. That seems to make sense. At the time, we thought Zerg needed air buoyancy to fly, but they kept flying in space completely unfazed by the vacuum's low temperatures and radiation. We were puzzled. Later, we dissected some stage 5 and stage 6 Zerg and discovered an organ inside them similar to a nuclear reactor, which fully releases energy from various materials to propel them through the cosmos. Exactly. The leader told me that the Zerg's energy efficiency surpasses any civilization. That stage 25 Zerg could not only perform high-speed curvature flight, but also accelerate any movable limb to curvature attack speed in an instant. Like when you kick someone, your foot moves at several or dozens of times the speed of light. As soon as that stage 25 Zerg emerged from the dimensional bubble, it lunged at the surrounding warships, swatting them like flies. All the ship's attacks seemed utterly ineffective against it. That's not so impressive. How did you kill it in the end? Kill it. We fled immediately. That swarm consisted of dozens of units, enough to overwhelm the fleet at any moment. Worse, we were deep inside Zerg territory. If we delayed, we'd lose our lives. At the last moment, over 100,000 warships expended all their energy to forcibly reinforce the space, slowing the Zerg's curvature speed, buying time for the leader and others to retreat. I took advantage of the chaos to escape. So that's what you call fighting a stage 25 Zerg. Did I say that? Young man, don't dwell on the details. Come pour me another cup. Old master, have you heard of the Abyss? The Abyss? No. Never heard of it. No. The old man hastily denied it. From his reaction, it was clear he knew about the Abyss but was deeply reluctant to discuss it, since he wouldn't speak when Zhonghua didn't press further. The two drank from early morning until noon, then from noon until night. The company of drinkers changed in waves, but when Zhonghua never left the old man's side. He had taken alcohol-dissolving pills several times, yet they couldn't stave off the liquor's assault on his brain. The old man, however, seemed unaffected, having consumed most of the wine himself. Aside from slurring his speech slightly, he was perfectly fine. He had eaten so much that he was constantly burping, yet he kept stuffing food into his mouth. It was now early morning again, and everyone had gathered in silence, watching Daozi eat and drink at his leisure. All right, it's time for me to go. The old man finally set down his cup. Old man. When Zhonghua now felt a pang of reluctance to part with this eccentric sage Daozi. All good things must come to an end. Farewell, everyone. The old man cupped his hands in a salute. Master, take care on your journey. Everyone bid him farewell. Until we meet again. Daozi climbed onto the back of the enormous biomechanical ox. The outer door of the airlock slowly opened. Before I leave, juniors, let me tell you one important thing. On my way here, I inadvertently angered a latest-stage galactic civilization. They're now hunting me, and it won't be long before they reach this star region. But since I've drunk your wine, consider it your good fortune. Over 99% of the four-dimensional space bubbles used to deliver Zerg have completely decayed into three-dimensional space. However, one remains within 100 light years of here. It's damaged, but ITLL serve as a hiding spot. Survive, and he'll find you again. Farewell, juniors. Holy crap, you old bastard. You rotten scoundrel. When Zhonghua flew into a rage again. After all the fuss, they had been played for fools. The old man had eaten and drunk his fill, wasting so much fine wine only to reveal he had been causing trouble everywhere and leading enemies straight to the fleet. The Qingyo emitted a white light and vanished into the depths of space in an instant. Two academicians, did you gain anything from studying Daozi's Qingyo? Who, you asked? We did gain some insights. However, even if Daozi learned from scratch for 2,000 years, he couldn't master all the technology of a small star region civilization. Moreover, to escape quickly, he would have selectively studied subjects related to fleeing, not delving too deep. Just enough to get by. We examined his biomechanical ox and discovered many things we had never encountered before, but they won't have a major impact on the fleet in the short term. They'll serve as reserve technology. Still, it's not bad. It's roughly equivalent to half the technological wealth of the Shamong civilization. Who that old man said he angered a latest-stage galactic civilization, and they'll soon arrive in this star region. What do? They're sure to take it out on us. Alas, this old master is adding fuel to the fire, sighed academician Xiao. General, we're not strong enough to fight a galactic civilization. Daozi really knows how to cause trouble, but I doubt they'll send a massive fleet after a single old man. So we might have a fighting chance. What's the Kingnia's top speed? Who, you asked? About 50 times the speed of light. Daozi said he escaped 1,000 years ago. Including stops along the way, he's traveled at most 40,000 light-years already beyond the galactic center. The small star region civilization that kidnapped him is only 1,000 light-years from the Zerg front lines. We can roughly deduce the front line's position. Looking down at the Milky Way from above, if the solar system is at 6 o'clock, connecting 2 points to 8 o'clock forms the line. Our current direction is left, moving closer to the front. To the right lies relatively safe, civilized territory. Who you pointed at the Milky Way star chart as he analyzed. General, we still don't know where that civilization's territory is or how far away it is. If they send a large fleet, how long would it take to reach us? The destroyer said a galactic civilization's sphere of influence can span hundreds to thousands of light years or more. We made a huge commotion at Tiansong 5, but no other civilization came to investigate in over 30 years. That suggests the surrounding hundreds of light years aren't part of that civilization's territory. I suspect that civilization is at least 1,000 light years away. Otherwise, with their speed and control, they wouldn't have let Daozi escape. Old Hu, that doesn't add up. How do you know the old man traveled so far? When Zhonghua rubbed his forehead to sober up. The old man's Qingyo only goes 50 times the speed of light. A galactic civilization's speed is typically 100 to 1,000 times light speed. It wouldn't take them long to catch him. Of course, if they had pursued him from the start, Daozi wouldn't have gotten far. He might not even have had the chance to run. I suspect he didn't just offend them. If it were merely an offense, they wouldn't be so relentless in chasing him, nor would they wait so long before starting. Daozi must have taken something important or stolen some information. They didn't realize it at first, and only began the chase later, which is why he got this far. That seems plausible. So what did he take, or what information did he steal? It is unlikely to be an object. Master Dao casually gave us the mechanical Azure Bowl spacecraft for study, indicating that there are no secret items inside it. He himself does not seem to be hiding anything important. Therefore, I believe it is highly probable that he has obtained some crucial information or stolen someone's technology. The likelihood of stealing technology is very low, as I trust Master Dao would have directly transferred it to us if he had. He has not mentioned a word about it, and is eager to leave, suggesting he has learned some secret he shouldn't know. That wicked old man, always causing trouble, leaving us to clean up his mess. Zhonghua, you've had too much to drink. Go rest. The secret Master Dao knows must be extremely important, otherwise that civilization wouldn't have traveled thousands of light years to find him. He believes we are not yet qualified to know this secret. It might be a monumental mystery. What do we do now? If my judgment is correct that civilization is over 1,000 light years away, the pursuing forces will be highly dispersed by now, given the three-dimensional space. The search range spans hundreds of millions of cubic light years. Our fleet, though vast, is insignificant in comparison. If their search power is diluted by distance, they may not detect us. Even if they do, it might be just a few or a dozen ships. Although they are a level above us, it is unlikely they can annihilate us with such a small force. What if they summon reinforcements from nearby sectors? Then our best bet is still to find the four-dimensional bubble the old man mentioned. Who knows if that wicked old man is reliable? I think he is, and I believe Master Dao holds even more. Academician Xiao Yi analyzed. If Master Dao intended to harm us, he wouldn't have shared this information. Moreover, he traveled in the Azure Bowl, which is only 50 times the speed of light. Knowing about the dimensional bubble, he chose not to hide in it, confident he could escape pursuit. That is worth pondering. How did he learn that a galactic civilization was chasing him? When Chief of Staff, when asked about the Abyss, his expression showed he knew something, but he denied it. Why did that small star region civilization abduct him? What were they searching for? I believe a small star region civilization wouldn't research a low-level species from a farming civilization just for study. Later, as a leader, he rescued a low-level being from an alien civilization under study, and their relationship seems unusual. Many questions deserve scrutiny. Yes, I also find it suspicious. However, I believe Master Dao stands with us. Perhaps our current strength is too weak, so he hasn't revealed these secrets. Now he hints at the existence of a four-dimensional space bubble nearby, ostensibly for us to take shelter. In truth, we all know the value of such things. Maybe he wants us to grow stronger. I feel there are many secrets in this galaxy beyond our knowledge, not just the Zerg invasion. Academician Zheng Zhaoyuan echoed. We secretly verified Master Dao's DNA and confirmed he is undoubtedly human with genes closer to our ancestors. His identity is unquestionable. Academician Xiao added. But none of us have seen what a higher dimensional space bubble looks like. The destroyer mentioned that the bubble delivering the Zerg swarm was at least the size of Earth. Master Dao also said it was several times larger. This suggests the bubbles are relatively large. Yet finding something Earth-sized within 100 light-years, and not a solid object at that, is extremely difficult. Who you said, searching for an Earth-sized object within a three-dimensional space 100 light-years in diameter is like finding a strand of hair in a space the size of Earth. On such a scale, even stars become faint points of light, let alone higher dimensional space bubbles. General, since Master Dao mentioned it, he must be confident we can find it. He knows our deep blue is only 5 times the speed of light, so the bubble is likely not far away. As for how to locate it, we still need to study. Academician Zhang said. Alright, old, who will deploy 300 hunters to disperse in all directions, releasing satellites along the way for a broad search. Keep 300 to guard the deep blue fleet. The fleet should stop maneuvering and stay put to minimize the chance of detection. Agreed. But the search fleet must wait until the 4-dimensional communication network is set up. The range is too vast. Without communication, finding it and relaying the message would waste time. The 4-dimensional network technology is nearly mature. Academician Zhang, please oversee it. Also try to find the space bubble through other means. If we can't, we'll have to face the wrath of this galactic civilization and fight to the death. The 4-dimensional network can be completed within a month. I suggest focusing the search on space within 50 light years. If it's too far, even if found, our deep blue would take too long to reach. Master Dao wouldn't do that. Information relay engineering ships were being hastily constructed. Scientists specializing in dimensional channel setup were busy aboard the hunter ships. 60 million pairs of entangled quantum particles were extracted. Each ship served as a node with 4 quanta connecting to 4 other ships. Aboard the ships, quanta were fixed by directional magnetic lines and continuously infused with energy from the hunter's nuclear fusion reactors. When a particle reached an extremely high energy level, a space channel slightly larger than a hair based on the particle appeared, accurately connecting through the 4th dimension to another quantum on a different ship. Thus, a 4-dimensional communication channel was established. A month later, with 300 nodes, 600 channels, 1.2 million channel entrances, and node relay equipment, a 4-dimensional communication network was completed. The channels were no longer as fragile as quanta. They remained stable even when ships performed high-speed curvature maneuvers. A test message was sent from one hunter relayed through 200 nodes. 2 seconds later, it accurately reached another hunter. Despite the 2-second delay, it surpassed previous quantum and conventional electromagnetic communications in stability and timeliness. This timeliness remained unaffected by the ship's displacement, as movement occurred in 3-dimensional space, not affecting the 4th-dimensional channels, unless future technology allows ships to move in the 4th dimension. Based on this network, the command ship could direct every ship on the battlefield. Of course, the command ship needed additional lines to prevent losing connection if the 4 ships linked to it were destroyed simultaneously. Previous quantum communication, faced with a massive number of ships, could only use a pyramid-style hierarchical command, unable to transmit information directly to each ship. Sharing battlefield intelligence was cumbersome, often forcing fleets to fight independently, resulting in low efficiency. Now, with this 4-dimensional communication network, not only could the commander issue real-time orders to every ship and monitor the battlefield for tactical adjustments, but ships could also communicate instantly. This allowed for more effective coordination, support, and cover tactics, boosting the fleet's combat effectiveness by over 50%. These 300 hunters had already departed, carrying a large number of satellite devices to explore space within 100 light years. Each hunter was nearly 300 meters long. When 300 gathered, they formed a majestic sight, like clouds covering the sun. However, once in the vast cosmos, this number was as insignificant as a pinch of salt in the ocean, making it extremely difficult to find even a single ship. Everyone hoped that these 300 hunters and the satellites they deployed would find the so-called 4-dimensional space bubble. Each passing day increased the chance of being discovered by the galactic civilization. That civilization had tracked the mere 10 soft-meters long Azure Bull, so detecting this massive fleet was highly likely. Although the fleet had stopped moving and was hidden in the void, no one could guarantee escaping their eyes. If the fleet was discovered by the galactic civilization, humans with the same appearance as Master Dao would certainly not fare well. Especially if found in the same star region, they would assume the secret Master Dao knew had leaked to the fleet. The best outcome would be being escorted back to the galactic civilization's territory for investigation, but that was unlikely. The simpler, more efficient method was to destroy the fleet outright, ensuring the secret never leaked. What was the secret? If known, perhaps they could negotiate with the galactic civilization. Even if the 4-dimensional space bubble wasn't found, they might gain a chance for survival better than direct confrontation. Puyu pondered for a long time, but couldn't guess what the secret might be. Any internal secret of a civilization was insignificant in the universe unless it was the most advanced technology. But how much top-tier technology could a galactic civilization possess? Of course, nothing was absolute. Perhaps a galactic civilization had suddenly mastered technology unknown even to great star region civilizations. However, if it was technological and supreme, Puyu believed Master Dao would have handed it over to the fleet for development, using it to directly counter the galactic civilization. If not a technological secret, then it must involve inter-civilization affairs, something unspeakable that drove the galactic civilization to cross 1,000 light years to hunt an old man, risking violating other civilizations' territories. Who you believe this secret involved more than 1 or 2 civilizations. 2 years had passed. The farthest hunters had reached 60 light years away. After the first batch departed, Hu Yu dispatched another 2 hunters to focus on the area within 20 light years of the fleet. Neither the 5000 hunters nor the billions of satellites had found the bubble. Several times the fleet and satellites reported special events, but academician Zhang Xiaoyuan verified they were not 4-dimensional space bubbles. Currently, the busiest were not the fleet or Hu Yu, but a group of space physicists on the science ship. They tried every method to locate the bubble. However, the fleet's space science was in its infancy and the scientists' knowledge base was limited. Repeated failures were discouraging. Yet these failures at least proved certain paths were dead ends. Driven by the shared fate of the fleet, the scientists, though frustrated, did not give up. Instead, they grew more excited, forgetting the imminent danger and immersing themselves entirely in space research. Any progress could be the key to finding the 4-dimensional space bubble. Another 2 years passed. The second batch of 200 hunters had long completed their search and returned. The first batch of 300 hunters continued searching within 100 light years. One day, the farthest satellite sent a message, but not about the 4-dimensional space bubble. It reported the arrival of warships from another alien civilization. These ships had speeds exceeding 500 times the speed of light and were several kilometers long, but there were only 5 of them. Clearly, this was the fleet of the Galactic civilization pursuing Master Dao. Against such a civilization, hunters and conventional weapons were useless. But you had to deploy all antimatter in the space around the fleet, hoping that these hidden antimatter bombs might have some effect if the enemy attacked. The 300 hunters guarding the Deep Blue were fully deployed, awaiting the battle. The 300 hunters from the initial search were preparing to return at full speed, but the fastest would take 2 to 3 years to arrive. Meanwhile, the enemy ships traveling at 500 times the speed of light would reach the Deep Blue fleet in just over 2.5 months. Hu Yu denied the first batch of 300 hunters' request to return, ordering them to disperse in all directions and only return when the crisis was over. If the Deep Blue fleet was destroyed, these 300 ships, if they escaped pursuit, could return to the Tiansong 5-star system. The secret base left on the third planet there would help them slowly rebuild. General, say no more. This was the plan from the start. Your mission is not only to search for the 4-dimensional bubble, but also to be the seeds of our fleet. That's why I never recalled you. Unless the danger is resolved, you will not receive the order to return. I will allocate 500 hunters to evacuate your families and over 100 scientific personnel in different directions. If the fleet falls, I hope you preserve the torch of our civilization. Hu Yu said solemnly. Hu Yu knew this was cruel. The power to decide life and death was in his hands. Choosing who lives and who dies was wrong either way, but for the sake of civilization he had to do it. Aboard the science ship. 2 academicians evacuate immediately. The science ship is too slow and a large target. You are the hope of our civilization. I implore you to lead the scientists away quickly. No, we have one last hope. I was about to find you. I need the entire fleet's cooperation for an experiment. Academician Zhang said. If it succeeds, we may survive the danger. But if it fails, we might not even have time. He'll go with you. After all these years, leaving you alone is something I cannot bear. Let us take this gamble together. In the past, we were always immersed in academia. Gambling seemed so distant to us. Now let us experience the mindset of a gambler. Academician Xiao said. Both academicians, at a time like this, you are still deferring to each other. Forget it, I know it's useless to persuade you. Academician Zheng, just tell us what we need to do. The enemy only has 5 warships pursuing us. We can afford the loss. If this sacrifice can secure the safety of Deep Blue, it is well worth it. Tell us what to do. The enemy fleet has already arrived at a space 100 light years away. Even with their search speed of 500 times the speed of light, they will reach here in less than half a year. Here is my plan. Academician Xiao began to explain. Insects are 3-dimensional beings. If they need to be transmitted through higher dimensions, there must be a 3-dimensional spatial structure to anchor the swarm. Otherwise, a 3-dimensional being would inevitably experience something in 4-dimensional space that we all understand, which would severely affect the transmission result. Thus, the insectoid hive mind, or their manipulator, created the 4-dimensional space bubble. Just as humans need to build roads to go to other places, without roads, we would be blocked by mountains and rivers, or lost in forests and grasslands. The same logic applies to 4-dimensional transmission. We hypothesize that outside the 4-dimensional space bubble lies the 4th dimension, but the space inside it is definitely 3-dimensional. This is like a Mobius strip. The outside of the strip is 3-dimensional, but the strip itself is 2-dimensional. This Mobius strip is the 3-dimensional bubble of a 2-dimensional being. However, the 4-dimensional space bubble during transmission does not appear in 3-dimensional space. Only when it reaches its predetermined position does the space bubble move toward the macro universe. When the 3-dimensional part of the space bubble intersects with the 3-dimensional macroniverse, the insect swarm arrives in the macro universe. At that point, the space bubble loses its fourth dimension as energy dissipates into the macro universe or the swarm damages it, and its three-dimensional structure fully merges with the macro universe. However, a very small number of space bubbles may not completely lose contact with the fourth dimension for some reason. If we can locate such a space bubble, we can enter the fourth dimension and temporarily evade the pursuit of that civilization at the galactic level. Because this space bubble has a three-dimensional structure, or rather its three-dimensional part has already merged with the macro universe. Even if a spaceship passes through this region, it would be difficult to detect its existence. It appears as normal space. We can observe the projection of a four-dimensional object in three-dimensional space, but we cannot see the projection of four-dimensional space in three-dimensional space. It is like pouring a drop of water into a glass of water. They are essentially the same substance and can perfectly merge. Since this space bubble is still connected to the fourth dimension under current technological conditions, gravitational waves might be the only way to detect its presence. Gravitational waves are ripples in space. Ordinary electromagnetic waves passing through this space bubble would not change, but gravitational waves are different. They are based on the existence of space itself. When they pass through the space bubble, they would inevitably be absorbed by the fourth dimension, losing some energy. We currently have 300 warships distributed across this region. They need to use most of their energy to become gravitational sources, stirring up three-dimensional space and generating 300 gravitational waves. By observing the transmission of these gravitational waves, we can determine the location of the four-dimensional space bubble. Academician, how can warships generate gravitational waves? Who you asked? Previously, all observed gravitational waves were detected only after extreme celestial bodies, such as neutron stars or black holes, disturbed space. Whether a warship's energy could generate gravitational waves was still unknown to you. It's very simple. In fact, we are already disturbing space during curvature navigation. Now we only need all warships to repeatedly turn their curvature engines on and off at specific frequencies while stationary. This can also generate gravitational waves. Although these gravitational waves are extremely faint, our space technology has advanced significantly compared to before, so monitoring these spatial fluctuations is entirely feasible. Each warship serves as both a gravitational source and a receiving device. Once the data of these gravitational waves are received by nearby warships, they will be transmitted through the four-dimensional network to the science vessel for analysis and comparison. As long as there is a discrepancy between the transmitted and received data of a single gravitational wave, we can pinpoint the location of the four-dimensional space bubble. Very well then, Academician Zheng, I now hand over the command of the fleet to you. Issue your orders directly. The 30000 warships escorting Deep Blue will also disperse. I understand that if they are too close, the gravitational waves will interfere with each other, affecting data accuracy. Therefore, they will become gravitational wave sources later. These gravitational waves were like a drop of ink injected into a basin of clear water. As time passed, the ink would continuously expand spherically within the water. The outermost space was the first to be probed. Half a month passed with no news. Everyone felt a mix of joy and worry. The worry stemmed from the lack of discoveries. Could Academician Zheng's method truly locate the so-called four-dimensional space bubble? The enemy fleet had already clashed with the hunters several times, attacking without hesitation. The hunters were like fish on a chopping block before the warships of a galactic-level civilization, confirming the suspicion that the enemy intended to completely prevent any leak of secrets. The joy was that it might mean the space bubble was not in the outer space. If it were Deep Blue, would still have to take great risks and travel a long distance to reach it. 600,000 hunters, 600,000 frequencies, 600,000 gravitational waves propagating through space. The hunters roamed the starry void, evading the pursuit of the galactic civilization, while waiting for the transmission of gravitational waves, all the while praying that the galactic civilization showed no signs of moving Deep Blue. For now, Deep Blue was fortunate. The 5 galactic-level warships had been chasing the hunters on the periphery, completely unaware of Deep Blue silently resting in the void. Time passed second by second. With each passing second, the probability of Deep Blue being discovered increased. The space physicists on the science vessel had not left their posts for rest in many days. They were disheveled, unshaven, with greasy faces and bloodshot eyes, yet they worked with the intensity of those on stimulants. Even Academician Xiao, who was not a physicist, had not left the science vessel. He stared at the streams of numbers flashing across the large screen alongside Yu. Within these numbers lay the hope of the fleet. Academician, anomalous data detected, a scientist shouted. Let me see. Academician immediately examined the data on the screen. Indeed, among the over 200 gravitational wave data already received, an anomaly was found. The amplitude and wavelength of this particular gravitational wave at the receiving end were completely different from those transmitted. Verify immediately. Confirm the transmitter and receiver. Yes, Academician. I have already dispatched the nearest hunter to the receiving end. Verification will be completed in 5 minutes to rule out data errors caused by instrument malfunction. Although the probability of instrument malfunction was extremely low, science demanded precision, especially now. The data had to be 200% accurate. Everyone waited anxiously. Time seemed to crawl at an excruciatingly slow pace. Academician verification is complete. The data is correct. This gravitational wave was received by over 500 warships, but only 2 warships in this direction received anomalous data. The transmitter is this very science vessel, the assistant replied. What? Academician Zong could not. That's correct, academician. Because we are at the center of the fleet, the nearest 500 hunters all receive this gravitational wave data in sequence. Where are the 2 warships that receive the anomalous data? How far are they from us? Academician, the closest one is approximately 2 light days away. I should have thought of this earlier. Academician Zong. Academician, what's wrong? Now that we have located the space bubble, at most 2 light days away, we can conduct a field inspection immediately. If all goes well, the fleet can safely weather this crisis. Who you consoled him? General, we have underestimated Master Daozi. I now suspect that this space bubble was either brought here by him, or even constructed by him. It is our ignorance that prevented us from discovering this until now. Academician, do not blame yourself. Let us hurry and verify. The galactic civilization has already detected our presence. The hunters on our periphery are being hunted down with losses exceeding 100. Let's go. A small spacecraft carrying Huyu academician Zhang Zhiyuan and several space physicists departed from the Deep Blue Fleet. The small ship accelerated rapidly to 0.5 times the speed of light, and then coasted by inertia. Based on gravitational bombs, the fleet had long solved the problem of internal force balance, allowing the spacecraft to use conventional engines for continuous high-G acceleration without harming the crew. Otherwise, in combat, when unable to perform curvature maneuvers, relying on the pitiful acceleration of a dozen GS would only make them easy targets. The 2 hunters that received the anomalous data also moved toward the science vessel along the line of connection at 0.5 times the speed of light, continuously transmitting gravitational wave data to the small spacecraft. If the small spacecraft received anomalous gravitational wave data from the science vessel, or if the hunters received normal data, the location of the space bubble could be determined. Coordinated action by both sides would expedite the discovery, as receiving gravitational wave signals required the spacecraft to exit curvature state. Otherwise, the curvature engine's operation would severely interfere with these faint gravitational waves. Academician, anomalous data received, a space physicist exclaimed excitedly. Receiving anomalous gravitational wave data indicated that the small spacecraft was currently inside the 4-dimensional bubble. The gravitational waves were altered by the interference of the 4th dimension as they passed through the 4-dimensional space bubble, resulting in a significant discrepancy between transmitted and received data. Academician, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual here, Huyu remarked. Indeed, it appears normal. That's because the 3-dimensional part of the space bubble has fully merged with our macro-universe's 3-dimensional space. However, its 4th dimension still maintains a very close connection with 3-dimensional space. In other words, the 3-dimensional spatial wall here is very thin, making it easiest to enter the 4th dimension from this point. It's like a giant sheet of paper with ants on it. If a certain spot on the paper is soaked with water and the ant is a 2-dimensional being, the easiest place for it to break through into 3 dimensions would be the spot where the water has soaked through. I understand that. And one more thing, General, have you considered why it is called a 4-dimensional space bubble? Academician, what's the issue? Isn't it just an extra 4th dimension? No, I think it's more than just an extra 4th dimension. Since it's called a 4-dimensional space bubble, not a 4-dimensional channel, it suggests that this entity exists independently within the 4th dimension as well. Just like when we blow a bubble, although the bubble is based on 3-dimensional space, it is also isolated from it. If this bubble lands on paper, an ant can enter the bubble, but it cannot break through the bubble's wall into the vast 3-dimensional space. The 4-dimensional space bubble we are encountering now might be a similar concept. However, this bubble has already burst, leaving only a puddle on the paper. Academician, I am already satisfied if the fleet can take shelter here. Even in its damaged state, its practical and scientific value is immeasurable. Master Daozi has truly left us a great gift. By the way, Academician, now that we have found this place, how do we enter? That is quite easy. If my estimation is correct, we only need to activate the curvature engine here. In fact, if a hunter had passed through this spot, by chance it should have discovered it earlier. Unfortunately, we had to rely on intelligence to find it. Out of 6,000 hunters, not a single one passed through here. Academician Zong said. Academician, the hunters left the Deep Blue Fleet in groups, gradually dispersing into legions, then battalions, and finally acting individually. Moreover, this place is already 80 astronomical units from our fleet, equivalent to twice the distance from the Sun to Pluto's orbit. This space bubble is only about the size of Earth. Imagine how tiny Earth is within the vast solar system. Even if 60000 hunters rampage through this region, they might not encounter it. Finding it now is already a stroke of luck. General, would you like to see for yourself? Academician Zeng smiled with a mysterious confidence. Very well, we will enter the fourth dimension immediately. However, before that, everyone must pay attention. After entering the fourth dimension, do not act rashly no matter what we encounter. Although we have had countless conjectures about the fourth dimension in theory and imagination, they remain just conjectures. For safety, everyone should maintain their positions and not move. Any issues must be executed only upon my command. Is that clear? Understood, everyone replied. Activate the curvature engine.